Hello everybody, how are we doing today? Hope you're having a great one. Welcome to the stream. It's the WardiTV Korean Royale, and you all know what that means. Another 8 best of 3s of awesome StarCraft 2 going to be coming your way as we move on through it all. We are going to be getting going in just a few moments' time. The first opening match of the day is going to be between Bunny and Bjun. So start off with a little bit of a mirror match in the terms of TVT, and we'll go from there to see what our day will bring us. Hey, what's up, Kipsteer? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub already. Starting us off strong. Love it. Thank you for keeping that CC alive. Thank you so much for supporting it. As, yeah, we got videos coming through. We should be good to start in just a couple of moments. I am going to be just sorting out a couple of matches at the same time here to begin with, guys. So just bear with me if I go a little bit quiet and stuff. Still kind of recovering from being ill. I've turned what was a bad stomach into a bad throat into now a cold, just in general. So it's really going well. We're going through the stages with this one, but we're getting there slowly but surely. We are indeed improving. So just waiting for a couple more videos here, and we'll start off with this TVT. We've got a pretty fun day planned for you all here in Group B. Bunny versus Bjun, followed by Bjun versus DRG. Rainor will be battling against Jim, followed by Rainor versus Creator. Solar versus Jim, and then we're going to be building it back towards Hero versus DRG, Hero versus Bunny, Solar versus Creator, and Bunny versus Jim. Somehow we've got 9 best of 3s today instead of 8. I have no idea how that happened. How did we end up with 9 best of 3s? What happened? What happened here? Okay, well, somehow we've got 9 best of 3s. We'll do our absolute best to get through all 9. I thought we were just going to have a cheeky 8 as usual. Apparently, I've switched the schedule up on myself. So how about that for a little bit of a mix-up? As we're going to be starting on Alcyone for map number 1. Get this underway and get into our very first matchup today, which, like I say, is going to be this TVT between Bunny and Bjun. I can't believe we've got an extra best of 3 out of nowhere. Unbelievable. Alright, drop the lobby link down, get this set to rumble. Get this a-rolling as we have our first match of the day coming up here in just a couple. Get everyone in this lobby and we will be going. We're missing a Bjun. French casters today as well. Everyone's here today. Everyone's ready for some SC2, that's for sure. Alright. Get all sorted out. Weibo 009, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Welcome back, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. An invite to take as well. We should be pretty much all good to go. Second map Amphion, third map. We'll figure it out when we get there. As players said ready and go, so we can go. Perfect. That's a nice smooth start. Yo, Mr. Dingleberry on the 2-year resub as well in the Prime. Thank you so much. And Golden Aura for map 3. As we get set. So we'll check if Bjun's ready because he didn't say anywhere. Cool. We're good. Alright, let's get into our action today. As we are live here for the WardiTV Korean Royale. We're also live on YouTube today, so if you're on the YouTube stream, do give the stream a thumbs up. Let more people find the stream. Always very useful. So do check that out. Is this a Surfing Pikachu? It's like a... yeah, I mean, it really is. I'll just show you. It's the new set of Pokemon clothes I grabbed the other week. Some pretty cool stuff. I've been wearing this. I've had this Dragonite hoodie on. You probably saw it yesterday, but didn't really see me like stand up in it or anything. But it was also really freaking cool. And last week I had a dancing Ditto on Wednesday as well. Like, honestly, the new clothes are great. But into StarCraft, as we have got SC2 on the horizon for you all right now. We're going to start off in the bottom left-hand corner of this TVT with the red Terran player. This is Bunny. He battles against the blue Terran. In the top right corner of the map, we have ourselves Bjun. game number 1 of this best of 3 as we get this all set up, rolling, underway. Very excited to bring you guys more WardiTV Korean Royale action and loads of games, loads of SC2. And this tournament brought to you thanks to, obviously, in part, the crowdfunding from the last year's WardiTV Korean Royale kind of crowdfunding efforts, but also put a bit of the WardiTV money in there as well. So if you do end up enjoying the games today, again, do the usual stuff. Follow, subscribe, etc., etc. We'll talk about a bit more about that as we move on through. As we do have a couple of refineries coming up, the barracks is coming down. SCVs are producing. We just wait to see where the next step of this is going to be. Is obviously, so far, the TVT is looking pretty darn mirrored. So the mirror matchup absolutely living up to the mirror matchup for the moment. As the couple of SCVs keep on popping out, going to hop on over into those refineries as well. They're just going to move across over there for now. And look to see a bit more of what is going on. So, yeah, a little bit of just checking it out, a little bit of figuring out what's going on and so on. Just see our depot going to be coming up on the corner. Just going to have our factory coming in as well. Again, a little bit of everything on the way here to get us started. As we get our factory out, orbitals all coming up. Everything is mirrored for the moment. This is a very safe way of playing with the double gas first, getting the factory early. Really kind of no kind of surprises in the grand scheme of things thus far. Everything really does look as it kind of should for the moment. As our Reaper moves out over to the right-hand side, also going to be just trying to peek across and see if it can get up to any mischief at all in the right-hand side here. Again, factory coming up, the Reaper's still building, SCVs are coming through. Command Center starts from Bunny. Cannot imagine Bjun's would be far behind. There it is, also starting, both on the low ground. They've both opened safely enough that they can basically justify a low ground CC. This should not be a complication, this should not be an issue. That should not be something that kind of gets in your way or kind of disrupts you, anything along those lines as a reactor. Drops down on the barracks and the Cyclone still coming up. And that is where we're going to finally diverge. Reactor after 2 Reapers. Reaper Hellion production continuing from Bunny. Obviously, the Cyclone is a difference from Bjun. This is where this TVT does start to take a couple of switches throughout the course of this game. So I'm finally mixing things up a little bit as the starport coming online in just a few moments as well. That's going to be true from both players. So we'll have even further aggression available at that point. So even more options to be aggressive continuing to come through. Reapers will fight and actually do get rid of a Reaper and an SCV. Not a bad start at all. We pull that Reaper back nicely. Now we might get the Hellion as well. We do. We're going to fight this Reaper because then we will clean up. But that was actually a huge deal as Bunny loses out on the Hellion, Reaper, and an SCV. 2 Reapers go down from Bjun. I think Bjun should be fine with this. He's got the Cyclone out, and the Cyclone's biggest fear is usually Reapers. So knocking one of those down is already kind of a very helpful factor to this. This should make this a lot easier for him just in general right now. That should kind of smooth things out as the Cyclone comes through, locks onto that Hellion for just a moment or so, and continues to put a little bit more damage out there for the moment. Cyclone locking on again. Reaper will be chased away. Nothing really allowed just for now, as again, Medevac, Siege Tank, Extra Marines, all the good stuff continuing through for the moment. Our Orbital Command is coming up as well. Let me just get all of this rolling as the double Cyclone from Bjun is going to lift up and start moving across the map. So it's going to be dropping time here as we look to see what we can get done. A couple mules land into the natural. The Hellion going to be moving out as it is. Bunny also moving across. These two are not going to see each other's move outs, so they are going to be hitting each other at the same time. Bunny will have more stuff. Bjun may have more stuff defensively at home because he's only brought the 2 Cyclones across the map. Straight on this natural, Fresh Mule's going to be going down. SCVs just pull into these Cyclones. To Bjun, there should be a sign that he's going to have to just defend on the other side of the map. But he starts to do Marines and SCVs pull. And with the SCVs pulling in as well, I think this is going to be a very clean hold. He took down the tank, and his own tank survives a hit away from death. So Bjun wins out in a major way. He actually did lose a Cyclone there, but he kills more SCVs. He cleans up a larger portion of the army. This was absolutely a victory on the side of Bjun, almost no doubt about it. Well, Bjun gets off to a great start here, as we have the Interference Matrix still coming up, so just bringing this through. Raven on the way out as well, so we get that on the go. Couple of Ravens coming up. Obviously, everyone wants to get Ravens. It's a really useful unit. There's so much utility on them. Matrixes will make and break a lot of the fights that you'll be seeing, so definitely expect that to be a pretty sizable factor as this Raven moves into the main base and actually drops an auto turret down, so a couple of SCVs are going to start getting nabbled at. The map bio unloading now to the corner of the main. We just see all these SCVs still gathering together. A couple of them going down. Raven is going to get locked onto Marines, Cyclone combined, and that's good night, Raven. So Bjun losing out on one of his Ravens super early on. That, of course, is a bit of a shame as well, losing that so soon. I mean, every Raven is so valuable. We talked about a moment ago just how useful they are. That is something you don't want to just let kind of, slip away for no reason at all. So, a little bit of a shame there. As we do still see Stim, a couple more barracks. All of that continuing up as well currently from Bjun. The Vikings are building from Bjun as well, so getting those out. Siege tank pulling through. Marine is on the way. And we have a couple more Vikings just popping out the starboard here from that reactor. And obviously, the more air units we get, the more control we get here as Bunny. Army supplies are similar. Bjun still has a worker lead. He's going to be dropping in as Bunny is mostly out on the map. So, again, Bjun to play defense while having a little bit of a backstab. And Bunny is not ready for the backstab. As we do see one SCV down quickly, the others all pulling away. That's a lot of lost mining time, so that's already economic damage being dealt here. As we see the SCVs going to start turning back around, moving back into this Marine Cyclone force. And there's the lift up just back into the medevac. 6 SCVs, a lot of lost mining time. Actually going to get a few more here as we drop back off. We're just going to say, okay, you know what? This medevac's going to die, but we'll make the most of it. And he is absolutely making the most of it. 12, 13 SCVs. Absolutely huge amounts of damage done here in the early stages. That is massive as the army will return from Bunny back towards the center of the map. A couple of Vikings still moving through. The 1-1, the Stim, all coming up as well. Just be seeing our bio still gathering together. We do have the Ravens, the Vikings. I mean, Bunny kind of has to make a play now, especially after losing those extra workers, and I can only imagine he's waiting on Stim to go for one all-out attempted bust. He's going to have 4 interference matrix, so he can get rid of a lot of those siege tanks if he gets the chance to cast those matrix. That's probably going to be Bunny's road to any chance of victory here, realistically. But there's 5 siege tanks from Bjun. He's got a few Marines that are moving across the map around the left-hand side. He just scanned to see the 3rd CC is building on location, so that's something which Bjun has ahead already. That 3rd CC finished up in the main base is obviously a sizable factor as well. Also important to note. As we do have the medevac just lingering around. Vikings going to get rid of that already, so that's a nice catch. Bjun starting off strong here, as we do see Marine, Tank, Viking all on the ground, ready to go. I mean, Bunny's going to be forced to be even more, and as Bjun just wanders across the map, having fun with this game at the moment is Bjun, it would seem, as he just comes through. 20 SCVs killed. All of these tanks are going to get sieged up, and to be fair, the siege position was okay, but Bjun just has so much he can kind of bust through it with. That's going to be no problem at all. Game 1 goes to Bjun as he opens the scoring here with a 1-0 advantage. So Bjun opens the day up with a map win, and we'll head into a game number 2 of this in just a couple of moments as we continue our way through today's games of SC2 in the WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3. Very, very exciting. Alright, second map going to be Amphion. Put the lobby link down, get everyone in here. Ready. Move everyone about a little bit. I'm trying to remember how many castles you had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seems good to me. Looks good to me as well. Okay, let's start up into game number 2. As we get this underway. Heading into Amphion. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Just as we get games hosted up. Bjun leads the series 1-0. Heading into map 2 here in just a sec. Get this underway. Thank you so much, Kalof, for the 35-month resub as well. Appreciate all the resubs, guys. Hope you're all having fantastic times. Thank you for joining and supporting some WardiTV Korean Royale action as we get ourselves up and rolling into another round of it. We do have our blue Terran in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion. Leading 1-0 right now is going to be Bjun. Top left-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Bunny. Game number 2 on Amphion. Interesting map, Amphion. Kind of excited to see what sort of a situation we might have arising. Beyond bottom left, Bunny upper left. Obviously, close by air distance. A lot of interesting expansion patterns that can come about on this map. It's definitely been seen in the past as well. So, very intrigued as to how this whole thing might start looking. As we just have the refineries finishing up in the next couple of moments. And the barracks and the gases coming through as well. River coming up, orbital coming through on both sides. We just see ourselves the depot coming in from each player. Obviously nothing really too crazy yet. Last game started off in a very similar manner of just double gassing and kind of figuring it all out from there. So see what happens now as we just see that CV coming over, Reaper coming about. Nothing too crazy. Obviously Reaper's early. Gonna create some map control. Move about a little bit. Factory coming up on both sides. And Reaper just chilling on the ramp for the moment. Command center does drop down from Bunny in location, so he's gonna expand a little bit sooner than his opponent. It's gonna be Bunny trying to take the edge there right from the get-go. If it comes down over the side, we will see our Hellion, couple Reapers continue to move about. And the Cyclone coming up as well. Rallying going to show up from Bunny, so he's going to get a little bit aggressive movement of this ram grabs an SCV building on that command center. It just got finished up, fortunately, in the defense. It's okay from Bjun. He'll push this back, and with the Cyclone, looks like he's going to immediately move out a counter. Bunny goes running with those units to the bottom right. Bjun might have actually had a very good time if he went up across the map, but doesn't push his luck too far. I guess it's a little bit of an unknown, because if those units came back in, he might then take a bunch of damage himself. He doesn't know what the reinforcement lines look like from his opponent on the other side as well, so there's a lot of reasons to be a little bit cautious and skeptical about your approach on that one. Medevac begins to unload into this base, and we will see some damage done. So that's why Bjun pulled back, because he had the Medevac popping. So his attack was likely to be more effective with the Medevac than with that one. That makes a lot of sense. He's now just load up and move out over to the left-hand side. Raven's still coming through here. Siege tanks coming up. Marines are on the way. Starport still just chilling. Interference Matrix coming through too. As we have ourselves the full setup just continuing to get established here. For the moment, these few units in the corner from Bjun are going to begin to make their way across. And then walk into siege tank range. He needs to be careful of a second shot. I was going to say, I was expecting him to pick up already, and he just did it extremely slowly. So he loses the Cyclone, loses a Marine. Mistake is made right from the get-go there. Couple Reapers pulling all the way around, and Bunny might try and utilize those at some point to try and find some further damage. As 2 more Medivacs pop, potential to just take all these tanks and Marines across the map and just go drop with them is obviously there, and I think that is the idea from Bjun as he collects everything together. So we load up and away we go. CC already moving across onto the third base location. Ellie and the 2 Reapers continue to chase this Reaper down as well. We're going to be able to nab a kill on that one. And the Medivacs making their way across. Bjun is going to be into that upper left, into that main base in the next couple of moments, just getting that all sorted. Getting up into this main, so this drop comes through. And it's the main base we go. There's only really a Cyclone position. That's not going to stop you. Not for the moment, at least, as we do have the couple of Marines will take some damage as well, so a few shots coming about. Viking will also land here and just try to help, as the position from Bjun definitely looking good so far. Just going to see the few SCVs pulling across in response to this. And that SCV response is just going to allow you to kind of push this back. And whoa, we caught some Matrixes as well. Bunny going to get a huge cleanup. Got a Medivac there, going to find another one, and perhaps another as well. I mean, them 2 Marines are not scary enough, and these Vikings just feasting over there. Super hops up, just going to see how our Ravens and Vikings continue to move about. People are still firing away. I'm just going to be hitting that mule for a little bit of extra damage as well. So far. Well, the supplies come out at fairly even points. It's actually Bjun still ahead by a few workers. Bunny will take the army advantage. However, Bjun will pull his third base over to the left-hand side instead of that right side, as Bunny's third is morphing into an orbital on location already on the 12 o'clock. We're going to see different expansion patterns now, as this might just be a more defensive position that Bjun is taking, one that he doesn't think Bunny's going to push onto as soon, and he's not wrong. If he took that third base on the south, that would have been sieged in the next couple of moments here already, so I think it's actually a very good choice to pull this CC out over the left-hand side instead. This Marine tank continues to gather up here. The Reaper as well. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, all still producing through from Bjun. And those are things you do not see yet from Bunny. So Bjun continuing to establish a pretty sizable advantage for himself thus far. Continue to put himself just into a better and better spot. James Matrix goes down. Raven is going to catch that siege tank, which will get picked off here as well. Now these other few tanks are going to siege, and we are going to pick our way through this refinery. So refinery will take some shots going down in Bunny's position, looking decent. Going to get some SCVs as well. Being able to pick his way through this so far, so good. As you do see another couple of reactors coming down. Missile turrets are building on the side of Bunny as he gets his defenses set up. If he is going to have a successful siege here, missile turrets on the other side is a very smart way to play, because you know Bjun will try and find a counterattack or a way back into it, right? So this really kind of disables Bjun's ability to kind of counterattack and find a way back into a game, which he is in fact currently losing. So I think that's actually a cool way of looking at this as of right now. Marines and tanks still moving up. The Vikings and the Ravens there move over. Marines are still chilling out as we have the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue to build up. There's still going to be that upgrade timing window for Bjun with the 1-1, and obviously that would lead into 2-2, but he forgot his armory, so that's delayed. So that's already a big plus towards Bunny, that he can now play a bit of catch-up on the upgrades. In fact, that's a huge break that you're going to catch there. That's going to make your life a whole lot easier than it was going to be otherwise. The Medivac's still loaded up and moving back down to the south side of the map. Armory will finish shortly. A couple more refineries still building. Medivacs and Marines coming through on the side of Bjun as well. As these Medivacs need to be careful. Bjun is about to fly into a Bunny trap. No, the Vikings, they just moved away! No! There is, in fact, going to be the missile turrets, though, and a few Marines stimming after as well. We're still going to kill the majority of this drop without much happening. The only thing that Bjun will get from this is potentially position. He does get a siege tank in the main. I was going to say maybe positioning, but Bunny is set up defensively on his own third, so no opening found there for Bjun. He is not able to do anything about that just yet. And the 2-2 upgrade starting already from Bjun as well, so we get the 2-2 on the way. 1-1 continues up from Bunny as we speak. A few more Marines will be popping out of these Medivacs. And if Bjun's been obviously expanding up this left-hand side, that's not going to last long if Bunny starts putting the pressure in this direction. I think that's one of the problems that Bjun is going to be, essentially yet to face, is that this position is not super easily defended. Because it's super easy for Bunny to get here, basically, as now Bjun's Viking count is going to get caught. We lose only 2 of them, honestly. It was not that bad for the situation. Really felt like that was going to be quite a lot worse. Marine tank pulling back over towards the left-hand side. And now Bjun loads up a big round of medevacs once again. Bunny's still yet to move towards his 4th base. It'll be interesting to see where he goes for 4th base. There's definitely kind of a question mark up in the skies at the moment, so that's one thing to be asking as medevacs make their way over to the right. Bjun does drop the 4th down where Bunny's 3rd is, so on the 6 o'clock essentially. It's on the other side of the map, obviously, as we're actually going to see the Viking charge to lead into this position. He wants to get another drop going here. He does still have other units coming across as well, so it looks as though we are going to try and make something of this. Yeah, I mean, we're going to just auto turrets and let the medevacs fly on by into the main. Oh, I actually don't hate that at all. That's actually very nice, and we do see Bjun having to run back to deal with it. So Bunny's aggression definitely working out so far. We're going to see the SCVs instantly pull to repair the engineering bays. Obviously, you got to respect the engineering bay upgrades. You do not want to be losing those. Bjun still maintains a 2-2 lead. Doesn't want to give up that lead. That's one of the things he could still maybe utilize. However, with all the Marines moving across towards the main, we do get the Matrixes off here on the 3rd base. SCVs had to be pulled again. And we'll actually stop and kill some of those SCVs after already getting rid of 3 siege tanks. As Bjun is getting bullied here in game number 2. Bunny absolutely taking this game by the horns and steering it in the direction that favors him. Raven's out of energy but still alive, so they can begin to regenerate and go once more. Another couple scans, just moving about as well. Still got Marine tank coming around. It's 2-2, plus 1 vehicle weapons, and the rest of it all comes about and online. Couple missile turrets coming in. Marine tank is going to go through and pick away at those rocks. That's opening up the map. Bjun's actually going to get a dive into this army. I was going to say maybe he could have grabbed a tank and then gotten out before Bunny turned, but that just did not present itself, as we actually see the base of Bunny top right might now be in trouble. His 4th base flying across, going to get dropped by all those units that were set to drop for a while. And Bunny going to move into this position. He's going to take out all the tanks. Border turret going to try and clear the way to make it a little bit of an easier time as well. Just trying to make the absolute most of this here currently, as the Marines on the other side have now forced the 3rd base to lift, so this is becoming a problem where Bunny is taking a lot more serious damage than Bjun is. I mean, Bunny's down to just 2 bases right now, and he is kind of getting halted. Bjun has that bottom side 6 o'clock location up and running as well. I mean, he might end up losing this position because the siege tank count is obviously a problem. But it's taking Bunny so long, I wonder if Bjun can kind of scrap something else from this still and try and lift up this orbital and go running for the moment. There's a lot of Marines on the map, and they're setting up to come from the right-hand side. Maybe a bunch of those Marines come in at the same time as from the left, and then we just have this kind of pincer movement and we try and make a play there. Could be part of the plan, could be part of how this all pans out, as we are going to see. Here we go. SCVs coming with that army on that left-hand side. Tanks are going to try and cover, but it is a 360 surround from Bjun. He's horribly behind in supply going into this fight, but he is going to get the cleanup. Reinforcements from Bunny were moments away from coming through and joining in and being able to kind of be part of this. We're going to continue fighting here once more, as we are just not done yet. We are going to keep it going as long as we can. Medevacs load up. Obviously, Bunny's reinforcements are just going to be very, very high in numbers. He kept a lot of them back because he was waiting for units to show up, and as he drops into the main, not sure there's going to be a good response to this realistically from Bjun. I mean, the position for Bunny isn't super pretty, but as units start to run through the choke, it becomes a lot better. I was just a little bit worried that he was a little bit clumped up himself, but that's going to be all good. Bunny is going to tie this series. We're going to go 1-1, and we're going to go to a Game 3 and have every first matchup today in the WardiTV Korean Royale Game 3. Coming up then, I believe it was Golden Aura for game number 3, so we'll just get that started straight away. Big map coming through, as the start of our StarCraft today has definitely been pretty darn good. Let's hope Golden Aura delivers for the TVT as well. Love seeing Bunny able to take control of the game there as well. Obviously, this is the first match these two are playing in the Korean Royale. This is the first day where Group B games were played yesterday. We had day number 1 of Group A, so definitely a little bit of something going on there. Just in case you weren't tracking yesterday, there is already some matches played from Group A. And we'll be here also again tomorrow, Thursday, and then Friday for a couple more days of action, continuing this first week of the Korean Royale. Missing one caster, otherwise we are going to click the start button on this game. Both players are ready, so let's send this one off. Bjun Bunny game number 3. And yeah, loads of great matches coming up. Bjun DRG will follow this one. We're going to have a selection of players from Rainor Gym, Creator Soul, even another Bunny series a bit later on today as well with Bunny vs Gym. I just don't know what I was thinking when I set this bracket up like that. There was probably something that made sense scheduling wise, because the schedules are a little bit funky because a bunch of people are traveling to China for Stars War, and there's just a lot going on in general. So there's a few different things to schedule around. So we have got ourselves on the top left-hand side the Red Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. This is Bjun. Taking on the Blue Terran in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Bunny. So game number 3 gets to a start here on Golden Aura. Let's see where we are going as we have Binary coming up. There's going to be a second gas here. Next couple of moments. Just getting a few little bits and pieces up and rolling in the early stages of this one. Gonna drop down our CC in a moment, so Bjun is gonna be the one to mix up the build orders from this, you know, double gas factory play to actually go one gas expansion. He puts down his CC as Bunny puts down the factory off the double gas once more, so Bunny gonna stick with the same part of the plant. Get all of that coming through here. Again, factory's coming up on both sides, and we just get ourselves settled in for the moment. It becomes out down the low ground. And everything just settles in for a few moments. Factory will swap over to the reactor. Barracks is going to move off of said reactor as well. Just get ourselves the tech lab coming through. Starport building on both sides still. Reaper is continuing to move about here. Moving across to the upper left. Now Reaper going to attack other Reapers. So Reapers will engage in. Going to be a pick on the Reaper there. So only losing out a Reaper early. As the orbital command, the starport, both of these continue into action. A couple of Hellions in production too, so again, just a little bit of everything on the way, nothing too wild or wonderful just yet. Siege tank Marines building up as well. Command center about to finish from Bunny. A couple of SCVs are going to pop over. Yeah, just going to come in and nibble at that mineral line as well. It's just playing a little bit of cleanup for the moment. Raven is coming out with Interference Matrix starring. Obviously, Bunny. A little bit more of an aggressive setup, which makes sense because he was the slower to expand. So a set of units here from Bunny that have more chance to get across the map and maybe do something. The medevac, the tank, Marines. Whereas Bjun plays the units which, you know, typically are going to be better in the long run. The Raven, for example. And actually, a lot of Hellions will help a lot against kind of some of the initial kind of, if it was Reaper Hellion pressure or so. Against the siege tank, it'll be interesting to see if we can find much with these Hellions. They just don't do a lot of damage to a tank, but that doesn't mean that they can't eventually get rid of a siege tank should the correct situation arise. So, possibilities, possibilities. Tank still building up here on the side of Bjun. The Raven coming through. Interference Matrix is going to be finishing shortly, and more Marines are still popping out. The medevac of Bunny is on its move across the map. It's actually empty, so he's not going to bring anything over. Definitely a surprise for me. Definitely thought he was ready to kind of bring the tank and get aggressive, but he's just going to sit with the 1 or 2 SCV deficit and say, not going to force anything just yet. He's building Vikings after not going into any Ravens, so looking to take air control so soon. 4th gas as well. I almost do wonder if there still is kind of aggressive intentions here from Bunny. It's just going to be one larger push with, you know, Viking tank, air control established, and just kind of going from there as we have got the Hellions continue to move about. The Reaper and the Marines come over. Hellions are going to greet the first few units, though. We'll get the Reaper, the Marine, and a couple of other forces here as well. Now these Hellions pull back up out into the center. The tank, the Marines, the Cyclone continue to come over. Getting sieged up. Starport still coming in, by the way, on the natural as well. And a few Hellions trying to get forward, but they get blasted by a tank. I mean, the Hellions will not do too much in this defense. So they're going to, what, try and dive by? Would honestly probably be their best port of call right now. Just kind of dive by and try and get past this army for a few workers. Bjun does have triple Raven. Obviously, that's huge if you can get the spells casted with them. The Vikings will try and pick away at those. That's going to be part of the dance that we're seeing here as Bunny gets sieged. The Liberator now in production. Second Starport was added onto this to create this fully offensive 2-base push. Again, really looking to dominate in terms of air control in the skies. Oh, I like this with the tanks. Going to get in range to be able to target down Stim, but he's going to get the react on the Starport too. That's a huge start. Getting the react on the Starport's massive. I actually think, oh, tech lab on the factory is kind of a big deal too. We've got time to get Stim, honestly. We're not in a rush for that part. Whoa, they are going to go for the little bit of a breakout here. Tanks do unsiege. But hey, we got the reactor, we got the tech lab. That slows down a lot of Bjun's production. This puts Bjun in a pretty scary position as Golden Aura being used against Bjun so far. The build order choice of Bunny has been very good to try and take advantage up until this point. The Vikings and the Ravens going to gather up as the few SCVs pull in. We have ourselves the workers just trying to get everything back up to good HP. But here is the Liberator showing up, and this will start to force tanks even further back. And this is where, as Bjun, at some point, you just have to make a play out of here. That's what the Ravens are good for, matrixing and creating that opportunity. But you absolutely need to find an opportunity at some point. This was actually going to be the auto turrets dropping down, so we're going to try and clean the Liberator out with that. And we actually do get rid of a lot of the Vikings. Air control lost from Bunny. Huge move out there from Bjun, utilizing their auto turrets and getting a bunch of the Vikings. This drops Bunny down to 2 Vikings down. Now, Bjun is building 2 starports behind this, so he should never lose air control from here. That's Bjun's logic. And if he never loses air control from here, he might just be in with a shot at keeping himself alive in this game and in this series overall. Because obviously, this is game 3. You lose this one, and you are done for. And Bjun still has one of the Ravens alive as well, which I think is pretty critical because obviously we did see some Ravens getting shot down. During that, if you lost all of your Ravens, this could have been a much worse situation, a much more painful one. SCVs will finish repairing up a couple of tanks as Bunny holds back with the Vikings. Don't mind that, but you can see Bjun, more Vikings, and also the Liberator on the way too, so absolutely committing into this setup. Getting additional barracks on the way, but Bunny's ready to transition out. He's just going to say, okay, I'm going to back it up. Factory's coming through. Going to play mech behind this with a 3rd CC building on location. Or is he? He's actually going to go for an aggressive siege forward. SCVs are going to pull from Bjun then. He just knows he needs to defend this right now. He can't afford this to go wrong. He's going to lose so many SCVs. He's going to lose more as they try to run away. Well, Bjun loses a ton of workers. Bunny loses a bunch of army, but comes out with an army lead. I think that was actually a good move from Bunny, only because I think Bjun didn't defend it very well. I think Bjun kind of pulling SCVs there was not dumb, but then pulling... I mean, I guess you had to pull SCVs, but did you in a way? Like, maybe it would have just been fine without pulling the SCVs? That's actually a really hard one to call. I don't know if Bjun misdefended that or if it was just a brilliant play from Bunny that was hard for Bjun to defend at all. That was a... that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal, as we do have Vikings still lingering up in the skies. The E11 upgrades continue through. tank, Vikings all coming up. Additional Marines are producing as well. We'll drop a couple of scans in here. Keep on top of everything else that's happening as the army comes over. Tank, Marine, Viking, Liberator. Vikings trying to shoot. Marines are going to fight back. Liberator will move forwards and siege onto these couple of tanks, so push those away a little bit as well. 11 SCVs gone down from Bunny. Sorry. Messing out a little bit as our Vikings continue to sit tight over here. A couple more shots back, and the Vikings going to use the Liberator to push the tanks back, and again, to create this space, and that's exactly what you're looking for, to create this space in towards your opponent's army. And let's just see our Vikings still firing up on one another. This is going to be a straight-up trade-out on Vikings. Players whacking away at one another here. A couple more Vikings showing up. This Liberator backed off. Can keep the Lib alive, allows you to bring it back in later as we do just continue to trade. We're actually going to use the Lib as a bit of splash now, and even maybe to tank a shot or two to try and win the Viking war. Bunny maintaining position. Again, playing mech behind this. He's got the extra factories up. We do see 2 more siege tanks just on the way at the moment, so bringing all of that through. And now double armory as well, as you'll start to even think about upgrades the deeper that this game gets. Marines load back into the medevac. We move over to the left-hand side. Bunny pulls everything back down to the south. So he'll reset himself down over here. And this game on Golden Aura will absolutely move on. Club's building on this barracks. We do have this orbital going to move across. SCVs wanting to come over. They are going to go and put some repair in action onto this Liberator. That's going to be Bjun to start moving now. We'll see if he can actually have any sort of option to break through a mech force. It's going to be very tank heavy. It's going to be very difficult to move through. I think that much is kind of known for sure. Figure this out in a couple of moments. Like this as well. A couple of medevacs peeled to the side. The Vikings are over here. I like the idea of Bjun maybe just trying to find some openings, do something different. Actually, a little drop of Bunny. Obviously, doesn't have bio as kind of the long-term plan here, but is able to make use of it a little bit. That's a few SCVs, and there's a lot of mining, to be fair. And if he target fired with these Marines, he might find himself a depot. As we do also have a Liberator in the main base, getting a few kills. Yeah, honestly, really not bad. Forces the entire army to come back. I mean, that's just extremely annoying. That's a really frustrating situation, no doubt. Let's just have the Infiltrating Ignite still coming up. 8 SCVs have gone down. Extra Vikings, Cyclones, and tanks all continue to drop as well. Couple Vikings move over. And the medevacs are going to be able to slip by all. Oh my god, there's so many Vikings there. It's so frustrating. Literally so many Vikings here, and we're just going to let these medevacs in. That is an absolute disaster. We're going to have to land the Vikings, but it's obviously going to be just a little bit more expensive than it ever needed to be. In the end, we lose 8 SCVs as well, so beyond able to find something out of a vast emptiness. I mean, there's not meant to be anything available at all for him in that one. Well, Cyclone still building through, the army collecting in the center of the map. Armory about to be done. Medevac Viking production is still coming through from Bjun, who again, his biggest problem right now is the fact he is playing bio. Against mech, bio is not always going to be the strongest of comps. That's the TLDR of this. They have some issues there as the army sits tight in the center. Missile turret coming up off to the sides. Hurricane engines building on the factory. Liberator going to siege in the mineral line, and a few SCVs got chased away. The Vikings are going to show up with the Cyclone. Going to clean this up quickly at least. A few more Marines dropping down, and they will be still holding the middle of the map. Not sure how much Bunny is looking to try and rush out here, though. Moves up the left-hand side. To be fair, Bunny is nigh on going, you know, on the verge of maxing, so kind of is the time to kind of push a little bit as we actually force the tanks to unsiege, and we are going to have a little bit of a chase here. Bjun darts in on the other side, though, and he is going to come straight through, looking to deliver a punch, and absolutely looking to whack away. Only gets a couple SCVs, though, again, well handled by Bunny. Bunny doing a pretty darn good job overall of making sure not too much comes out of this. Forwards once again, we just see the Vikings continue to get struck down. The Cyclone's coming through as well. Another tank taking a few more shots of damage. Well, again, SCVs are going down the other side because Bjun is just going to go for the counterattack. So these two continue to trade with one another, going one way then the other. Now Medivacs load up into the main base, so making a bit of a play. And due to vehicle upgrades continue to come through, and something which if Bunny can get there, then brilliant. He is on the other side of the map. This is turned into a bit of a base trade, but Bjun doesn't have that much life left in the base trade. He only has these few units which are being cleaned up by Cyclones. I don't think he's holding his army off on the other side of the map either. I think he's absolutely Bjun in a whole bunch of trouble right now. I think he is going to be seeing issues right here. As, yeah, this army of Bunny just keeps on pushing, and it is not going to be stopped just yet. It is just going to keep coming. Tanks firing away. Debo taking damage. Bio taking some hits as well. Medivac in the main is pretty much going to be cleaned out, and that's going to give Bjun really nothing to play for on this side of the map any longer. Extra libs coming through. The Cyclone producing SCVs are now coming out as well, so we bring all of those up. 2 vehicle upgrades coming about as well. 10 SCVs going down from Bjun as Bunny. I mean, he just has such a large army supply, right? As he is going to try to get dropped on a little bit. Bjun tries to make something of this, but it ain't happening. Bunny is good to take the first series of the day on the Korean Royale. 2-1 over Bjun. Invites, by the way. So Bunny was also a player that missed qualifying and took an invite. Yesterday, Ryung was the same, and he took a series off of Cure. So our invited players are absolutely showing up a little bit. As up next for us, it is going to be Bjun versus DRG. So we're going to get that one ready to go in just a few. I'll get that all set up for you guys. So we'll get this rolling in just a couple. Just got to get a couple different set of videos started up. So get that all started. Again, if you're enjoying the stream today, do consider hitting that follow button. And watch it on YouTube. Again, give the stream a thumbs up. Give it that little bit of a like. It always helps a whole bunch if you do so. And yeah, appreciate it if you do. And let me know if you're around. Let me know if you're watching over on the YouTube stream as well. Again, been doing this every Wednesday lately. We're probably going to do another one on Friday. Not tomorrow, because GSL's on tomorrow, so I think that actually might impact it a little bit. But actually going to try and maybe do another one on Friday as well for another day of the Korean Royale. So keep your eyes open for that as we just wait for everyone to come and veto through so we have more action to bring you. And our second match of the day, like I said, it's going to be Bjun DRG up next. Then we're going to have Rainor versus Jim and Rainor versus Creator coming through. It's going to be a fun set of games as we make our way through the action today. Alrighty. Just waiting for videos then, guys. Couple moments to get this sorted out. Got Guy in the chat up at 5 AM in Canada to watch. Hell yeah. Dedication here at 5 AM. Remember the days I used to get up at 5 AM to watch StarCraft. Back in the good old days. Well, there wasn't actually really that many times that you had to get up at 5 AM for StarCraft because in my time zone at least there wasn't much on at 5 AM. There's a couple of times like through the middle of the night some like Asian tournament would start at like 3 or 4 AM my time, so I'd have to be up and casting that, but it was definitely a one of the less likely times I ended up streaming, I guess. It'd be more typical to end up casting until 3 or 4 AM if I was doing something like American based. We don't really do that much anymore. We're a daytime streamer now, you know. We're all about the daytime, the 9 till 5. Alrighty. Well, videos coming through. Golden Aura Dynasty, Site Delta, Alcyone, Post Youth. One more video from DRG and we should be good to go. And to this next one. Haven't even went to sleep yet. It's almost 7 for you. Beautiful. See, that's the lifestyle. Where do I live? I am in the UK. Beautiful, sunny England. Actually was sunny a little bit this week. Once. It's starting to be a bit cloudy and rainy again, but you know, we had like 4 or 5 days of sunshine. It's our annual allowance, apparently. Ghost River here for Bjun DRG, guys. Lobby is coming up. If I can type the command correctly to give everyone the link, we'll get them in. We'll be able to start this hopefully in just a couple of moments. Sunny, it's been roasting. I wouldn't say it was roasting. It was like, well, I guess it depends where you are. It was just about breaking 20 degrees where I was. So, no, it was sunny. I think roasting's a bit of a stretch still. Like I say, maybe it was hotter down south. Ready, go goes. Hit 27 for you. Yeah, that's a little bit more roasty. Almost midnight over in New Zealand. Hell yeah. Also cool to see everyone tuning in from around the world. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. Be your host for the night or the morning or whatever time of day maybe for you guys as we get ourselves going into Ghost River. So our second series of the day is going to feature Terran versus Zerg, Bjun versus DRG. In the top right hand side, the red Zerg player to start this one off is going to be DRG. And in the top left, our blue Terran. Give it up for Bjun from the Shopify Rebellion, looking to recover from his first loss of the tournament. See if he can pick one up here in this versus DRG match. You're in Texas, so roast is all you got. Gonna be in Texas myself in a couple of weeks. I think it's 2 weeks today I fly. Dallas really snuck up on us, huh? How did that happen? How did that happen? I swear these tournaments just keep coming out of nowhere. I understand we had the whole online regional part of it, right? But like, I feel like we really just finished that. We're just settling down. It's like, by the way, Dallas is like now. You're like, wait, what? It's now already? How? Makes no sense. Overlord is making its way through the top side of the map, heading to the upper left-hand corner. And it's otherwise going to be a fairly peaceful first couple of minutes of the game here. Nothing too substantial or crazy just yet. Am I working? Am I going as a fan? I will be casting. I'm very excited because obviously I missed out last DreamHack, which was in Atlanta. So hoping the Texas crowd is just as loud and passionate as the Atlanta crowd has been in the last couple of years. The Atlanta crowd is becoming a thing of legend in StarCraft 2. Was DRG placed in anything this year? Great question. I feel like not really. He was in a GSL, no? Was he in GSL last year? I was honestly kind of a difficult player to remember. I wouldn't say he's really had like a standout year. I think he's in GSL next week, so he's in GSL, but in terms of actually like seeing a result or anything, I do not think he's really been like big compared to, I mean, I don't even think he took part. What did he really take part in so far this year, right? Like, it's weird because there's so many tournaments, but it's like, you ask what people have played, and it's like, well, DRG played in GSL, question mark? It's like, if you don't play, other than GSL, what else is there to really play or place in? I guess online tournaments, but even there, you're more limited. He's in GSL tomorrow? Yes, that's it. Not next week. I knew this because I was just telling someone about why we can't play certain games tomorrow for the Korean Royale with these guys in GSL. I knew it was getting ahead of myself. Yeah. A bunch of the guys you'll see playing today, playing GSL tomorrow. In fact, these two will be in the same GSL group tomorrow. And it makes this a little bit of an awkward match, right? Thing is, Bjun plays so many different styles of openings and stuff that I'm not sure he's really too afraid of doing things a little bit differently, and I'm sure he has something very specific planned for GSL that he'll just not really draw us close to in this one. So, yeah. Gone are the days where the majority of players seem to care about playing and stuff the day before GSL. Maybe the day before, but like, you know, in the past everyone would be like, whoa, 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 I have GSL this week, I can't play any matches anywhere. Now it's like the night before GSL and everyone's playing and no one's really bothered, you know? Like the day before, maybe you're prepping, you want to focus on your prep, but it's a different landscape out there right now. There's the Viking. Not going to catch this Overlord and is going to be able to nab that early on, so Overlord will go down. As the stim pack comes up, the reactor is still building. Get ourselves all fully underway for the moment. And the Vikings still moving across also. A few Hellions gathering in the center of the map, and a couple of Evolution Chambers will also be on the way in, as our Viking will go after the Overlord. Hellions and the Reaper will poke at the front. Queens will be taking some damage. We just go to try and put in a few shots here and there. Again, Evo Chambers coming about, the racks and the Engineering Bays all coming up. Stim packs over halfway done already. Very biocentric out of Bjun, just 4 Hellion. Actually, you did go 6 Hellions, but 6 Hellions straight into the barracks. All the extra barracks finishing up now, so he's going to be well set to start being aggressive as Marines truly take to the stage. It's obviously a step in the right direction. Playing still nibbling at the set of rocks there, so again just opening that up a little bit too. Opening the rocks is honestly not a bad thing for the Zerg, because just having more space to set up your fights and run into fights with as the Zerg is typically going to be something very, very good for you as those Lings continue to play the nibbling game. Marines and Hellions pulling back over the left-hand side. Reaper as well. We still also have ourselves 1-1 upgrades coming about. The Baneling Nest is coming through. Flare is coming up as well, as our Queens will just be there to keep pushing the Viking away. And for the moment, the Viking is going to be shoved on out of the fight. One more creep teamer gets picked off. Rocks are going to be falling. And those couple of reactors coming through, the 1-1 upgrades, combat shield. When you see that upgrades finishing, that's when Bjun is going to amp up the pressure a little bit. Now we are going to see the lab about to finish up as well. It'll give you the option to obviously start at Balin speed, for example. This mission immediately what we see. That's pretty much the main thing. It's also going to be access to that 2-2, so it obviously is fairly darn important. As Hellions keep coming about. Just for the moment here. And melee upgrades, that Balin speed, all coming about right now. Just getting ourselves set up as a couple medevacs keep on whacking on away. I mean, still unloading. A few Lings are going to run across. A few Banes are going to waddle on forward as well. Marines will just load up here into those medevacs. Going to slip away for the moment. Just going to be able to cycle out of there as the rest of these Hellions come through to get rid of a little bit of creep spread in the center. And Bjun going to be able to stay very active for the moment, at least continue to punch through on the front door and just try and create a couple of additional openings. So again, trying to find as much as possible. And the speed is about to finish up, the 2-2 upgrades, Infestation Pit, all of that continues about. And the Sling Bane in the bottom right, hanging around there as the Marines will stim up and fight onto some Lings. I mean, target fires the Banes. That's not even really impressive target fire, to be honest. Off creep, the Banes were a mile away. There was even Lings blocking them. It's just a warm-up almost for Bjun to do more impressive things later in the matchup, as we do see these Marines just going to have to lift up once again as DRG runs across here to start dealing with this. Powerful push from Bjun because he's got a few Hellbats to buffer up this arm, which means you're a little bit bulkier, you're a little bit tankier. Those Hellbats can absorb some shots and deal a little bit of splash. You can definitely create some issues you might not typically see being a problem. As we will see the tank sieging up, Banes are still crashing into the Marines and the Hellbats. Medivacs continue to put in a little bit of healing as the creep tumors do keep on getting knocked down, so damage still being done across the board. Finishing shortly from DRG. That's going to be a little bit of a time window where he'll have 2-2 and, you know, Bjun does not. So that could be a possibility. Something we could try and take an advantage of. Ling Bane comes over, running into this left-hand side. Marine's going to have to stem backwards. Actually going to get a little bit surrounded here as these Banes will continue to crash through. 11, 15 SCVs. Great attack in from DRG. And DRG, when he plays ZVT and he gets to play Ling Bane, the ZVT looks so freaking good. It's crazy. It's crazy how good it starts to look for him. So, like, he's just so good at this matchup, and it's wild that the matchup he's so good at is the one that's just so mechanically focused. His mechanics are absolutely there, as you can see him right now, just powering through, and this army is not really standing too much of a chance. This is looking very, very comfortable here from DRG, who just pounces on a Bjun. He was set up to be aggressive and is now just being told, no, aggression was not meant to be yours today. This is really looking as though we are just going to be having ourselves maybe not a win right now. Depends if DRG can obviously break through next couple of moments or not. But in general, just DRG looking very, very strong. So definitely a factor to consider. Also just have Ultra Cavern now on the way up. +3 melee, +3 carapace, adrenal glands. All the things that are just going to make DRG even better in this game. Continue to build. It's only getting better and better and better and better and better, apparently. It's only getting better and better. As crazy as that may seem. Playing Bane Overseer. Coming about. And Bjun is just 150 supply. Bjun might be able to just sort of turtle up. That's one of Bjun's special moves. Turtle. He really can slow games down in a big way when it comes to TVZ. It's actually one of the things I think Bjun is very impressive at. He plays such a fast-paced, quick, micro-focused game, but he's so easily able to turn it into like a, oh, I'm going to sit back, chill out, hang around a little bit. Not actually not much of a, you know, a mood to make much pressure happen. You see a few more Banes morphing. The Lings are going to come around. Just going to go towards the set of rocks here and open up this pathway. Engines drop in. That's going to be Ling Bane moving over. Widowmine shot is good for a few Zerglings there. The Sense Tower knocked down as well. See a big fight in. A couple of Viper Blinding Clouds just being used to, well, make it so that the Bio can't stutter step easily. If you stutter step in the Blinding Clouds, you kind of move back forwards into the army. And obviously, if you're stepping forwards into Banelings, that does not bode well for you. DRG will crash into this fourth base. And that's one of the things you just want to keep on doing as DRG. If you can just keep that fourth base killed, you more or less can just throw units at your opponent, because Bjun should not be able to kind of keep up with that. Now, that said, if you throw away too many units, obviously you're in trouble as DRG, but that's why you've got a goal. As long as you take down the fourth base every time you throw units at Bjun right now, I genuinely think you end up in an okay enough position to just kind of be like, you know, just shrug it off and be like, okay, cool. On we go. Spire starts from DRG, so later game Spire coming up as he will work his way towards probably Gut Corruptors As Ghost and the Turtle in general starts up, Corruptors to break through. Liberator lines would be nice. And potentially even just Broodlords could be a factor as well. Could be something else we see ourselves move towards here as DRG. So possibilities definitely abound. As our Vikings gather up. Bane Ultra set up in the center, plus 3 attack coming through. Tanks, Liberator all building. Orbital Command and CC coming up. Here we go with a couple of Ultras on different sides. We're going to see some snipers breaking in. The Banelings are going to crash forward. Medivacs will just have to go lifting here, and we are going to be seeing... I mean, the Ultra's definitely doing a lot of work tanking, but just need these Ultras to get on top of some of these tanks, clean those up, and the Banes would have had a better time. As Bjun's supply drops heavily. 116 new Zerglings in production. This base is not a planetary yet. Would have been nice to just have a few Lings on this location, kill off even more STVs during this, but it's hard to criticize DRG when he's coming out with such a large supply advantage. Still money in the bank as well. 91 drones are putting in the work. They're continuously mining, producing, and allowing DRG to just go, go, go. And DRG is getting such good control of this game. I would not even hate it if you put a you put a hatchery down on Bjun's side of the map, like on the forward base of Bjun. In the bottom left, like this one here, my mouse is on right now on the minimap. That one there, I think, would actually be a really good base to just put a base on. Because he's got so much control, Bjun probably can't deny it. And that's the kind of base where if you just mine a little bit from, it's going to be even tougher for Bjun. You're going to force him to have to trade even better than he already is because, well, then you're taking minerals away from him that he's meant to have for himself. It's the only concern about Ghost River. On other maps, the Zerg will always have a base they can steal. This map doesn't come with that stealable base very easily, so if you get the option to steal a base, then take it. And like I said, I feel like that option might be there right now, as though, that might actually be slowing down a little bit, just as Lings continue to run through. I was going to say maybe we actually do have DRG stuttering, just because he doesn't have too much in the bank right now. Going to run even more Lings into the natural, though, so just keeps it going full power ahead. Is going to try and jump up to the high ground. We see 32 SCVs have died, so Bjun has really been taking a lot of eco damage recently as the soldier just wants to get out of range of that Liberator. Bjun's going to say GG those, and that is going to be a good enough one from DRG to take game 1 of the series. DRG popping in the ZVT. Just don't let this man play Ling Bane. Now, that's way more easily said than done. How do you stop a man from playing Ling Bane in ZVT? Yeah, if you have the answer to that, then please tell me. I could do a lot better on the ladder with that information. Oceanborn, map number 2. It's DRG. Looking solid in this matchup, as he has done many a time before. Gonna move everyone into position, guys. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I ladder often these days? No, I laddered the other day though. It's kind of fancy playing some games. I don't go out to play ladder. Don't find it fun. Alright, go. Oceanborn for map number 2. Kick this off, get this rolling. GG Dongster. It's a great nickname. Alright, let's head into game 2, guys. Thanks for a little bit of patience again between maps. I'll still go through the process of hosting it all up. As in the bottom right-hand corner here, the blue Zerg player on Oceanborn. This is going to be DRG. Woody, what's your prediction on the Dallas winner? Hero. There you go. I said it. Hero. Top left, red Terran player is going to be Bjun. Not Yona. Why would I pick a retired Zerg player in the height of non-Zerg dominance? It's just a bad bet. Has Cyril ever won a tournament when Zerg hasn't been dominant? I don't think so. So, why would he start now? Asterisk Zerg has always been dominant because Cyril is the dominant portion of the Zerg. Yeah, okay. No, you know, maybe. But I mean, Zerg does genuinely seem to be struggling. That seems to be a factor. That seems to be a thing. So, yeah, no, I'm gonna say hero. I feel like not playing as much and Zerg not being as great on these maps and stuff, I actually do think it's not Cyril's tournament. Teams aside. Multiple racks from Bjun as he plays a Reaper-based opening here, so just going to be going for those Reapers to apply some pressure early. Hey, thank you, Corn76, for the 8-month resub. More Wardy, hell yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the generosity on the subs lately, guys. It really does help. We've just pushed back above 500 subscribers on the channel. We don't stop there. The road continues. We are grinding the next couple of weeks up until Dallas. We'll be grinding after that as well. Loads of StarCraft 2 back on the menu for the summer. So thank you so much for joining us so far. Thank you so much if you've already dropped your primes. Do drop your primes if you have not already. Appreciate the support. Helps go a long way. If you're on YouTube and you want to support, you can check out the membership scenario. Membership is a kind of like a YouTube version of a Twitch sub. We actually do have some emotes and stuff you can use in the YouTube chat if you're a YouTube member. It does allow us to keep on running these events. Scorecards are flipped. My bad. Yeah, DRG up a game, guys. Sorry. Getting distracted reading Twitch chat. It's too busy baking slowly. So another Reaper shows up. Gonna hop in toward the main. I'm just gonna be seeing a few of these lings slowly moving across. Gonna be taking some shots. These Reapers are gonna die, though. I mean, this is not where you want your Reapers to be. Are we gonna lose all three? That might be the worst. I was gonna say that might be the worst Reaper play decision of all time from Bjun, and DRG straight up drops the question mark. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And Bjun doesn't even reply. You know Bjun isn't happy when he doesn't even reply to the jesting, because usually he's absolutely all out there and you know he's a part of it, but yeah, that was an abysmal decision. That was an abysmal decision, as our lane is going to get on top of this stim. There's no Reapers alive, so you're going to lose stim. Are we just fast forwarding to a GG right now? Like, we very well could be. Oh my god. It's all going wrong. Tech Lab coming down once again. This time there's Marines. Banshee and Cloak on the way over. What a great start from DRG. A fantastic way to open up as... Yeah, this is not it at all for Bjun. Bjun is in trouble, Bjun. I mean, I'm one of the biggest Bjun fans out there, but hard to really be excited about this situation or this position. That's for sure. Marines will fire up. We will go after said Overlord here and just try and make a little bit of a nab at that. Have ourselves the Banshee coming through, the Stim Pack, and a few more Marines all coming out as well. Things back out to the bottom side, and of course just DRG on his way to melee upgrades. A bunch more lings being made. Kind of surprised how many lings he's making. I think he's just going to assume that Bjun is about to all in him or something, and yeah, I don't know if there was any need for this amount of lings to be made. I think he's expecting like medevacs or something. Like, it is kind of the timing for Bjun just be like, haha, round 2 and here it is, but it's actually just the Banshee, so those lings are maybe a bit of a waste. They can be used to maybe deny the third, which would be nice. Obviously DRG will be able to extend his work account from here at the moment. That coming up, 1-1 melee upgrades coming through, the 1-1 in the Stim Pack on the way from Bjun as well. The lings do get in, the Marines will start a fight, a bunch of those lings will begin to take damage. So a lot of Lings taking a lot of shots. Honestly, pretty good fight from Bjun. Probably one of the better fights you could take. These Lings were absolutely not worth it. Instead of those 20 Lings, he could have been plus 10 drones sooner. And he wouldn't have even had to make the Lings yet. He could have been on 70 drones and now make Lings. He would have been perfectly safe. So these Lings were a complete disaster. That's almost that's almost a counter question mark right there. Not the cleanest of games. Oh my god, the Banshee dies. Alright guys, if you're looking for pristine, clean StarCraft, shut your eyes because this series ain't it. This series ain't it, okay? Jeez. Kind of wild does Medivac show up. And Queen's Ling's just going to be there to push said Medivacs backwards. +1/+1 about finish from Bjun, so he will be on equal upgrades for now. DRG has not skipped a beat going into 2-2 though, so he will maintain that advantage here. Tank shot on some of them Lings. The Ling's just going to come up, going to try and wrap around the Ling, the Marines, and the tank. Tank is going to try and unsiege to get away. Queen target fire on it. Ooh, we just got that in the Medivacs in time, didn't we? He only just got that pickup. That might be the hottest pickup of the day. As Bjun does evacuate that siege tank out of there, so that is able to stay alive and get out. We do have the... He's just going to regather back to the upper left. DRG actually down on supply right now. I actually think he overmade units and then didn't... Yeah, managed to do much else. SCVs pull in, the siege tank will be getting repaired back up to full. Spire is about to finish as well, so we get that Spire completed. Bailing speed going to be done from DRG. I mean, I guess he's got a load of money to spend on the mutas. Let's go then. Ling Bane muta. He does have great creep spread too because of Bjun's early game Reaper disaster. Because of that, he does actually have the creep to really just be very safe here as well. It'll take a while for Bjun to push forwards, and that gives you more time to get the mutas out, other units out as well. Maybe even a 2-2 to finish before you have to take a larger fight. Depends how much you're going to contest the creep clearing force. You know, for now, it looks as though DRG is going to let some of this creep go down. I mean, his Marines keep stepping forward. If they step forward that far, you run in, you force the tank to, you know, be the defense, the lift up to happen. Fighting quite far away from the tanks here as well, though, honestly. A few more Mutalisks continue to come up. We got a few more of those on the way. They're actually going across the map, and Bjun's preparations for Mutas, I believe, are absolutely zero. I don't think there's been any preparations made in the slightest, so that obviously does not bode very well for you. You just fly in, SCVs in a bit of trouble already. As the Mutas continue to fly through, a few SCVs are going to be going down. That's 4 workers killed. Marines are still hunting down those Mutalisks. And those Mutas just about escaping back through the top side. More Marines will slip their way onto this base on the bottom. Queens are there. Mutas will pick their way through a bunch of SCVs. So again, damage being done. Queens will be dropping. The Banes are going to start breaking through as well, by the way. And uh-oh. This is where Bjun might be in trouble again. Those Balins connect pretty darn nicely. And into this mineral line too. Let me show you a magic trick. It's the one where all the SCVs disappear. And they absolutely have been disappearing. No doubts about that. Well, I think fair to say right now that this has been a pretty well set game from DRG. I mean, he kind of gave up some Lings. It looked like he might be in trouble, but the Mutas came out, and since then, he's been in control. He's going to chase these Medivacs. He can come back to get rid of the tanks. Free supply, open to be picked off. No problem with it at all just yet, as honestly DRG is just continuing to look better and better and better and better. He is looking amazing right now. Hatchery will come down onto the 6 o'clock base, so DRG will just re-expand here. Obviously makes a whole lot of sense. Amita's just joining up, and we do have we dive into this natural in a couple of moments. It's just going to move those over here. Missile turret firing up a few shots. People will go down. Marines come across. It's going to keep those Mutalisks at bay. This will fire and the armory will take some damage. We're just going to re-engage in. Marines continue to take a lot of shots right now. Was that worth it? That felt like a lot of meters going down. We will finish off the missile turret as well. See now, Marines coming through. Muta's going to get chased about and continue to play the chasing game. Obviously, the Mutas do control this in a big way. The creep is all the way back out in the middle of the map as well, which is a huge factor. So having so much of this creep available goes a long way to just making you look absolutely dominant right now. As the Muta Lingbang continues to gather up, and honestly, we are absolutely at the point where DRG just throws units at Bjun. The Thor is good though, and that does help a lot in chasing those Mutalists down. Some Mutalists take a whole bunch of damage, so shots taken there. Lingbang gonna come running up. And in we go, just moving in towards this third base. So just gonna send it, just gonna commit, and well, Bane's spread out all across the board, and Marines start to drop down. We will see pretty darn decent damage, honestly. I mean, 16 SCVs. A lot of the army gone. Mutas are still in the sky as well. It's going to be a struggle to find the anti-air to really stop that from becoming more of a factor again. Just continue to fight. Medevacs and so on just continue to flounder around, and this has just not been the kind of day you wanted for Bjun. DRG finds the 2-0 and will be able to grab this one just like that. So DRG looking great in his opening match of the WardiTV Korean Royale. Congrats to him for looking just so good. And Bjun, you'll have to just bounce back for next time around, so we'll see how he makes his return next time on WardiTV Korean Royale. However, we've got plenty more games to come, as we are going to dip ourselves into some new players now. Rainor versus Jim, then Rainor versus Creator, Solar versus Jim, as well as the next 3 series to come. And we've got 9 best of 3s in total today, so we've still got 7 matches on the way. So loads of SE2 on the way up. We'll get Rainor versus Jim on the way in just a few moments. Get this ready to start. I'll see you guys in just a few for more StarCraft 2 action. We'll be right back after this break. Alrighty, thank you for a little bit of patience there, guys. We got Rainor versus Jim ready to go. Just final map pick, and we are going to be hosting, so about a minute or so we should be in game. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day here in the WardiTV Korean Royale. Obviously, 2 players here that are not Koreans, so let's just quickly explain that one and get that one sorted. Rainor, living in Korea right now, makes him eligible to play. That was originally the one stipulation for this event last season, and the season before that was that if you live in Korea, you can play. Obviously, Jim is not living in Korea, and he's not Korean. This season, we did change the rules that it's if your home server is the Korean server, so like, you know, the Chinese players all practice on the Korean server. Basically, if you're from Asia, you are eligible to play on the Korean Royale. That's what it comes to. Or if you're living in Korea or in one of those regions and able to play. So we just opened it up to a few more people because these guys expressed, you know, a little bit of sadness. Like, hey, at least let us try and qualify, you know? And that's exactly what they did. Firefly and Jim both qualified. So that's why they are here. Rainor qualified as well, so none of these guys were invited. They qualified through. They said, hey, give us a chance. Show us that we're worthy to come play, and they absolutely did. I already have the logo made. It's too late to change the name of the tournament, so let's still call it the Korean Royale. It is still focused on mostly helping the Korean players and those. But to be fair, I mean, helping the Korean scene also includes helping the players you play on Korea, right? At the end of the day, so I don't think it's such a bad thing, as I feel like we're missing a single caster to get us started. There we are. Our French streamer is missing. And our players are ready, so we really are set to go as soon as our final caster joins the lobby right now. Let's give this one moment and we'll kick this off. More action in today's Korean Royale. Get this one over and running. Helping washed up European players, you know it. And guys, I'm still missing a caster. Actually, the washed up European Invitational is next week, so get you invited for that one soon as well, Rainor. Don't worry, got you covered. Alright, players are ready, all the casters are here. Sorry, excuse me, guys. My throat keeps catching still. It's definitely getting better, just not 100% of the way there just yet. So apologies as we get ready to rumble. Let's kick this one off. It is going to be Alcini, ZVP. And we're going to have a few ZVPs here, as Jim obviously plays a few different people. We also have Rainor versus Creator coming up after this. Creator solo later today. Tony Jim, solo Jim. Just lots of games coming on as we get ourselves started. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player. This is Jim. Cool to see him playing, honestly. I was surprised when he was in the qualifier. He came through a couple tough opponents to qualify in, so very excited to see him play. As in the top right, our blue Zerg. This is Rainor. Alrighty, Proby. Coming up into the main. Coming through, having a look about. Obviously, PvZ will take a few moments to get going here. Next coming through is Cyber building up, Proby on the way in. Well, Queen's coming through. We're lagging. Korean server being our friend once again. TKL. Crank pulling out the joke that I saw in Twitch chat already. He likes that. Alright, we're gonna go. Double checking everyone's playing as well. Get right back at it here. Let's just have, again, early game establishment being done for the moment. Just getting things all set up and rolling. Robo facility, Twilight Council, just continuing through then. Everything just taking a few moments to get underway. Nothing too crazy just yet to get up and running. As an enclave's coming about, a couple of gates and the robo facility coming up as well. Warp gate is also in production. We just have ourselves extra gates coming through. Rotron, drones, queens all coming about. Just have ourselves a few lings continue to gather up together for the moment. And that's a lot of gateways actually coming in here from Jim. It's going to be 4 additional gates, so he's already going to be on 1. That means he's up to 5. So 5 gates of Glaive to Depths. Very aggressive play coming through here from our Protoss player. So he's not messing around. He's going to come in with some fire in his build orders. Rainor's getting the Rotron up, getting the preparations made to try and handle this ahead of time. Make sure that this does not go off the deep end too quickly. As those Adepts continue to make their way out to the center. Just going to take that watchtower for a moment. Resonating Glaives continuing through. 5 more Adepts coming up. The Glaive's about to finish. Which just continue to come into play. And I think with the Roaches popping out, you should be fine here. Obviously, it still comes down to your movement of units. Getting things in the right place at the right time is going to be very important still. So we're still kind of watching for all of that. As these Adepts are going to shade. Lings are going to be there. Roaches as well. I think Roach getting the wrap around. Prism will continue to get the warp in. 2 more Adepts coming up. Queens are going to fire forwards. We're going to get rid of the Prism. That's huge, because now these Adepts can't warp in different places. They're going to have way less reinforcements just in general, and this becomes just way easier to handle as, oh, those drones are kind of okay, actually. I thought they were trapped in with the Evo Chamber, and they were, but it was keeping so many of the Adepts out. Queens will still fire, the Adepts still taking shots. That is looking as though we're going to be good to go. 8 more drones still building up. Prism coming through on the side of Jim. Extra probes in production, pylon coming through. And all of that on the go. The last still building with the drones, the Roach, and all the rest of it as well. Cryptum is also in production here. The full wall up at home. Problem is, Jim does not really have a backup plan to this. 5 gates of Adept is super committed, so to not see success with it is pretty much going to just, doom you, essentially. So going to put you in a lot of trouble here. As Adepts move back out into the center. We're just going to go for round 2, but Rainor, I think, is fairly aware of this. He will have seen 5 Adepts warping in at once. He's pretty aware of the numbers. He should know that this one is absolutely looking to be pretty darn difficult for Jim to recover from if Rainor just makes units from here on out, which is what he's basically doing. Adept's going to shade. Queen's Roach is going to get there. Prism will take a couple of shots. Nothing too major as the Prism sets up once more. We'll see a few more Adepts warping in again, and just seeing our Adepts popping. Roaches and Queens coming through as well. You'll see the Adepts still trying to make their way in. Roaches will take some shots. 1 Roach going down, a couple Roaches going down. Lings are wrapping around as well. Those Queens will continue to fire it up. More of them Adepts just taking some shots. I mean, again, there's only so much they can try and do here. As they're chased by some Roaches, there's other Roaches that will be very much so on their way to
kind of just stop the shades from ever doing anything. So again, well controlled at the moment here as the roaches do get a little bit of a wraparound as well. So really just managing this very nicely. The Adept's still going to come in after them queens. More Adepts warping in once again, and again, Rainor just slowly but surely able to just keep on knocking this down, getting rid of, you know, Adept by Adept. Every Adept you get rid of is one step closer to your opponent just being like, oh, I have no way back in this anymore, GG. Like this is the situation that we're playing in right now. That's pretty much where we sit at this stage as the Adepts move over once more. Who is Jim? Jim is a Chinese Protoss player. Like I say, I explained this earlier, but allowed in the Korean Royale as they play on the Korean server as their main server. That's a new rule for this season for eligibility to play in this event. But yeah, he's Chinese Protoss player. He's actually been around for a very long time. If you watched StarCraft 2 in like 2013, 2014, you would have seen him in ESL, WCS Americas he played for a while. Obviously played Chinese tournaments back then as well. That's just the one that I remember him from. Extra Adepts warping in as we get ready to run up this ramp and get set to rumble. Roaches and Queens going to be there as well. Like I say, I mean, this is just masses of Adepts. We're actually adding on another gateway of all things right now just to try and get even more Adepts up, but time is Rainor's friend. The longer this goes, the less effective Adepts are, the less overwhelming Adepts are, the less likely it is these Adepts will ever be successful. Roaches will just move forwards. Adepts will take some shots. It's another big round of Adepts warping in. We can now warp in 6 Adepts at once. I'm really not sure that's going to be the answer. Roach speed finishes from Rainor too, so now you can move around more easily in terms of positioning these Roaches against the Adepts. Adepts will kind of fight here. This is kind of half the army of the Zerg because the rest of it is waiting for the Adept Shade. So that's the only reason this fight looks somewhat good. Now the Shade commits. Now Rainor will just send his units on. I mean, a little bit of a shame because the lane's obviously very choked up here on the ramp, but at the end of the day, it's 2 sets of Roaches that are now fighting. The Prism taking some more shots too. The Adepts pulling out over the other side. The rest of the Adepts coming over there. Roachling will continue to jump by. Adepts continue to get knocked away at. And that's going to be GG from Jim as Rainor takes game number 1 of this best of 3, and it's going to be up a game in this series. So Rainor takes the 1-0 lead. And looked pretty good in doing so, right? Got the units out when he needed them to be there for, you know, dealing with the Adepts. Never really let the Adepts take control of this matchup. That's pretty much the main set of goals there, as we will head to Oceanborn for game number 2. Get this set up, ready to rumble. Hi guys, if you are watching today again, we are live on YouTube as well. If you're tuning in on the YouTube channel, then thank you so much for checking out one of our few YouTube live streams. You can give that thumbs up. I'm just opening up myself to give it my own thumbs up. Give it a like. The more likes, the more people find it, the more likely we can do more YouTube streams. So if you enjoy them, you can do that already to, like I say, help us to put on more of these. As we will just find Jim, and then we're missing a caster again. Why is there always a caster missing every single time? Alright, again, in here, we'll be off in a moment. And, yeah, if you want to go, if you're on Twitch and you want to go give the YouTube stream a like and give it a bit of love, put the link on the chat. You can subscribe from on the YouTube channel as well, just like following on Twitch. Help us out there, kind of revitalize the YouTube a little bit, so anything like that does help a whole bunch. So, thanks in the Twitch chat if you want to check it out. Hello if you're already in the YouTube chat. The Iron Hulk, hello Mr. Wardy, I'm a US guy in Bangkok. Hell yeah, nice to see you, mate. Thank you so much for joining us. We're just waiting for Rainor to ready up, and he is. And we can click start into game number 2 of this best of 3. It is all best of 3s today in the group stages of the WardiTV Korean Royale. And again, this is match 3 out of 9 best of 3s we'll get through today as well. So let's keep the games coming. As Oceanborn is going to be our next map. And this up in just a second here, guys. See what the plan is from Jim. Alrighty, in the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be our Red Protoss player down a map currently. This is Jim. That's at the top left. Our Blue Zerg player, that's Rainor. That's Streamception. I see Kipster on the Twitch chat. I see him in the YouTube chat. Oh my goodness, he's everywhere. There's no stopping him. Alright, well, we'll get ourselves set up here. Hatchery already coming through onto the low ground. Let me look to see where things will be headed over the next few moments. For Oceanborn. Come on, Indy's cam. Best observer in the lobby right now. I didn't realize when people tag my name on the YouTube chat, it shows up bright orange. I just suddenly saw a bright orange thing in my chat. I was like, wait, what's going on? It was just my name. It was not that. It was not that immediately concerning, as I felt like it was about to be. Nexus Cybercore coming up, piling on the assimilator coming through as well. Link speed is on the way through. Queens will be coming up as well. Drones coming through. Stargate is playing. And our Nexus continuing to build. So again, that Nexus up and running. More probes coming about. The Adept is going to be finishing in just a couple of moments. Link speed still building. And that link speed is about halfway through. The Queen's still building up. Stargate on the way in. Just kind of a bit of everything on the go for the moment. Void Ray gonna start up from Jim. Interesting. A little bit different. Void Ray to open. Definitely is a way to mix it up a little bit. I'm about it though. I'm into kind of seeing what the follow-up to this Void Ray is. The cool idea with this Void Ray is that by going Void Ray, it's so difficult for Rainor to scout because the Void Ray will deny nearby overlords, and then Rainor should never really be able to get other overlords into the base from that point on. So information is going to be extremely limited, and against a guy that just 5-gate glaved adapted you, like if I was Rainor, I'd be terrified. This is my worst nightmare. I'm playing against Jim, who's clearly happy to play fairly aggressively, and he's just denied my main way of scouting. Now Rainor has to scout all the little things. He has to try and put, little pieces of action together, and that's going to be a lot more difficult to do. And we do see immediately as well, Twilight and 3 more gates. This is no Oracle behind the Void Ray, so this is 100% aggression from Jim, most likely Glaives, and just going with those Adepts once again, but with a different way of doing it, trying to come in as a bit more of a surprise factor. That becomes the plan here this time around, so mixing it up. There is indeed the Glaives, mixing it up while still kind of being true to what he was trying to do in the first game. Funeral Gateway is coming out, the Nexus still coming up to being about halfway done. And Rainor would love to try and pick up some info. So far, he'll have just seen that third coming down, so he had a little bit of information, but not too much. Blair and Roachron building up here from Rainor as well. The extra drones, Overlords, and Queen continue to produce through. And that single Zerglin just running over there. The Adepts are going to be there. The Zerglin gets killed. And a few more Adepts will warp in from Jim. So just bringing those out. Also, as our Resonating Glaives will be coming up here from our Protoss player as well. So, like I said, waiting for that glaze to finish. Rainor begins the preparations with roaches in the production tab. Will it be soon enough? Will it come in on time? Queen's going to be there. Depths get shoved back over to the right. Now coming back over to the left-hand side. Evo chamber going to get opened up. Depths going to shade up to that high ground. We do see these roaches still getting active. Adepts continue to take some damage as well. The rest of these queens continue to come through. Just going to see the Immortal +1, etc. continue to come on in. Roaches still firing, Adepts still taking some shots. We will see the drones pulling through as well as those roaches continue to come over. Those Adepts still being chased about. 12 drones in production from Rainor. 12 drones going to be killed from Rainor. He'll have to get those back in production is what I wanted to say. But all of the Adepts die, and now Rainor probably doesn't even need to rebuild drones. He can probably just send it. Even the queens are marching, and it's going to get time to be aggressive. We got Overlord speed coming, but I mean, we are just going. Overlord speed mostly going to be to get Overlords in position to spread creep, I imagine. As it looks as though Rainor is very much so going to be in a very comfortable position here, looking to be very well set up, I would say, as he makes his way across the map. So Queens, Roaches, all making their way over to that bottom right-hand side. They're going to make their way through. They're going to get ready to fight. And Jim has 32 army supply. A bunch of sentries. Problem is, if you use the force fields now, Ravager's going to bust them through. I mean, when do you use the force fields? Well, at some point, because we're actually starting to lose the sentries. 2 Immortals on the right-hand side are going to be a little bit exposed. Corrosive Vials on the Warp and in Stalkers. There's guaranteed damage. No battery on this third. These Immortals are going to die, and Jim is just not well enough set up to deal with this. Lingers in the natural as well. They're going to go and cause trouble as Rainor is all over this game number 2 and this series. That's, yeah, that very simply is just going to be Rainor. Very comfortable in this series, Jim. Not able to take Rainor down in the PVZ. We'll be excited to see Jim play some other matches later, though, because Jim was very good in the qualifiers. I mean, he did qualify 3 on his own accord into this. This wasn't just some sort of an invite. You know, he is meant to be here. He qualified in. Rainor's a tough first opponent. So, like I said, excited to see more from Jim a bit further down the line. So we'll get that ready to go. Jim will play Bunny, and Jim will play solo later today. So that will all come through. We are going to get ourselves into Rainor vs. Creator, as long as I can find myself a Creator in the next few moments. So we'll get that ready to start, and get that ready to rumble. Perfect. We'll just message Creator, try and get him here, and get this on the way. Get this started up ASAP. And yeah, we'll just be a couple moments where we get that hopefully started and going. Perfect. Alrighty. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alright, message Creator. I imagine he'll be here soon. So we got Rainor vs. Creator, and then Solo vs. Jim scheduled after that. Then we're going to be going back onto Hero vs. DRG, Hero vs. Bunny, Creator vs. Solo, and Bunny vs. Jim. So again, plenty of games still to come. I just logged in, so just be a couple of moments. Get this underway, guys. Get this back on track. Again, thanks for joining us today. Plus Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you all being here, as we will In a moment, setting up to go. Right, just joined us. Perfect. Countdown begins. Oh, sorry if I'm a little bit sniffly, guys. I've really just gone through the whole kind of set of different things you can be ill with lately. I went from having a bad stomach to having a bad throat, and now I've got a cold. I'm just not very well this week, so apologies if I'm sniffling a little bit here and there. Apologies. Prayer just needs 5 minutes. That's all good. We can chill for a couple minutes and hang out. Cool. Alright guys, just answering some player questions. Make sure the players know what's up. You send them the schedule, doesn't matter to them. They will ask you what's up anyway. And a couple of videos done, then we'll do some chitter-chattering, guys. Sorry. Just making sure everything's good and set and everyone's happy. Me being quiet and looking at this stuff is the important part to keep the rest of the tournament running smoothly, you know, so always good. Alright, how are you doing? So, progress is being made. So yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, guys. Alright, no, now we actually are good. Alright, so if you're enjoying the stream, obviously again, do hit the follow button. This is a WardiTV tournament as well, so this is funded by us. Now, obviously part of this tournament did get crowdfunded last year from the Korean Royale crowdfund that we ran. So that was amazing. We obviously raised a bunch of money. We ran Season 2 with a full $10,000 prize pool. We had about $3,000 to $4,000 left over from that, which has gone into this event, and we've buffed that up to basically be a $7,000 tournament. So a little bit of a cutback from what we had last season, but still a pretty good sizable tournament for our players to partake in. If you enjoy what you're seeing, if you're enjoying the Korean Royale, do consider supporting the stream. We already had a very generous donation off stream to help buff up the prize pool a little bit further. If you guys want to help support this event and have future seasons of this potentially, and just more WardiTV tournaments in general, supporting is important. Whether that's just sitting back and watching the ads when they play. If you've got a Prime sub on Twitch, you can use that to subscribe for free. That helps us support these tournaments and these events. We can also, obviously, if you're really into it, you can donate, cheer, etc. All the usual stuff on Twitch to support. So subscribe, etc. If you're on YouTube, there's probably no donation link or anything on YouTube, but you can actually you can super chat and stuff on YouTube. So you can do that if you want to support on YouTube. There's also a membership system. But yeah, do consider supporting if you enjoy what you see, because it genuinely does allow us to do more of it again in the future. So do check that out. Lewis1144, thank you so much for the Prime sub. As Kalahora comes in with the Prime sub as well, thank you so much. Get it, guys. Thanks so much for the couple of primes. Alright, sorry, just still answering players' questions. Players are never fully aware of what's going on, apparently. Alright, waiting for Critter to be ready. He's just taking a couple extra moments, guys, so just sorting that out. Like I say, he's just getting himself sorted. I'm not sure what actually is going on. I think he just needed a couple minutes before we can begin. All good, all good. I'll just take a moment or so. Rainor is ready. We're just waiting for Greta, but that's all good. If he needs a couple minutes, that's all okay. Just reading chat. You guys just talking about Cyril. Not really much else to add. Unfortunately, Trey's going to save me. He's going to ready up. And we can get started into this best of 3. Nice, because I really had nothing else to say. I was just ready to cast more StarCraft 2. Sometimes it just be like that, you know? Alright, let's hop on in as we kick into game number 1 of this best of 3 ZVP. This should be a fun one. Looking forward to it. As in the bottom right hand corner, we will have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Creator. Up against the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map, we have ourselves Rainor. Game 1 of this best of 3 as we get this up and running, ready to go. Looking to see what's going to go down. Probably just going to be coming over to the upper left-hand side. Gateway coming up. Couple of drones coming about. Probe gateway simulator continue to come about here. A hatchery coming through. A drone coming in. Probe is just patrolling, and the Overlord heading down from the main base out into the map as well as we get ourselves settled in for a few moments. And a simulator coming up. Nexus coming through. Get ourselves established once again here to just get ready early. Gate and the gas continue to come in. The probe's still building. And the Overlord of Rainor is also still heading down to the bottom right-hand side. Again, early game ZVP does not leave a lot to be shouting about. It's not the super most intricate matchup. There's not a Reaper kind of poking away at things already. You're all going to see the Cyber Core coming down there as well. Nexus continues through. And the simulator continues to come up as well. So again, just a little bit of everything on the way. Overlord coming up as well. Hatchery, spawning pool continue to get built right now. Still just seeing our probe is nibbling at that mineral line. Just putting in some work, putting in some effort for the moment. Drones moving about, just going to get across towards the natural there. It's just going to be making a little bit of a move, as obviously this is the natural location for the moment because it's being blocked on the natural, so it's the third, but I call it the natural. Don't mind me, most people should understand. Just want to clarify. There's the Stargate building here from Creator as well. It's just getting that on the way up. So bringing the Stargate through for the moment, getting that straight up into play. Feeling's just going to move back over to the side and just going to hang out with that queen. So just hanging there, waiting with the queen for a couple of moments. And our link speed continuing in. to get ourselves settled. Let's see the Oracle off the Stargate, so nothing too weird. Obviously, this should be a bit of a kind of expecting a different pace of PvZ from what we saw in the last game, in the last series, when Jim was obviously being very aggressive. Don't think Creator is going to rush to be as aggressive as that throughout this. Well, these Adepts can continue around as we are going to get in, and that's going to be a good shade in for 2 drones, and these Adepts very healthy still, but now the rest of the Ling's coming. Ideally, you don't lose any more drones. You know, I actually don't think we do, so Evo Chamber Block probably wasn't even really needed as the Void Ray continues up, and we continue to see an Oracle now coming across for further damage. Good defense in the end from Rainor after the initial shade was good. We'll see some Lings coming across, Triplay denies on a 3rd, and now we see a Void Ray afterwards here, so something a little bit different on the follow-up. Wardy, what would you do with the Adept? They seem like such an irrelevant / meme unit. I wouldn't really do anything with the Adept. I think the Adept is actually genuinely in a pretty good place. There's a few different glaive builds which can be very powerful. They're a good opener unit. They provide information early. You can use them as a counter to a couple of things, and you can use them for certain timings. Are they great late game units? Absolutely not. Are they kind of meant to be? No. I think the Adept is in a pretty good place. Like, it is a choice off of the gateway, right? And the other gateway units fill other roles typically, but the Adepts genuinely do a lot. I mean, you see them a lot early game. They're a big part of early game openers. The problem is if you change anything with the Adept to make it more viable later on, it's another threat the Protoss has realistically off the Twilight that's then very powerful. And not only that, but it's also this it's also this kind of problem of what do you do that doesn't make it too strong early, because it's already a pretty darn good unit early in the game, right? Oracles will activate. Queen will go down. It's going to be a nice catch. Just see the Robo facility building up and gets that underway as well. And the rest of this Nexus also coming through. A couple of Adepts still in production. Give it a fleet beacon upgrade, yeah. Yeah. Well, the Adept shade in. We're going to get a couple more drones. It's going to be the end of the Adepts, though. Probably the last Adepts we see in the game outside of these ones. Actually, this is a double shade. 2 places at once. Actually, very nicely done. Cool little move. 9 drones go down. Pretty significant damage, and yeah, Rainor is going to be hurting a little bit on that economy. Not going to have as much of it as he will have initially wanted. Big slowdown there. The Oracles escape out through the top. Ooh, we nearly lose one of them. It's funny that the Adepts did so much and the Oracles have actually been so, I guess, lackluster, just because usually Oracles really are the thing that continues to find damage throughout the course of a game. Adepts showing up again. We're going to find a few more drones. Fire to a bunch of them. 5 workers going down. Make it 6. 7. Oh, this is brutal. I didn't think we'd see more Adepts, but the Adepts just keep showing up. I mean, Dropper Lord starts now. We are going to see units sending it from Rainor, but he's obviously going to have way less workers to do this off of, or he's going to have had to replace so many workers as well, so we'll not have as strong a unit force. There's damage done early from Creator will help. Here's the problem. Do we have what we need in terms of, you know, stacked defense? A lot of it's just now building, but, well, Rainor's not ready to fight yet, so for the moment, we are okay. Voidray is out over on that left-hand side, currently fighting against a couple of these units as well before the Queens get here, so a little bit of action there as the Overlord actually does stay alive. Good transfusion. The Overlord's been used to spread creep. We will get rid of the Void. Creep important because you want these Queens to be able to transfuse. We're going to have ourselves the Lings coming up this right side. There's a new Stasis Ward there. It's going to catch all of the Lings. We need to pop the Stasis Ward on the left as well. I feel like Rainor saw that coming up at the time. Another Ravager just morphs in. We get ready to move around here. The units moving forward. Ling's going to get caught in stasis again. At least that is now for the moment. The stasis ward's all used up, however, as Lings get freed on the right-hand side, just dropping a few corrosive piles down. The Oracles have plenty of energy to use as well. Kind of surprised we don't see more stasis wards, because they typically do continue to be effective throughout the course of a fight. Well, Super Battery goes off. The Lings engage from the other side. There's plenty of corrosive piles available. We drop them towards the Immortals. We're just going to try and hard DPS down the Immortal through the Super Battery. It takes a while, but we get there. Corrosive Bowels on the Warp and in Zealots. That's a huge connection with those Bowels, and despite all the successful aggression from Creator, Rainor is going to deal some good damage himself. Now, is it enough to break through? It doesn't seem like it. Looks like Creator will have a hold in the end. And that is going to be him pushing back. And the moment you push this back as Creator, life becomes a lot easier. As, well, yeah, obviously the Oracles have nothing to stop them as well, so they're just going to sit on top of Ravagers, apart from the fact they run out of energy. Yeah, this looks as though actually Creator is going to be absolutely A-okay. Up 20 workers, defense is made, tech is in place for him as well, so looking very good in that regard. I think across the board, it's safe to say that we have Creator making a very comfortable hold. So yeah, for a moment I thought Rainor was truly about to break through, but he just started to run out of steam as I was starting to say that. And that definitely was the end of it at that point onwards. Nothing else really came through at that stage. Roach Ravager Queen still building up. Temple Archive, Zealots, Colossus building through as well. We'll see a couple Corrosive Biles going into the front, and we will see another couple Biles again. Bit more damage being done. We continue back and forth. Roach Queen Force is going to go onto the pylon as the lane's coming around from the right-hand side. Super Battery activating. Good Corrosive Biles. Now you're getting the Immortal. It's the second time we're seeing an Immortal being targeted by a down Bjun. Super Battery. We actually Corrosive Bile the other Immortal, which dies because the other Immortal was eating all the battery healing. And Rainor very nearly making this happen. If he'd actually taken down that Immortal, and I guess there's also the issue of the Archon and the Colossus being there. That's very good tech units as well defensively for Creator. So probably isn't happening, but army supply-wise, Rainor's actually in a better space than he probably should be, all things considered. Zealot's still coming through. The Ravagers are there, though. They're going to hold their own. The Fuelings are pulling forwards, too. Corrosive Biles between the pylon and the battery. Now there's no batteries. Okay, there's one battery route on the far right side of this base, but that's about it. What a fascinating little situation that we have here as these Ravagers continue to come down. A few more Corrosive Biles coming in. Just seeing Hazel getting eaten up. The Archon still taking damage as well. And Rainor actually just truly busts through this in the end. I mean, I want to really doubt that he can. I really don't think he should be able to. But, I mean, he's still alive and kicking here. These Colossus are a problem. They're going to be more difficult to get rid of. But they are so much of the tech of Creator now. There's such a reliance on those Colossus. That is a big deal. Is Corrosive Biles need to get rid of that Super Battery. The Colossus eats the Biles at the same time. Creator, move your units, bro. There's one place you know Biles are going to be. On the Super Battery. Oh my goodness, those Biles delivering and giving Rainor hope once again. He takes a supply lead. Obviously, he's down in workers, which means his army supply is significantly ahead. He's got so many hurt Ravagers. If he kills the third base at the end of all this, this is absolutely ridiculous, quite frankly, as he is going to get the third base. Wow. Can we play a game from here? Now Creator's worker lead is not going to be that effective. It doesn't really matter too much in this situation. I don't even know, honestly. This is completely and utterly ridiculous. Those Biles were just so good. Rainor is droning, but he's still going to look to try and find some Biles here. As he kind of moves forward. I kind of thought he might jump on a Colossus there. Nearly got that Archon that was wolfing. That would have been a huge pick. That would have been really nice. Queen's firing on the Oracles. A few more Corrosive Biles dropping down from the Ravagers as well. We do have extra gateways coming through. The Colossus and the Archons building up. The Ravagers, the Roach Speed 2 on the side of Rainor as he starts to get further tech off of his lair. Initially got that lair just for the, the Overlord dropping ability so he could drop a load across the map. Now put into use in other ways. Once again, it's the Oracles that are a problem. A few Queens move forward to deal with them. There's a Spore that was on a journey. Creep is all the way across the map. Creator taking the third on the right-hand side now instead, away from the creep spread advancement of Rainor. As Rainor is about to play catch-up on the drone count. Oracle still activating. 5 drones going down. 1 Oracle gets killed. Spore, Queen firing back. Oracle taking a few more shots. This is going to be a Roach Ravager Queen Force then, still gathering in the center. Figuring out what it wants to do. 10+1 missiles on the way. Roach speed is coming up. Our extra roaches are all building out also. Queen's in position, and again, Oracles are going to end up being deflected away. +1 missile is still halfway done. Hive building up as well. Prism and the +2 attack upgrade coming in from Creator. Still getting that going. There's 2 more High Templars coming out. The Zealots are producing. War Prism is halfway done. Game will obviously settle a bit considering all the action we had early. Creator's army might just be still too good for Rainor at the end of the day. He might just be able to push and win the game here, which is kind of ridiculous when, you know, when all things are considered. In fact, he lost the third, and the fight went on for so long, but it still just, it wasn't a fight that was actually super great for, like, it was working for Rainor, but then it was still good enough from Creator. Like, it's kind of a wild combo that we ended up seeing. Here's the push. Force field's already coming down. Laser beams firing across the board, and we do see already some of those Ravagers just getting lasered down completely. Zealot Archon continues to push in. Ravager still in some trouble. As we continue to push through here, Army will continue to advance on forwards. A couple more corrosive bowels. We get hit in the face by a Ravager. This is Creator looking to take game number 1 off of Rainor. As the aggressive push, unfortunately, is not good enough. Does not work out. GG's Creator takes game number 1. A push that doesn't quite do what it needs to. And we will head into our second game here in a couple of moments. Second map will be Alcyone. Get that started. Get this underway, guys. Alright, game 2 then of Rainor Creator here in just a second. Good effort from Rainor, honestly. Kind of impressive that it went on so long on that other side of the map, all things considered. One, two, three, four, five, six. Waiting for 7 casters to join the lobby. There's number 7. Perfecto. Alright, Creator. Rainor, ready to go. Creator says ready, giving Rainor a chance to join us as well. There it is. Ready, ready. And number 2 starting up on Alcyone. Let's get this one underway. Continue through the WardiTV Korean Royale action. Do. Thank you very much. Kipstier giving us about a Simon Isco. 123, I think is how that's meant to be said. Probably butchering it still. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support as we have in the top right-hand side. The blue Zerg player down the map. Looking to bounce back. This is Rainor. Up against in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, Creator. Alright then, game number 2. Have an Overlord of Rainor already moving forwards. The probe going to be coming about. Heading across as well, just as we get set up early. Seeing our probe going to go nibbling about in the back of that mineral line, try and get some damage done to the worker stacking. We have seen the gold base taken here early, so that's a factor to already be considering. Gold base is something that you can utilize as Rainor to be boosted on economy. It is maybe going to instigate the tech choice of Creator as well, right? It also gives Creator this option to be like, huh, you know what? I'm going to go into this build because I feel like it can punish how spread out you are on that gold, or with that gold base. I think that becomes a bit of a factor here too. Probably coming about, heading across the map. We just get ourselves settled in here. Deb going to be popping out. The warp gate is on the way on the cyber core, so all of that coming through for the moment, looking decent, looking reasonable. Next is still just chrono boosting along. Twilight Council starts from Creator, so we get that up and running as well. And the Adept just comes around the back. The Feeling is going to jump onto that set of rocks. Going to get that underway pretty much immediately. Just get this one straight up and rolling as our Adept continues to come through. Making its way out around the sides. A little bit of the action. Adept is just going to pull back. Dark Shrine on the way, so a bit of a mix-up here from Creator, doing things a little bit differently. Slightly different approach to this as our Dark Shrine comes in, the robot facility gets settled up. Again, Dark Shrine going to be on the way through, about halfway done. Extra gates building so we can get the DTs. And the DTs obviously will follow up in a very powerful manner as well as that Archon drops. That's something we can watch for here in just a few moments. See how it all pans out. Prism still coming up. Dark Shrine, a couple of gateways continuing through as well. Well, that layer is continuing onwards. Obviously, with the layer coming up, and extra links come through. We get ourselves all set to go. When is Hero versus DRG? Hero DRG will be Series 6 today, I believe. It was one of the ones that was played in sync with our other series. What we do is we usually play 2 matches at a time. That means that the players are able to kind of get through their games more quickly, and then we just cast the second match, the one we didn't cast live, from replays a bit later on. It just makes it work out so the players don't sit here all day. And we can obviously get through our games nice and easily, and obviously still have as many games as we do, which is obviously very nice, because the more games we have, the better off everyone is, because we're happy to watch loads of StarCraft too. Typically the way it all ends up working. Full Archon's coming here. Queen is going to be taking a bit of a beating. See, that's where the follow-up to this always kind of lies. Queen started to take some damage, and then the Archons just continue to do what they can. That's more or less due to just what happened here. It's nothing too crazy, nothing too unexpected just yet. Archon's actually now out in the middle of the map, being used to clean up an Overlord out in the center as well. It's just going to be able to move through on that regard. Again, a little bit more space being broken up. Moved on into, that's a battery in the front here as well, which is going to be finishing up. Starts to play heals up on that Archon. Prism. And drop down these couple of Archons as well. Got onto that Overseer. It's a little bit extra. Well, Roach speed coming up. Rainor is set with only 49 drones, and as he's making units, it definitely seems as though his aggressive kind of plans are tingling once more as he gets ready to send it with Ling Ravager and Queens as well. Obviously, you're pushing off that gold base, so you have that boosted eco, and you're going to have the closer kind of reinforcement distance. This could also be just a way to meet this typically kind of expected attack. That was a very fast recall from Creative. I think it cost him an Immortal. He could have saved the Immortals with the Prism, and now he's going to lose the rest of his units as well, as they are just stuck out the front. I mean, he doesn't lose them because he micros them well in the Prism, but they're taking a lot of damage, which means the batteries are immediately being drained of energy. Super Battery comes in immediately. Rainor gets a great catch in this army. Creator was not ready for Rainor to be as aggressively set up as he was, and because of it, we are seeing effects come into play. Playing Roach Ravager continuing through, a couple Zalds still being shot at. GG says Creator, and that is going to be Rainor to take game number 2 and tie us up. We're going to go the distance in this one. Going to go to all 3 games, which is always great to see. So Rainor and Creator going the distance, going all 3 maps. Our third decided map coming up will be... have to scroll back up to the map list. Site Delta. They did write it down. I was going to say they didn't write it down. I'm going to have to figure it out from the videos, but no, they wrote it down. They saved me some brain power here today. Thank you, Rainor. Thank you, Creator. Going here again in just a moment, guys. Let's host it up ASAP. Rainor Creator for matchup number 4, and then of course after this we've got Solar versus Jim, and we got some other cool matches coming after. Hero GOG, one of them was just explaining. Solar Creator going to be a matchup we got coming up in a little bit also. Got everyone ready. Set to start. What's up, Zergiel? How you doing? Good to see you, mate. Good day to you as well. Hope you're having a great one. As we have Korean Royale action resuming here in just a second, guys. Site Delta is about to begin. Let's get this started. Let's get this party rolling. Sorry for the sniffles, guys. Just really getting hit with this cold now. Honestly, this week is just ripping me down, as in the bottom right side. A blue Protoss player taking game 1, not able to hold in game 2. It is Creator. Takes on the red Zerg. In the top left-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Rainor. Well, let me start off with a gate at the front there from Creator. No surprises in that regard. Our probe already here to be that little bit of the nuisance that the probe typically is, so also no surprises in that regard. Everything kind of going as expected here at the moment. Probe comes back over, we get a nibbling. And Nexus coming through, hatchery, pool, all coming up as well. Probably playing that nibble game, so just hitting a couple of the different mineral patches, trying to slow that down a little bit, and all the rest of it. We do see the Nexus on this side, but gold continue to come through as well. Next coming up, Stargate on the way. Got ourselves established here in the early stages. Looking good for now. Nothing really crazy to shout on. We'll see what comes out the Stargate. Creator has been one of those guys that has been very, happy to build a Void Ray. Already saw that once in this series, so possibility. Double shade on through. Again, link speed coming up. The Stargate's about to finish. Couple more probes, and the Adept still building on in. Well, Adepts just go shading by. Still got the link speed coming through. Extra drones are producing, and let's have the Adepts cancel that shade. The Queen of the Lings still gathering together, and just see ourselves. Adept still setting up in the center. The Lings taking shots. The Adept shade back down the bottom right. The circling speed is about to finish. As the Oracle and Adepts make their way back through the middle. And the Lings gotta have that Ling speed so they can take a bit more activity on the map as well. Obviously would be nice. Lings do move through. The Oracle will take some hits. Lings are going to come for a wrap around here, and they are going to get a wrap onto the Adept. The Adept already going down, so nice catch there. One Adept falls pretty quickly. And a couple Queens coming up. The drones all coming in. A couple more Spore Crawlers are being produced as well. And those assimilators are coming out from Creator. So again, our assimilator is up and running also. Twilight Council and Forge both are being produced. And that Stalker still pinging away at the Overlord for the moment. So again, Overlord taking a good chunk of damage. It's not going down. It's actually making its getaway off to the right-hand side. Run, Ovi, run! I think he's safe, no? Yeah, he's good. Annoying, pesky little Overlord. Twilight and the Forge come up after the triple Oracle. Very standard. We will see Blink versus Charge as the option. It's much more of a Blinky map in my eyes. Creator, what are we thinking? Just thinking Blink as well. A good map for kind of pushing onto the fourth base on and then kind of blinking away. This map is not super open either. It's fairly compact. It's difficult to really kind of find a big wraparound with Zealots compared to some of the other maps as well. So I think the idea of just playing it into Blink is a very responsible idea, a very just generally kind of fine idea. No real problem with that. As you see, both those Oracles just going to zap their way through this fourth base. So that Hatchery, taking even further shots, is going to be dropping down lower and lower and finally gets cancelled. That will be going down now, so Hatchery will fall. You got a few more gates coming up. Blinking +1 coming through. The Robo Facility still building. Those things really wanting to wrap around on those Stalkers, as the Adepts will continue over to the third. Queen's going to be sat there, Lings as well, still gathering back up. Creep Tumors are going to spread further forward again as the Adepts get rid of one Creep Tumor, make it 2. Now some of these Lings going to start getting dropped down also as the Adepts do wrap around. And they shade back down to the bottom right-hand side as well. Again, +1 melee, or muscular augments. All this good stuff coming through for the moment. Things that will set Rainor up well for the future. And he's going to have, Ling Hydra in decent numbers already by the time it is Blink time. Blink is in about 20 seconds, but Hydra's already coming up. Those upgrades are coming through nicely from Rainor. I feel like, Rainor's going to be in a pretty overall well set up position as Robo Bay and Robo Facility building up as well. So we continue to bring that through. Oracle's activating, just going to be seeing the Zerglings taking some shots. They're just still moving forwards as well, and they really do want to just chase those Oracles down as the Oracle's just getting pushed back. Rainor's going to drop a Lord. He's kind of set up to be feisty now. He's going to be feisty against someone who's just finishing a Robo Bay. What do we want to build here as Creator? Do you go Disruptors for that quick build, or do you go Colossus? Colossus are great against everything that Rainor has. But do you just need to go Disruptors because they're going to finish up more quickly, and you might need something more quickly here to actually just be okay? because it's a Ling Hydra attack, as we actually see the Drop Lord is dropping the Lings on the wrong side of that base. I kind of expect him to go on the other side, but this has not really worked great for Rainor initially. Warps in Stalkers on the natural to defend. That Drop Lord will not go far. It will now be killed. And a few Hydras going to try and come back through and get going once again. Killings in the main base. Rainor really just trying to be everywhere with his aggression. You know, knocking down some of these oracles. The Hydra's seeing some success. The problem is the moment the Lings are gone, you kind of want to back away with the Hydras. You don't really want the Hydras to be taking damage. You want the Lings to do the tanking, the Hydras to survive, so the Hydra count always stays good. But I think the problem is if you try and back away right now, those Stalkers are going to blink straight on after you. And Creator is going to be in a very good spot. I love that he built a Disruptor and Colossus. I actually think that might be the answer that I was looking for when I asked what do you build, because the Disruptor is a more immediate answer, but now he's going to have Colossus for the more sustainable defense in the future if more Ling Hydra comes his way. I think this is just all lights green and shining, letting Creator move on through in this series. Looking forward to 2-1, because it looks as though he is going to be very, very well set up. That Baneling Nest is producing from Rainor, so we continue to bring that in. Again, the extra Lings are coming through also. Couple Hydras, plus 2 melee, Groove Spines. Continue to bring all of that in right now as we see our Stalkers actually going to find a group of these Hydras. Well, the Lings could catch these Stalkers away from their base. I guess Blink will be back in a second, so not really many Stalkers get caught. Cannon firing, Disruptor shot. Goes for just a single Hydralisk. Now the Lings continue through. Super Battery will go down. The Colossus will continue over the Lings. The Hydras will continue to be in a little bit of trouble. GG is called, and Creator is going to have himself a 2-1 victory here today. Great start to the season for Creator in the Korean Royale, as Rainor just kind of didn't get the aggression going in this third game. Didn't quite click the way it wanted to. As we have ourselves Creator finding that victory. Alright guys, up next is going to be Jim versus Solar. So we're going to get Jim Solar on the way for a little bit more ZVP in this stretch of ZVP that we have today. After this, we actually have even more ZVP in the form of Hero DRG, and then we're going to have Hero versus Bunny as a breakup before we have Creator versus Solar and Bunny versus Jim to round us out. That's the full list of 9 best of 3s that we are getting through. So this is the WardiTV Korean Royale. That is going to be what's going on. Those are the games coming your way, as we'll be back onto it in just a few moments. Just waiting for Jim and Solar to get on vetoed, and we can go, go, go. We can go, go, go. Perfecto. Alrighty. I'll give me a moment, guys. Just message a couple people. Perfect. Aren't allowed to comment on how motivated players seem. I think that's just walking a line of saying something like Rainor barely looks like he's even trying is kind of a bit dumb when he's literally been out in Korea practicing. Like it's just a I think it's just a way to kind of be offensive to players, basically. I mean, it might, like, even if that's how it is to you, like, that's just not a nice thing. It's like it's just insulting. It's like, hey, he looks shit. Like, what's the difference between being like, his play looks awful, he looks terrible at the game, versus, oh, it looks like he's not trying, right? Like, it's just not a good line to walk. So we are just waiting for Jim to drop our first veto in. Post Youth, Golden Aura are going to be our first couple of vetoes in, so they're going to come through quickly here. And Dynasty, Ghost, River, Crimson Court, and one last map veto from Solo before Jim will pick our opening map. We still have Side Delta. Amphin gets vetoed, so we have Side Delta, Oceanborn, and Golden Aura. No, Golden Aura got vetoed. Alcyone is the other one, and that is actually going to be what we start with map 1 on. Man. This map pool is just, you know, it's starting to get to the point where we're seeing very similar maps every time on this map pool. Maybe it's just the best of 3 thing, but... Alright, well, let's get this hosted up. 2 site,
3 Ocean. Let's write that down so it's written somewhere so I can just scroll up to it later on. We get ourselves ready for a fresh new best of 3, guys. Keep the games coming nice and smoothly. Minimal downtime is the goal. Everyone's here. Our players are ready. All the casters are in. This is going to be like 3 minutes game to game, isn't it? This is barely going to be the length of Twitch ads. Smooth. Love to see it. Ready, go, 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 ready, go, go. Let's go, go, go then. Match number 5 here today, guys, in the WardiTV Korean Royale. Let's head into Alcyone and see what Solar and Jim have in store for us in this next matchup. This is going to be our last live match of the day. After this, we will be heading into those matches which get played from replays. Which are just the ones that got played at the same time as matches that were kind of happening earlier. So, again, these are matches that are still fresh, they're still new, no one else has seen them. It's just a thing we do to help the players with their schedule so they don't have to sit here and play all day, and we still get 9 best of 3s of action. Some people really care about when it's actually live and versus when it was played half an hour ago, so I'll just be fully transparent. As in the top right, our Red Zerg. This is going to be Solar from Vitality. Takes on the blue Protoss player Jim. In the bottom left, one of our qualified players. Excited to see if he can pick it up a little bit. He had to play Rainor first, and Rainor's aggression definitely got the better of him. So I'm very excited to see. Excuse me. Very excited to see whether he can bounce back against Solo, who's also tough opposition. If he doesn't do it versus Solo, maybe the PvT against Bunny later will be kinder to him. I'm so excited seeing him get the result and get the qualification. I want to see him put it into action in the main event now. Hatch, gas, pool, all coming in. Nexus probe coming about as well. We're gonna see our drone coming over and nibbling out the probe. And Cybercore, Nexus, all coming through. As that probe gets away back over to the side. Nothing too wild. Obviously, Burly Probe Scout kind of doing its thing as expected early on. One pool finishes up, and we do have ourselves a couple of queens on the way out. More lings popping out as well, so we continue to bring this through. The Overlord chilling out here, the Adept, the Warp Gate getting set as well. Probe coming over, and that Warp Gate still just coming through. Twilight Council building. Link speed is on its way. Twilight Council early. Jim is back to being aggressive as we saw him being against Rainor. It was obviously Jim. I said it was Rainor's aggression that got the better of Jim. It was kind of Rainor's counterattacks dealing with the aggression of Jim that got the better of him. Obviously, Jim was pretty aggressive himself in that series. Glaive Adepts and different ways of going about it. As do you have a couple lings going to go attach themselves over to the rocks on the low ground. Again, guys, Jim is a Chinese player. Chinese Protoss has been around for a lot of years. I really do mean like a lot of years. He's been around a long time. And, we allow Chinese players, we allow anyone in this tournament into the qualifiers whose home server is Korea, who basically plays on the Korea server regularly. And that is, obviously Jim was one of those guys, so maybe not Korean, but eligible to play under our new rules for this Season 3 of the Korean Royale. Next Spylon coming through. I'm gonna see another gateway pop in. Resonant Glaives is still about halfway done, and that's gonna be
Heading out across the map very shortly. Those Adepts actually do have a third base taken, so we're going to have a third behind this. Only 3 gateways, so it's not going to be the most aggressive opening, but still want to get something done out of this. Still something of a plan to kind of get going here. And Adepts going to try and shade through. Oh, that's not a wall off from Solo. The Evo Chamber block was not good, and the Adepts get in. Whoa, that's actually troubling. Roaches are building, but they're not ready yet, and yeah, these Adepts are not meant to get in at all right there. Adepts is going to come through. The couple of drones are getting chased. Roaches are going to be here. I mean, to be fair, this is lost mine time, but not too many lost drones just yet. There we go. 2 drones going down, make it 3. All right. This isn't too bad then. I mean, still nice to actually get some drones in the end. I mean, I guess it's pretty bad for Solo. Now we're losing 7 drones and all of that lost mining time was added in. I'm going to go ahead and say that that was actually really abysmal for Solo. That was miserable. Not what he wanted at all. That is going to be sad for him. As now we get an extra Stalker on the way up. +1 and Blink continuing through. Extra gates coming about. The Zealots are still building. Just seeing our Roaches and drones all coming up as well. Cannon and Barry also coming by. Hallucination flies up into the main. I mean, obviously this was less committed from Jim as well, and it did honestly pretty good damage. So now you're on your way to +1 in Blink with a 10-worker lead. Solo is droning as well. This is not just pure unit production from Solo, and that's where the lead is coming from. So this is genuinely looking very good for our Protoss player. Puts him in a great position to start out with. Great starting point, if nothing else. To get this all rolling and continuing, seeing what Solo can do. He does come across with some Roaches right now, but well, I feel like they weren't meant to just be able to walk straight into the main. I feel like they weren't meant to just be able to come straight in here. Like, okay. I was going to say Jim, to me, should absolutely have units to deal with this, and he did have the numbers. They were just not in the right place, and this makes it a little bit more complicated as our Stalkers chase up. 2 probes already going down. Solo's turned to kind of find some damage that probably shouldn't have existed in the game. I mean, Solo messed up the block on the Evo chamber. Jim just doesn't have any sort of a wall ready. It's funny. Stalkers blink. A couple of these Roaches will get shot down. So they will all fall. As you do have 11 more Roaches coming up in production. +1 missiles coming through as well. Continue to get this on the way. And there's a building +2 attack and the charge coming in. Stalkers move to the center, just going to take the watchtower. 110 about to finish. Hive building. When Stalkers get aggressive here, Jim obviously being slowed by that previous attack. Solo, I'd say drones up, but I mean, he only just about catches up. He's still about equal on work count. The Lurker Den coming up. Hydras are still producing. Link speed coming up as well. Stalkers gathering up on the watchtower here. Just gathering in for the moment, getting everything settled down. One probe going to build a pylon in the center too. I mean, Jim's already working off the gold base, by the way, so his economy is looking pretty darn good. Having a gold base during all this is definitely a pretty nice reality right now. Good income to be had. Gotta be pretty excited about that as our Lurker Den and Hive both continue up as well. Gateway and the Assimilator continue through. 5 more Stalkers, 3 Zealots, all building. Now he gets ready to come across. The Lings coming about, the Roach Hydra coming over, the Queens are coming about as well. Stalker's still just firing away. Roaches, Hydra's taking damage. The Queen's joining up. Lurker will burrow. Solo against supply block too. I mean, the problem is Lurkers aren't really ready. There's not enough of them, and so these Stalkers can trade very well for now. The problem is I don't think Bjun gets anywhere quickly, and speed is a factor. Oh my god, he's going to blink into the natural. Okay. I was going to say speed is a factor because there are Lurkers on the way up. Are we going to kill this Hive, blink away, and then just recall? Is that the game plan here? Is that what we're aiming for? It's a wild game plan if so. Stalkers are trying to do as much as they can, but this Jim just losing so many units. I feel like there had to be a recall planned in this, as he is going to end up killing a second base, though. Maybe even a third. To be fair, these Lurkers have to come over here and chase this down. I mean, more Stalkers warping in. Jim's army supply might not be looking pretty, but he's going to have Solar down to one base. Yeah, well, he's only got 26 army supply left, which obviously shouldn't really be good. That should absolutely be a problem. Our Stalker's still pinging away. Just going to continue to fight. Lurkers burrowing slowly as they do not have the Adaptive Talons upgrade. We killed the Roach Roaring. So it's Hydroden, Lurkiden, and now a new Roach Roaring just finishing. So that's our production options from Solar. And Jim has a mobile set of units that can probably just ping-pong between bases still and give himself time to get built back up. There's a huge sacrifice of units. You know, I do almost wonder if it would have been better for Jim to turn around and shoot down a couple of the Lurkers once or twice when they were walking towards him. If he could have nipped away at that Lurker count, it would have felt okay for him right now. As it stands, I feel like those Lurkers are going to forever be a problem. Yes, Solar has to rebuild all of his bases, but he shouldn't really be in too much trouble from here on out because those bases are going to get up with the protection of the Lurkers. At least that would be my assessment of the situation. Things come through. Probe taking some nibbles. Cannon is going to fire back. We actually see Stalkers blinking up toward the top side. This is a very weird game as Stalker comes around the left, the Immortal coming through the center. Let's take a moment to go turn onto some of these rocks as we do have Lurkers starting to fire away from afar. Slings and Roaches setting up, the rocks being opened out. Jim is coming up towards kind of catching his opponent on supply, his opponent who's about to max out as well, so things definitely taking some good moves at the moment. Change is going to drop on in as well. Do knock those rocks down. Roaches, Lings coming through. Zealot Stalkers continue to bounce. Just going to see ourselves the nice network coming about as well. A few more Hydras coming through. The Lurkers also into production once again as our Stalkers and Zealots coming from two different angles. We are going to just commit. The Lurkers are going to be firing away. I mean, I do not feel like this is good. There's so many Lurkers. I think the Lurker defense is absolutely good enough. Attacking up a ramp into Lurkers, even if you come from two angles, is just not going to be it. And Jim just loses absolutely everything. Lurkers are just freaking good, man. You can't go attacking into Lurkers like that. It's the TLDR of this situation. Not gonna lie, it ain't really rocket science. It ain't really rocket science as our Lurkers and our Lings come back around here, and we'll see Zealots being chased. A couple of observers still on the move. Now a Nidus across the map is going to create issues for Jim at home. Something he's not really had to deal with just yet, so now actually having to go back over there and to deal with that is absolutely going to become a part of the problem. Now Lurkers burrow up again, but Jim knows that this game number one has gone a little bit too far awry, and hence Solar will take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. So Solar opens up with the advantage 1-0 in this series, and yeah, his debut in the Korean Royales streams strong so far. We'll see if he can follow it up with a Game 2 and a series win. So far in Group B, guys, in terms of what we've seen, DRG, Creator, and Bunny are all 1-0. Rainor, the only player we've seen 2 matches of 1-1. Bjun, the other guy, we've seen 2 matches of 0-2, with Jim 0-1 as well. Obviously, Jim would be 0-2 with the loss here. And Solo would be 1-0 as well, joining some good company towards the top of the group, as we'll have more matches played today to figure it all out. And again, this group will continue on Friday as well, guys. So Korean Royale action also continues tomorrow, Thursday, with Group A games. Group B on Friday once more. Gonna keep you guys busy. Make sure you got plenty of games to watch up until Stars War comes about at the weekend. Offline event in China this weekend. We'll be covering some of that on Saturday. So tune in for that as well, as everyone starts to join our lobby. Everyone apart from the players. It's never really a good sign when the players don't join, is it?
It's never a good sign when the players don't join. Hello, Ellie. How you doing today? You want to come say hi? The stream. How about you do a little jump up? You've not done this for a while. Up you come. Oh, up you come. There you go. Hello. How you doing? Hey? You feeling good? So and Jim are ready, Ellie. You click start. You want to go down, do you? Bye. Don't like being made to jump up, do you not? Ugh, such a chore. Alright, Jim Solar, game number 2. Solar leads by 1. Let's see if Jim can bounce back or make something happen. Get this underway in just a sec. It's ready to rumble. Ellie on Piplup, or it's pre-recorded. Thank you so much, Hallow4, for the 30-month resub on the Prime. If I could put Ellie on Piplup, I would be impressed. There's so much to that. Like, A, lifting her up is a problem. B, balancing her is a problem. So many challenges brought to the table with that that request. Bottom right side here, our Red Bros player pretty YOLO with them Stalkers. It is going to be Jim in the bottom right of Site Delta. In the top left, our blue Zerg player from Vitality is Solar. Game 2 of this best of 3 here today. This one is our tipping point in terms of being about halfway through the group as well, or through the day's games. Have another 2 to 2.5 hours of games after this, I'd imagine. Another 4 best of 3s. Hatchery just coming up. Nexus is on the way with a gateway as well. Probe coming through. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming in. Drone getting built. There's Overlord of Solar. Heading down towards the bottom right side. Overlord down for a few moments here. Obviously, see the gateway wall off and Jim getting started. Honestly, I feel like Jim put himself in a good position early. Just needed an answer to the lurk count that was growing. He never really got an answer to that. Obviously, a little bit problematic. Lurkers are pretty darn good. Don't have an answer to them. They're probably going to do very well. Twilight Council blooding from Jim. Area coming up. Sentry on the way with a warp gate as well. Intense music for watching the Overlord creep across the map. Yeah, StarCraft's like that, you know. It's actually kind of wild sometimes just how peaceful the early stages of like an SC2 game can be. So chill and quiet and just waiting and, you know, the rest of it. Couple of gates coming about. Twilight Council, Robo Facility all being built up. Couple of probes on the way through as well. As our link speed and our road drone continue to be built, the extractors on the way too. Just bringing all of this up. As again, the Dark Shrine is coming in, the Robo Facility coming about, probes are on the way through. Well, gateways getting set up as well as just getting those gateways building. Well, building with the drone. I mean, obviously, Solar just going to play a pretty quick tech here. Not bad as Jim plays the Dark Shrine. If you have access to those Overseers, that will make your life a whole lot easier when it comes to having to defend against this. Being able to have Overseers detection instead of having to rely purely on the, you know, Spore Crawlers would actually be really, really nice. So, definitely a one benefit that's kind of waiting to happen. Then a few Lings just sitting underneath that prism. I do have a couple of DTs already getting warped in here, 5 of them being brought up. I'll start rallying them forwards in towards this third base, so in we go. As we'll start to split about a little bit. Spawn not ready yet. Overseer's also not ready yet. Is that Queen's in trouble? We lose one. We're going to protect the second. Ling's giving up their lives as we will see that Queen in trouble. It will go down. We did kill a DT. I was kind of surprised by the fact it was 5 DTs, and I think maybe Solar is as well. 5 is not normal. So the fact that that's an extra DT there might actually be kind of wild as the DTs come about. Roach is coming over. Queen going to be there. Push the prism back. Roach is still coming in. +1 missiles. Roach speed coming about here. Archon gates continuing to get going. And just have ourselves all of those gateways being brought up. Archon's going to go after the Overlord. Double Archons will just be chilling out in the prism then. I mean, that's the follow-up, Solar. All said and done, I don't think he's too upset with what he lost early, but Jim is now coming with this larger push, charge finishing as well, so a bit of a more powerful moment. Especially when you join with those Archons as well. That army looks pretty sizable, so potential. More Archon getting morphed in. So it's just going to come to the front. We'll see a couple of units getting set up there. We're just going to have our force fields coming down. So an attempt to come on in right now. Let's see how this goes as we have the Archons continuing to fight about. Zald's going to get active as well. Just going to see these Archons continue to push through. Is this enough from Jim? It's going to be seeing the Roach Ravage continue to get picked away at. That is going to be just enough, Jim. Apparently good enough for the DT, strong enough on the follow-up, and we're going to get a game 3 here between Jim and Solar. I'm all about that. I'm super down for that. Alrighty, we're going to go into game number 3, which is going to be on Oceanborn. And Jim gets himself a map. Hell yeah, that's what we wanted to see. First showing us how he was able to qualify in and how he's looking good. Kind of Oceanborn then. And get into the final game of the series. Everyone into the right positions. Alrighty.
Everyone's here. ZVP, game 3. Go goes to gym. Solo was already ready. Let's head into this. Am I going to stream some StarCraft Evolution? No. People keep asking me this. I literally know nothing about Brood War. It would mean nothing to me. There's nothing cool to me about watching Brood War. Like, races from a game I've never played, watched, or had any interest in. Take on StarCraft 2. Like, that just doesn't seem interesting. It's like, I literally have no idea what half the units will do. You know? Bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be Solar. He is tied up now with Jim in the top left, our red Protoss. Game 3 of this PVZ as we get underway. Get this ready to go. It's great to watch. I'm sure it is great to watch, but there's no point in me casting it if I don't know what half the units do. You see, like you see what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm sure it's very fun if you've watched Brood War, but like, I just if I've never seen Brood War in my life, then I'm probably not the target person to create content for it, you know? I also didn't know what SC2 units would do before SC2 came out. Yeah, and I also didn't try and cast StarCraft 2. I also didn't try and cast StarCraft 2 when SC2 came out. You know, I played it for a long time first. So my answer is no, I'm not going to cast it or make tournaments for it because I've got no idea what any of it is. I could cast someone painting a room and you'd watch. Sounds like that's motivation for Helen to finally paint the bedroom upstairs. Get paid to paint. Watch and laugh how OP the Reaper is when pathing works in the SC2 engine, but like, who's the victim? Sub-Zero. Not messing around today. Alright, Kelpro is pulling back. We got Linkspeed coming up. Stargate is coming through. Let's set up to roll. Order coming through. Warpgate building. Linkspeed is on the way. Has our Void Race halfway done, so that's going to be Jim trying to mix it up a little bit here. Early on. Movie just chilling. We have ourselves the Twilight Council follow-ups. So Jim definitely sticking to the idea of how he can be aggressive and different ways to kind of be aggro in this matchup. He just keeps on bringing the aggro. No chill from this guy. No chill at all. As we do have Twilight Council coming up, Gateway coming in. Adept and Warpgate all coming through. As you have a couple of Adepts able to pick off the Zergling at the front as well, able to take that down. Overlord moves in toward the main base. Order activates, Overlord will go down, so that gets picked off immediately. Solo going to get supply block from it. Blink starting, Robo facility coming up. Next is about halfway done. We have a whole bunch of drones on the way from Solo, by the way, so a lot of those already coming out as well. Again, Roach run about halfway through for the moment with the 8 extra drones in production. The Adepts continue to shade about as we make the move. Adepts going to come in, a couple of drones start to get knocked down, but these Adepts will be surrounded. How much can we get done? Would have liked to have seen them try to move back towards the mineral line sooner, as we'll get that extra drone, but that's it. So 2 drones killed, and that'll be it for the moment. Extra gates coming about, the Robo facility coming up. Our Blink is going to be finishing very shortly as well, so that's about halfway done here. The Prism also continuing to build on the side of Jim. He gets that Blink, by the way. 3 more gates coming up. He does not have... Okay, I was going to say he doesn't have a Forge or anything like that, so I'm like, is this just going to be full Blink commitment? I really thought it was going to be, but we actually get the Forge and the Robo Bay coming up now, so maybe it's not quite as aggressive as I thought it might be. Being sent around, Prism takes a shot. Lings are going to run across, and we will see the wrap around on the Adept, so the Adept will fall. Stalker's Void is running away, does not want to get caught out on the map with this group of units. He's tacking, which means that you really want those Robo Bay units to be out before you really try to do much else right now. That's pretty much your future at this point in time. Next couple of sentries warping in, the Stalker as well, also coming through right there. So you have a Stalker just going to come across with the sentries, able to grab a Zerglins, just going to get that tabbed right from the get-go. The Overseer is going to poke about. We'll see the Robo building. I mean, again, not really too surprising. I think the scout here from Solo is only going to tell him kind of things he would have expected to see anyways, but of course, good confirmation is always good to have. Knowing exactly what you're playing against is obviously very important. Solo does see the entirety of this scout through into the main as well. We'll soon have energy for Contaminate, by the way. Could potentially contaminate a production or a structure or an upgrade or something just to be a little bit annoying at some point. So a little bit of a possibility there. Doesn't look like anything's coming of it, though. Everything else still just settling out to the front of this third base. Also gets caught in a contamination. We do see our +1 and extended thermal lance coming through, and 4th base still on the way about. Robo facility number 2, a Temple Archives, more tech from Jim. As Solo just makes his way into that hive tech, so Vipers are on the way. That's going to be a huge upgrade to Solo's army. Vipers are just massive. They are so useful. Having Vipers is so good for you. It's huge that we're moving in towards that as the additional Zealots get warped in here as well from Jim, so we bring those out. Colossus still in production as well. And we do have ourselves the adrenal glands coming over. Army in the center continues to gather up, so this force will collect, and we have a little bit of Link Roach Ravager. Just going to clean up some rocks in the middle of the map as well, so opening the pathway to move through the center and towards that upper left-hand side. So possibilities abound right now in terms of what may happen. Lings are on up, Stalkers, Void Ray gonna come fine. We're just gonna see how Lings jumping onto the Forge on the main base as well. And that armor upgrade is actually in some trouble. I actually think that's dead, right? Oh, so we lose a Forge, so no armor upgrade. I mean, to be fair, +2 attack is the more important upgrade. If there's going to be one to lose the armor, but still a little bit annoying because it's quite far along as well. Solo going to catch Jim maybe a little bit off guard right now, too, as he gets double abducted on the Colossus. Does not kill either of them, though. as Jim gets those Colossus away, and that is huge. No, don't lose them now! You force field the Road Raptor in to get the catch, and you just walk your Colossus that's hurt, that you just clutchly saved, back into. Like, no, not like this. Not like this, please. Oh, okay. Well, Jim still has a good setup. I mean, obviously pushing this back in general was great. The Vipers kind of wasted the energy there initially, but they are alive. They will go re-energize and get ready to go again, I would imagine. It's not really too concerned about that, I would say, as our Immortals are going to get caught by a few Lings here as well. A bit of a wrap around. Solar definitely trying to, doing a good job of catching Jim off guard and kind of making him make mistakes, basically, thus far. As a few probes pull in, too, they're going to get rid of another Ling or so right there. One more Ling still working around the map. Potential to keep on running through. Immortal still building up. Again, I want +1 armor, +1 shields coming through. The Lings are just gonna run on in. Not like this, Solar. This is really not ideal, as Jim is just in trouble. Double Robo Facility goes down. Solar is just... I mean, he's really found the weakness in the last couple of minutes, which is that if you do one thing, Jim gets distracted quite heavily, and then going elsewhere and doing something else at the same time is just seemingly deadly. That's absolutely been the case thus far. Results come through, a few Lings going down, Hydras, Veins, Lurkadan, and Lurker in production. I mean, we just reproduce here as Solar. He has got 84 drones as well, so his economy is absolutely booming and keeping going at this stage of the game. Looking beautiful. Seven more Lurkers currently producing. Hydras are on the way out. Just going to be seeing Jim. Basically just going to send it with one big attack, but meet the Lurkers. Well, Jim already met the Lurkers last game. I like the Blinding Cloud here instead of an Abduct, honestly. Force units to have to come close to those Lurkers to be able to fight this. It's absolutely kind of what you want to be doing. Now, those Lurkers have all their upgrades too, so yeah, I like the idea of a Blinding Cloud. You might think, oh, just Abduct and kind of guarantee some kills, but the Blinding Cloud is very effective. A shame the first Viper went down before it really casted anything. Otherwise, another Blinding Cloud maybe could have abducted and Blinding Cloud. That would have been the real way to play it. As Lings gonna break through onto that natural triple Robo, producing Immortals. Oh my! It's not every day you see a literal squadron of Lurkers walking across the map. My goodness, that's a lot of Lurkers. 22 in the game. And now Solar, I mean, the biggest problem with Lurkers is obviously kind of pushing in can be a bit tough, but he's bullying his way onto this position with the Rams. He will have the Viper to help as well. I think we're going to look for an Abduct here on a Colossus. Easy pickings. Anything that means that the Hydras will just survive a bit longer as support to these Lurkers, as we are going to start attacking into this. You can see the Archon's already melting, though. Jim's supply drops below 100, and he's going to type out GG's as Solar takes a 2-1 victory and is going to get himself his first win of the season. Jim does not get a win so far. He will be playing Bunny in our last match of the day. That'll be a few series from now. So we'll get that all readied up and ready to go. As up next, we're going to be taking a step back to some of the players we saw earlier today. And we're going to be having ourselves Hero taking on DRG. So Hero versus DRG, then Hero versus Bunny, Predator versus Solar, and Bunny versus Jim is everything that is coming up here, guys. So we're going to get that ready to roll. As we shouldn't need to go to a break or anything, we can just keep it moving. Let's get everyone invited in and we will be off and away. Alrighty. Action continues here, guys, in just a second. And get ready to hop on into DRG versus Hero, get this all set, get this all rolling. Like I say, I was kind of surprised earlier today when I found out there was 9 best of 3s today, but there is. So we're going to have 4 more best of 3s still to come, starting off with this PvZ between Hero and DRG. Actually kind of expecting this to be kind of a fun one. See what DRG can bring. Definitely seeing Hero as the favorite in this. Waiting for people to get their invites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but I've got my alt in here now as well, so that's going to be +1 for 8. And we can go. Perfect. We'll check that looks correct. We are good. Alright, let's get into it, guys. Countdown is on as we make our way into Hero DRG. Fun matchup, Hero. Absolutely the favorite, but can DRG make something happen? DRG's 1-0 in this group already after he knocked down Bjun earlier. Hero is the only player of this group we've not seen anything from. We're going to see 2 matches of his right now. Let's see how it all pans out as we count on in to this game. And we are going to be starting off in the bottom left corner of the map with the blue Zerg player. This is DRG. Right, throwback. Always good to see him playing. Always good to see him doing well. As in the top right-hand side, the red Protoss player, we have ourselves Hero. Best of 3 action continuing. 4 best of 3s remaining here in the WardiTV Korean Royale today. Thanks for joining us, of course, guys. Again, so good to see so many of you here doing some action. I want to do a little sellout just to start this PVZ, which may take a moment or so to get going, so I want to do that, but just waiting for some ads to finish before I fully send it into sellout mode. Another 20 seconds. So until then, we just have to watch the probe moving about. Alright, ads are finishing. It's sellout time. You guys ready for the sellout? Okay, here it is. This is the WardiTV Korean Royale, guys. And these WardiTV events do not happen without your support. So if you are enjoying the stream today, there's so many ways you can help us out. Follow the stream, subscribe on YouTube, for example. See when we go live in the future and upload more content, and watch that content when you can. That's one of the easiest and best ways to support. You get to watch more StarCraft, we get to benefit from it, we get to run more games. Of course, as well, if you are really enjoying, there's ways to go above and beyond, which is you can obviously subscribe with your Twitch Primes on the channel, or you can sub regularly as well if you've got a few dollars going spare. Helps us out massively. Those are the things that help us to keep on running these events, putting these prize pools together, and putting the money into the players' pockets. So do check that out. Of course, there's other options as well, which involve spending money, such as donating, cheering, super chatting, etc. All of that helps us to run more of these WardiTV events, which means more StarCraft for you guys to watch. So all of that is very, very important. So do check it out. Support if you can. Like I said, would not be able to run these things without you guys being so awesome. As we have the sellout section completed. We've been following this pro big time. There's not really much else going on as Stargate has been dropped on the other side from Hero. And that's kind of about it for the moment. Just that Stargate coming in so far. Not really anything too wild. Pretty expected. Gonna get the Oracle on the way here, so gonna get that as our starting point. Bring that up. Does anyone know how the players are selected for the open stage and the Masters? Yeah, you just sign up. You just sign up, and if they reach the sign-up cap, priority is given to people with ESL points first. So it's not really kind of some crazy thing that's not announced. They're likely confirming the final few people, but the players themselves probably already know if they're going. Stuff's already booked and so on. The ESL probably won't make an announcement until they release the open bracket. Would be my guess. Three drones going down as the Oracle gets active here. Starting to fight a little bit. 3 more drones coming up, a handful of queens on the way as well. Nexus just drops down onto the 3rd base, and the 2 oracles will be making their way back down to the bottom left as well, so making their way towards this main. Gonna be a couple of queens here out and about fighting against those oracles. See the oracles backing away back to the upper right side. Feelings trying to poke around. The oracle is going to be there to go and push back those zerglings a little bit, so a little bit of action on that for a little while. Twilight Council, Forge, Nexus, all that good stuff continuing through. Oracles are going to find themselves a couple of drones. Nothing too major. Twilight and the Forge going to be the follow-up now from Hero. That's very much so the expectation as well. We'll see what sort of Twilight upgrade we get. We kind of expect Blink, although Hero's very capable of playing Charge too. And this is a map where sometimes you can play that Charge on. Problem with charges, it typically leads you into more aggressive compositions like Charge Auto Mortal Archon. That means typically you're going to be aggressive and attacking, and quite frankly, there's not as many places to attack in on this map, right? It's all choked up. You know, if you go to the bottom half, Zealots will just kind of clog together trying to get through there as well. So yeah, Blink is my preference in terms of what I wanted to see for Hero. That's exactly what Hero is going to give us for the moment. So we get that underway. Steps are going to go huge, actually. Sorry, big shaded into this natural expansion. Going to find 7 drones. Well, that's nice. Going to find an 8th as well. So 8, 9, 10, 11 workers. The Oracle's active on the 3rd base too. They got a bunch of drones in this corner. So Hero is going to get some mega damage done. Oracle here will activate for a couple of lings just before we're done. This drone is like, take me too. I sacrifice myself, but the Oracle denies him the opportunity. Can't have drones giving themselves up and actually being rewarded for it. So Oracle just backs away. But yeah, great damage from Hero. Gets in for a bunch of workers early. That puts him in a great spot with that +1 blink coming through to apply further pressure. We'll see when those Stalkers have blink, they can step onto the map and typically force units out, trade a little bit. They're always going to be blinking backwards, so they're always keeping themselves very safe. Aren't you already going to start warping in some Stalkers and moving in? You have these Oracles to support the Stalkers too. That means that heavier link counts can be dealt with by the Oracles, keeps these Stalkers safe as well. Overlord does go down, and the rest of this army from Hero collecting together. Maybe even some Revelations here, knock down some creep tumors. We're actually going to spread the creep, which means the active tumors will be denied right now anyway. Back to the Watchtower. Stalker's going to get the Overseer. The Changeling will go down as well. A little bit more Ling, Roach, Queen all joining up. Hatchery on the bottom side getting settled in as well. Few Stalkers going to go chipping their way through this set of rocks as well. It's just going to pick our way through that. Get some more damage done. Just for the moment. +2 attack and charge continue to come about into play. Continue to bring that all in. And again, a couple of cannons coming through. The battery is on the way up. Stalker's trying to fight there. Going to get rid of a couple of creep tumors as well. +2 attack finishing shortly. Storm is going to continue to Chrono Boost. Forge building. That's the second Forge coming out as our Stalkers continue forwards. These creep tumors will be going down, so we get rid of a few more of them. Ling, Roach, Queen comes across to this side. We actually activate the Oracle to get rid of the creep. Dropping that lurker down as well. Hive about to finish. Oracles will come through. Just going to zap through some more of them Roaches. Drop the Revelation once more. Pull back to the center. Stalkers gather with all these Oracles. Storm charge. Everything getting ready. +2 attack and +1 armor. Building on the Forges as well. Everything right now going to start pushing down to the bottom left. Couple of Revelations coming through. Creep Team is getting caught. Ling Roach going to start getting cleaned up. High Templar's having to hold back. They don't have Storm yet. This was Hero getting a little bit overzealous because if he had Storm, this would have been a lot easier. TRG now has a surround on this army. What do you even Storm top side? The Roaches will get hit heavily by those Storms, but and those Stalkers were just stood fighting because if they blinked away, the High Templars would have died. So Hero basically didn't have blink for this fight because he had to stand still and take the engagement to protect this High Templar. Hero pushed his way up a little bit too soon. And like I say, a little bit of overzealousy there. Just kind of believed in what he could do before he was really in a good position to do it. So that's a little bit of a shame. That maybe should have been so much better. As now, we'll get back to work. And, well, some Hydras on the way out. We do see the Oracles dropping a Revelation into the main base. +3 attack, +1 armor, all coming through here. We have ourselves the Stalker still just clearing out creep spread in the middle of the map as well as knocking down all of that so far. Next coming through, battery and cannon coming up, additional Hydras all in production, muscular augments. We'll get into lurkers as well. I actually really worry for Hero because it's the worst time to really lose a fight against a Zerg, because now the Zerg is going to be stood here, powered up on the lurkers, defending all of their bases. Like, they're going to be looking freaking golden. He's going to be looking so good right now. More lurkers getting morphed in. We will see Stalkers firing it up, picking off a few of those Zerglings. So a few of those already going down. The lurkers will fire on in, and the Stalkers will take a bunch of shots as well. More lurker getting morphed. The couple force fields dropping through there. Zals continue to play the chasing game. Roaches and Lings being hunted. Let's fire up some shots. The Roach is still gathering through. Just gonna see the rest of these probes taking some damage. One more storm, actually making 2 more storms onto those lurkers. So damage being dealt once again. And we'll see these Immortals really trying to break onto this position. And this is a good fight from Hero. Lurkers are forced to unburrow, and the moment they have to unburrow is always painful. Adaptive talent is not done, so their ability to reposition is not as great as it could be otherwise. So even that is not at full strength just yet, as we have got Hero pushing forwards with these Zealots, looking to try and find a bit of something right now. Stalks collecting back together. Creep Human gets shot down. The Observer providing the vision at the moment as these Lings continue to come in for the wraparound here onto a bunch of this Immortal Stalker force. The rest of these Immortals firing, pulling back. A bunch more Roaches still on the way through here. We have got creep spread pushing out all the way around the upper left-hand side, all the way down in the bottom right. +3 missiles starts on the Evo chamber. The lurkers all building. Hydra's coming up. But the ship is going to start as well from the main nexus, so just get that mothership on the way. With a little toy to play with, basically, for Hero. I mean, maybe needed at this point as well, as DRG still has a good amount of creep on the map. His base setup, 5 base, looking okay, but honestly, Hero taking a 6. Maybe here, DRG is the one that needs to find a little bit of fortune again. The Zealots are good enough right now to wrap around that group of Roach Hydra forces, reinforcements to come across. Top side of the map, it's the Stalker Immortal High Templar force that's blinking in, finding crew tumors, and DRG will be under some pressure at the moment. I really felt like DRG was going to be a bit more commanding supply-wise, but not the case, as we are going to get a chase here. Gets a High Templar on the back of it. It's always nice to be able to grab a HD. Is good. High Templar still coming about on the right side. It's going to be some High Templar storming. Roaches and Hydras continue to come through. We just have ourselves another storm coming in, and this army continues to chase by. A couple of mortals getting knocked. So High Templars building once more. Have ourselves a +3 missile upgrade on that Evo chamber being brought into production as well. Couple Creep Humans getting taken out. Mothership overhead. We will actually turn our way towards this set of rocks. Just to open this up for the moment and see if we can create some space down to the bottom side. We'll start moving up. Lurker's going to be positioned. Hydra's coming through. High Templars continue to get storms going. Keep on fighting here as the Hydras and the Lings all building up here. +3 missiles. Overlord speed continuing to produce. Now the storm comes out. Observer is going to go down. Revelation just looking to catch, as we do see these spines still building across the board. Immortal coming out. +3 armor coming through. Gun's still moving about here. Zealots will be taking some damage. Hydra's coming over. And Zealots will continue to take some shots. Drone's going down on the bottom side as the Mothership gets us in position over here. So we Mothership recall across. And we jump onto this base. The Lurkers have to bounce back. And Hero is still losing out, though. As these High Templars, this is the problem. Now we're going to try and recall. These Archons are going to be in trouble. They actually get all of them away, and now the Mothership is left. It's going to time warp. No, Mothership. It was nice knowing you. Gonna get taken down, chased down by the Hydras, and Hero cleans up there, as that does resettle things down. But I think Hero lost a lot in this fight. Look at the army graph. You can see just how quickly his army supply plummeted. He lost so much trying to engage in here. So that was very expensive. Still got Hydras and Lurkers pushing up through the center. Gonna get rid of an Archon to begin with. A few changes dropping down, and now you're gonna try and, well, just break this gold base. So DRG making some progress. Hero gonna go for the counterattack. Zealot straight across the map. Hero, as always, just high-pace action. He's not gonna slow it down for anything or anyone. Hydra's the Lurker. Hydras and Queens play clean up here, so Zealots will drop. This is a scary-ass army from DRG. Over double the army supply, and the majority of it is here right now as well. And with those Lurkers in position, yeah, this is bad. The thing is, right, Lurkers are not the sort of unit you want to be down in supply against, because if they're in position in a good enough number, they just become invincible, right? They are the Zerg version of an immortal, right? Where if there's just not enough to take it down, it will never die. So, yeah, the Lurkers blob here has just been super good. And obviously now reinforcements keep arriving too. This base is in trouble, and this is probably just a continued march to the death for Hero, as DRG is just going to keep going base by base. Maybe with some storms coming up, you can stop the Zerg army moving up a ramp, but DRG can also just play it safe and take out this base over here. Then Heroes reset down to 3 bases, which are not really going to be full of mining 16 minutes into the game. And DRG looking good to take in number 1. Heroes debut in this season, the Korean Royale, looking to fall apart quite quickly right now as our few probes transfer away. They're going to go running. The Lings are going to chase. 34 workers going down. We do see more army in the center from Heroes still pushing to the middle watchtower. And Hero does come through the center now. He pretty much just has to send it. There's not a scenario where you just rebuild and go again. He has to send it and hope he catches some very good storms, I imagine. As, yeah, obviously just storming units as they approach or as they move through certain locations. That's absolutely the way to take this right now. And the storms do keep dropping. As long as there's storms, I will be a little bit of a believer, even if there's not really much to follow up those storms. The High Templars are actually half of this army, I think, which is pretty ridiculous, as DRG is pretty eager to keep on trying to take the fight, force the fight. This couple Archons trying to morph in. We will get them there. Mothership Cloak can activate, although Overseers were nearby, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. More storms coming about. The Hydras are still being kept at bay. We would love to see DRG obviously be able to catch us around and jump on this force and just clean up and take this first map. Wild, by the way, if DRG wins this series on the back of this first game victory, because he would be 2-0 in the group. DRG popping. He also had to re-qualify for this event this season. He took down Bunny in the qualifiers. Most notably, as our Hydras and Lurkers get into action again, we are going to see pew 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 shots being fired. DRG going to take game number 1 of this best of 3. So DRG is going to start off with that 1-0 lead. And it is going to be down to Hero to pull it back in game number 2. So we'll get that hosted up, ready to start in just a moment. I've lost the map. I'm sorry. I found it. We're good. Just disappeared. Alright guys, game 2 here in a sec. Let's drop some invites down. We'll be off and away into this in just a couple of moments. Thank you for the patience. In games, we've got a few different casters to get into the lobby, so it does just take a second. I'm missing one. Know who it is though. Leave. When we have to invite people as well, sometimes the lobbies lag. The invites lag a little bit, so it's a little bit funky. All good though. We're here now. Let's go into game number 2 of Hero and DRG. Can Hero pull it back, or will DRG go 2-0 in the on the day? Find out in just a couple of moments as we count down into Oceanborn. This all set up. In the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg player going to be up a game in this best of 3 series. It is DRG. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right, we have ourselves Hero. Game 2, and we see already our probe coming across the map to play the blocking game, trying to make sure that Hatchery has to come onto the 3rd location. Hero already trying to take command of the base positioning and everything super early on, so I mean, very expected. That is absolutely something that we see all of the time, so not really anything too surprising there. Probe moves back up to that high ground. It's just going to be getting set and rumbling and going. Everything getting settled in for game number 2. Let's follow this probe a little bit. Pretty much the most exciting thing happening. Otherwise, just an overlord moving across the other side of the map. That's pretty much the extent of the excitement here for game number 2. Again, takes a little bit for PVZ to set up with that Stargate most likely coming through. We'll wait for the Oracle, and then the Oracle, I guess the depths show up just before the Oracle, and they get exciting as well, of course. Moves back over. Just going to nibble at that drone once again. Spawn and pull about a finish. Cybercore coming up. Still on the way in here as well, so everything just kind of as we could imagine it for the moment. Not too surprised just yet. Probe's still there. Obviously, will be replaced by the Adept in a few moments. Will be the info you want to see. Obviously, the probe can go home. The Adept can actually fight against the Lings, so Adept takes the role of the probe on the map. Stargate the choice from Hero as well, so again, everything for the moment as we expect. Adept moving about, Link speed still coming through. The Adept is going to shade up toward the high ground here. Steps get through. It's going to be 5 drones going down. That's a massive amount of damage to start off with. Those Adepts hitting and hitting hard. 5 workers dead, and that is absolutely a little bit of a surprising amount of damage, honestly. And Queen's coming up as well. Wolfgate coming through alongside this Adept. Let's have ourselves... Well, Queen's going to be here to try and deflect the Oracle, which still finds 3 drones. Gets out low HP, but obviously a few drones early. Getting damage done before 4 minutes is amazing for Protoss. Like, if you're getting damage done pre-4 minutes, I feel like that's always got to be something you look at and you're like, yeah, okay, I take that. You know, I accept this. This is alright. We take these. So yeah, I think that Oracle's very happy. And Hero even just pulls it back home. Joins it with Oracle 2. And together they will get onto the map. Oracle 3 is also spawning in a little bit. So all 3 Oracles going to be the setup right now. Get all of that on the go. Next is still coming through. I got a couple of oracles in the upper left hanging about. These lings of DRG. They're moving across as well. Twilight Council, Nexus. Building for the moment. 5 drones and a lair from DRG. I feel like Heroes Odyssey in a good position a lot of that last game too. Just pushed that a little bit too soon before his storm, and they felt like everything went wrong from there. So to me, it's kind of on DRG to be the player who kind of needs to actually be the guy mixing it up a little bit right now still. To be the guy that actually makes the difference, who makes the changes happen. As the depths continue to shade across, heading down to the bottom right side. Just going to be hanging out for a moment or two. Still got that resonating glaives coming up. 3 more gateways coming in as well. So again, all 3 of those gates up and rolling here. Our probes are producing also. That's what's going to come about. You're going to see these adepts going to be fighting away onto a few of those lings. Damage being done, a few lings going down. Glaives is the follow-up to this, by the way. Very late Glaives because it's 3 oracles. Almost surprising to see that it's Glaives. And then also the fact that these adepts right now are actually fighting means that their numbers are going to be going down. So to produce further adepts beyond this is kind of not really the norm at all. Adepts going to move over here, try and shoot down some drones from the high ground, but being chased by queens already, they decide it's maybe going to be a little bit too much. So they just try and play the shade to a natural, which didn't recover in, and finally we recall. Well, we do want to save the adepts because Glaives is on the way up, so if you're going to get the Glaives, you kind of want to keep those adepts alive, so the recall is absolutely the right play rather than just diving and hoping you get a little bit extra. And now even more adepts move across the map. This time it will be with Glaives as well. And I'm very afraid for DRG that he only has lings right now. And now he sees Glaives for the first time. Now he's going to be like, crap. 5 roaches are starting up. The adepts continue to shade forward. Just going to be coming through. And do commit, again, as long as you are sitting here with these adepts, the lings are not going to be a good response to you. And so far, the adepts have absolutely obliterated everything in their pathway. Drones are going to have to transfer away. Sword actually did go off catching a queen and a couple lings, but the adepts are putting in most of the work already. Move up top, just going to get rid of even more of these drones. They move from one base to the other, trying to figure out the safest place to be. The adept shade doesn't actually go anywhere. I think it was just tracking the drones, which ended up back on top of the adepts anyways. Now we will just target down a few more workers in the mineral line as the roach count did increase. Hero's issue here is going to be he invested into Glaive, so he doesn't have blink or anything, so an immediate counter would probably be DRG's best bet. I don't love that DRG's building drones. I actually think you should just spam units and go. Do I think it would work? Maybe not, but I mean, look at it right now. Hero doesn't really have much. He's got stalkers that don't have blink. I feel like if there was a moment, this would have been it to just send it, but I kind of get it too. I mean, would it really have been enough to kind of break through? Probably not, so maybe you do just try and play the longer game. That's just a lot of damage taken. And it was already good damage early from Hero as well, right? So it's just compounding into more and more of a problem. Six more stalkers popping out. Move them up that right-hand side. As you see, stalkers is going to get straight into this fight, jumping onto these roaches. No, they don't even have blink yet. They're just super confident, so yeah, okay. Blink will finish soon, and it is looking very, very good for Hero at the moment. Looking fantastic in this game number 2, looking to tie up this series, of course. The DRG is still chasing the worker count of Hero, so Hero can just keep on reproducing on the back of this, keep on trading with better units, good upgrades. They're going to try and get to the Hive and the Lurker Den, but I mean, this is basically coming at the cost of being on pure Roaches. This isn't even Roach Ravager as a defense. So you're kind of skipping Ravagers to kind of get to that tech, which if you get there successfully, you might be okay, but it does mean up until that point, these pure Roaches are not going to have the great time. Now, they actually get a catch on these Stalkers here, just before +2 attack is done and before they were really able to blink again. Even then, it doesn't seem too incredible. The Stalkers will push them back eventually, and reinforcing Stalkers are arriving as well to keep this trade going. I think DRG is in a lot of trouble because we're about to see extra gates charge. DRG is going to be able to build like 2 lurkers, and he's going to die to like the Stalker Charge Lord mass warping. It is pretty much, I think, what happens here. I just don't see... Okay, DRG can absolutely stay alive if he gets enough lurkers up and plays well defensively, but then I think Hero's going to completely expand him and be in a great position. But I actually think it's more likely that Hero just kind of swarms him with this newfound charge upgrade and makes DRG's life very difficult very quickly, especially while the lurkers don't have upgrades. So yeah, it's a little scary because obviously Hero's just on gateway units, but he has so many of them. And that's the thing, the whole idea of Hero's plan here is he's just going to spam units. And it's going to be almost impossible for DRG to keep up. And now DRG is basically all in because he just lost this hatchery. So if you stop to rebuild this hatch, that's not good for you. If you go all in, that's not really what you want to be doing, attacking forwards with lurkers that are not fully upgraded. And Hero will absolutely try and catch the move out as well. Catch it on siege, catch it out in the open. Wow. Very confident for Hero here as he catches one of the morphing lurkers, gets a couple of roaches. DRG, again, the timing is kind of already passing. So let's see how our Nexus sets up. So I was just going to charge forward, just going to see our Oracle drop the Revelation down. This lurker's still moving through, so we already have the Revelation up. There's just so many Zealots. This lurker count is not good enough to deal with this amount of units. Hero swarms and wins game number 2. As he knocks down everything of DRG. GG is called. And Hero sends us to game number 3. Well played by Hero. Found some really good damage and absolutely capitalized on it. Let's get into our 3rd game here in just a moment. Three, four, five, six, seven. Who are we missing? Crank. Hi guys, one more player. One more caster. Get into this next map. Keep the games a rolling here. Thanks for joining us so far here for the WardiTV Korean Royale. So good to have you guys with us. And enjoying some StarCraft 2 today as we come into Site Delta. Get this on the way up. Oh, guys, I'm sorry for sniffling. I just have a bit of a cold on the back end of being ill. It's, yeah. It's a frustrating one. As we have on the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be DRG. Can he make it happen one more time to close out this series and to go 2-0 on day 1 of the Korean Royale? Bottom right. Gonna be our Red Protoss player. This is Hero. Well, on the final map. Get this underway. Our probe is already out and doing its duties. Scouting about, causing some trouble. Just try and be a little bit of a nuisance in the early stages. As the drone comes about, probe is going to get nibbled at. Yo, what's up, Take? And welcome, everybody. You guys have had fun watching the stream with Take so far? You guys having a great time? I'm obviously continuing to cast the same games you were just watching. As we pop on by, continue on through. Welcome, guys. Hope you guys are having a great day. Thanks for enjoying the tournament. What's up, Kalaris? How you doing, mate? Good to see you. As well. All the legends in the chat all of a sudden, huh? Just like that. Robbie moves around, catching the pool coming up. Cybercore is going to drop in from hero to wall off at the front doors, so we just get that wall off completed. The Overlord still chilling from DRG out in the center, so that's just going to be hanging about here for the moment. Getting this all up and rolling. This far. Link's Queen and Link Speed coming about. Link Speed still coming through. The Stargate coming up. Nexus, Adapt, the Probe. Bit of everything coming in. Warp Gate coming through as well. For the moment. We do have a couple of Adepts is going to come and try advance forward a little bit, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Adepts going to shade up to that high ground and wander in. Link Speed is about to finish, and just get the natural hatchery coming through too. Again, with Oracles on the way, we've really just seen what we expect to see out of Hero thus far. Not really anything too surprising just yet. Yeah, Oracle still building, the gateway popping through. And Warp Gate coming up, and that Link Speed still coming about as well. It's just getting all of this coming through again. Queens and drones continuing about. Gateway producing as well. And there's a depth back down to the bottom side of the map here, so getting set on up. We have ourselves the Stalker still poking at the Overlord, doing a little bit of damage, getting a few shots off. Things build back. Twilight Council already building in from Hero, so we get that on the go as well. The Oracle going to activate, and we do already knock down a couple of drones. 2, 3. Lovely start. Lovely start. Oracle comes back over. Joins up over on that right-hand side. Spread pushing through. Twilight Council, extra gateways all coming up. Overlords are still producing as well. I mean, again, waiting for this Twilight to finish. This is on the back of just 2 Oracles, so the Twilight's a little bit quicker. Which, yeah, I was going to say, maybe suggest potentially Glaives. If not Glaives, it could be a more aggressive, like, Blink play or something. But no, Glaives is going to be the option here. Go into that, get that set up, and away we go. Just for the moment as our Oracles continue to gather together. Oracle's still moving around a little bit. A couple of Queens are going to be there. Oracle's firing up some shots. Revelation will come through. Resonating Glaives just over halfway done here. The Rotron building up. The Lings coming out. The Rotron's going to be very important, of course, to deal with these incoming Adepts. It's going to be very important, in fact, so you really do need to see that. Will you get to see Hero versus Bunny? Yes, of course. You will see every single series on the channel from the WardiTV crew in Royale. You will not miss anything, I promise. I think Hero Bunny's after this, in fact. We'll go straight into the TVP following this PvZ. Finally, a break from the PvZs. We've had a lot of them in a row. As the Adepts are just going to shade through. Going to get rid of a few of the Zerglings here. Just going to get a little grab on those. And that's actually a huge start to this fight from Hero, who now gets in for a bunch of drone damage. So damage being dealt in a big way. 6, 7 drones already being dropped, and that is kind of just, well, continue to be an issue as these Adepts will just shade elsewhere, force drones to keep on moving about between the bases as well. I got an Evo Chamber here, but the split of Adepts is going to be a problem as well. 17 workers now dead, and DRG is bleeding in these early stages as the Adepts continue to do so much damage. 18 workers is huge. And we're actually going to shade here, which is just a chance to kill even more of these drones, man. And just another mineral line not mining during this time. 22 dead workers is so expensive. 7 more drones in production. Blink halfway done. Couple more forges coming about. Still bringing a lot of that through as the battery also comes in. The extra stalkers coming in from Hero as well. The oracles of Hero moving back towards the upper left-hand side. Going to activate onto a queen or two. Let's see, one oracle now again picked up. Good drones going to be dropping. 4 workers going down. Again, that roach speed coming about. The +1 missiles coming in. A few more drones getting picked away at. That's going to be a cancel on another one building as well. So again, pain for DRG. His economy is just taking a beat down. 31 workers have died thus far. I'm going to lose even more in the main base. No queens here to supplement this spore crawler. Hero does not mind losing an oracle when you're dealing damage like this. Damage is just absolutely huge. $17 more drones killed. That is now 42 dead drones at the 7-minute 30-second marker of the game. This is not damage you really recover from as a Zerg. I hate to say it, DRG, I love you, bro, but this is like doomsday kind of damage, you know? This is really not it at all for him. He is looking to be in a whole spot of bother. And I think we might have a Zerg that is in, yeah, maybe just too much trouble altogether to recover from. Hero looking great here in game 3. We'll see if his follow-up can just straight up kill DRG. He's going into charge. He's going into 1-1. He's already got Blink. I actually think he will just probably kill him because he's just done that much already. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Oracle's come back over. Stalker's going to get rid of a few of these roaches. Well, kind of see that the numbers just are not here for DRG. We will see a Blink back, but that's just going to be GG's. Not much else to add to this one, guys. That is going to do it. And that is going to be Hero with the 2-1 victory. Congratulations to our Protoss. Absolutely brutal game. Non-stop from Hero, just go, go, go. Getting a lot done. Alrighty, guys, up next is going to be the continuation here, Hero versus Bunny. I think we might do Hero versus Bunny, then Bunny versus Jim, just because I have the replays for Creator Soul in a different place. It should be fine, actually, never mind. Never mind. All good. Alright, I'll get this one hosted up in a second, guys. Throw some invites out. That's all started. Alrighty. I need to crank. We should be 7 now if Take is gone. Perfect, we are 7. Alright, let's start it up. Let's get into Hero versus Bunny, guys. We're not wasting time. We're just going to keep it going. We're just going to keep it rolling. Alright. Let's keep this party rolling onwards as we have ourselves Ghost River for map number 1 of this best of 3 TVP coming at you. So we're going to be in the top right-hand side with the blue Protoss player. This is Hero. Top left, our red Terran is going to be Bunny. Italia just bought her wedding dress. Oh my god, James. Do you have any money left? Have you set a date yet? Have you decided where you're getting married or any of the rest of it? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Spy? That cool? You're my go-to hero for content? Oh, my go-to for hero content? Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Happy to bring it. Nothing? Oh my god. She's literally just gonna drag you somewhere one day and you're gonna be like, well, what? And she's just like, you're getting married now. I'm sick of this. Probe nibbles at the SCV as we get ourselves a little bit of an annoying probe at the start of the game. Gonna be a little bit of a nibble early on. Cage, Assimilator, all coming about. We have ourselves the barracks coming up as well. And CV just doing a little bit of repairing. Coming back over, Probe still patrolling at the front, and we do have our Cyber Core on the way. Reaper and the Depot being brought up as well. So Bunny is going to play double gas to start. That obviously means likely a faster factory here. I was going to say he was mining with all 6. He pulls out now, so that's going to give you a few more minerals to get towards the expansion at some stage. Cybercore finishing warp gate on the way. Again, factory is coming through with the Reaper on the way up as well. Get that all set up for the moment as we have ourselves the Reaper factory building through. Hero is going to get the probe back into the natural, and the Reaper will continue to chase across. Well, at the moment, going to go hunting into this base. Did that probe just recall into the... I swear there was a probe here and it just disappeared. I'm seeing things. I was like, why did I genuinely thought it just vanished, but I think I'm just seeing things. My goodness. I actually convinced, I checked if recall had just been used, because I was absolutely convinced it had just been, yeah, it had just been recall. That's wild. Attempt going to fight the Reaper here for a couple of moments, so a bit of damage being done. As the 2 Reapers together have not really found too much just yet. They're going to pull back up towards this top side. Yep, just going to move away a little bit. Again, Robo Facility, Gateway, all being brought up. A couple extra probes being brought in. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about as well. And Reaper will begin. Just still go across the map and try and find a little bit of what else is going on. Reaper's still just kind of patrolling about, keeping a little bit of vision on the map. The medevac's coming through, though, and that's going to be our first real point of proper aggression, I would imagine, from Bunny here in the next little bit. Marine's going to be popping. You have the Cyclones and Reapers in the center as well. Robo Bay coming up from Hero. As we do have Banshee and Cloak coming through Oz as well. So let's keep those upgrades rolling here. As you see our Cloak coming on by. Again, that Robo Bay coming up from Heroes, just getting that on the go right from the start. Cyclones, Reaper's going to be trading, so this is going to be the medevac bringing us across, and away we go. I'm just going to have a sentry taking some shots. The battery is going to do its due diligence, though, healing that back up. Stalker's hunting. Cyclone's getting pushed. Chased away for now as a couple more Stalkers and Probes continue to come on by. Well, the Stalker's going to hang back out to the right side. Medevac and Marine's going to come over in towards the natural. Stalkers get there. The Medevac gets turned away, gets turned around immediately. Stalkers and the Immortal just going to be up to the top. So he's going to be Hero looking for an opportunity to shut down this Medevac, and he's got it. Medevac down, so there goes a bunch of the units from Bunny. They will have the Banshees coming across the map. First Banshee going to get across here successfully. Does not get killed. We've seen so many Banshees denied going across the map lately. This one does get seen a little bit. Picks off a probe just on the way up. And now will be kind of known about as we have the Observer in position. We hit one more probe down. Oh, the Banshee too deep though, so we'll just get 2 probes and then die. Not much else to be done from there. Not ideal, because now you've only got one other Banshee and you know about it, so it's not likely to get much done. It's going to be kind of rough. Good defense from Hero so far. Yo, Mightiest Chicken, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Going out to Padomat, or Podomat. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity of the gifted sub. Thank you, and welcome Podo Matt to the Wardy fam. As do you see Bunny coming with another push right now? Aggressive play on a short map. Let's see if this can get set up and get going here in the next few moments. See if something can happen as we try to start on the third. We get a good jump on this, and the Immortal is going to reach that tank as well. So that first tank dies so quickly. I feel like this is already a little bit disastrous for Bunny. Now, he does knock down the Colossus, but as the next tank goes down, I think Hero's very okay with this. Pushing this back for the cost of a Colossus, basically. I think that's absolutely going to be okay as our army of Hero gets back out to the center of the map, and we'll be able to just go chasing. Now, a high ground tank probably is defensive enough to chase Hero away here. And Hero's going to go for it anyways. He is going to get the tank. Wow. I don't even know if it was a great idea. He ends up losing kind of a lot of units, but no, I guess it's fine. Bunny is just not going to have that much at all. As another tank comes in, this time the Immortal gets on top of it more easily, so it goes down quickly. And it doesn't look like Bunny is going to have what he needs to really keep himself alive in this one. He is going to be dropping quickly as GG is called, and that is going to be Hero to pick up game number 1. So Hero picks up the first, and just does so with a very good pushback on the aggression of Bunny. Bunny trying to be a very aggro Terran, and Hero just says no. And with that, we get ourselves into game number 2, which will be on Oceanborn. So we'll go straight for our second game here. And keep the games a rolling your way. Alright, just getting all the invites out, guys. We'll just be a moment getting ourselves into game number 2. Little update for some of the casters. A chance to read it. And we can go into this next one. I host an account over here. Do that. Perfect. Wardy, why do I have chest ache after having your protein shakes? Because you worked your chest so hard during your workout, James. You pumped it up too much. I don't know. Maybe you did too much stressful Warhammer painting this week? Top left, going to be our blue Protoss player. This is Hero, up a game now in this best of 3, taking on Bunny here on Oceanborn. So we get this underways. Heli Probe again, just wants to get here and check if there's going to be a proxy or not. Probe the SCV. Just going to be doing some nibbling on one another. The SCV having to pull off early, but this probe has, is an investment as well, having to pull that across the map so soon is definitely a factor. And so pulling an SCV off to match the probe is not really that big of a deal. It's kind of the nice thing for Protoss is that you can force an SCV off the line with that probe if you take it off early, so there is a benefit to it. SCVs come over, probe gets hunted, Cybercore coming through, as Hero gets settled in. Yeah, SCVs just going to chase about, probe's taking some shots. Some little bits of damage, but nothing too crazy for the moment. Everything looking cozy for the moment. Just have the Cybercore and the Nexus all continue to come about here just for the moment. Waiting for that Cybercore to tell us what tech we're getting. As Bunny just expands into the factory this time. It's a little bit different, not looking to be as much of an aggro player super early on in the game. Adept continues to move about. It's going to be seeing this coming down the bottom right-hand side for the moment. Adept just going to go shading into the natural expansion. He's going to be able to potentially commit through and go find a little bit of something, but mostly just looking for info. There's Marines there, so not too worth sticking around for. Too worth committing onto. As that blink continues in, the warp gate continues up. Just have those few Marines there to keep pushing that Adept away. For the moment right now, it's just pushing that on back. Blink still coming through, the warp gate finishing shortly. That orbital command finishing from Bunny. Drop down another mule from up in the skies. And pull that down onto this mineral line. Stalker and Adept ping their way through, and the Marines taking some damage as well. Stalker's still firing it up a little bit. Robo facility, a couple more Stalkers coming about. Blink is building on the Twilight. They actually do have the one Helene across the map, and he's going to find one probe, looking for more. Wanted that second one, but the pullback was good enough to make it step forwards a bit too much before it got the shot, and that was good. As Hero gets the Robo facility. And the two gates at the moment. Just waiting to see what the next bit of money goes into. He's got the money for 2 more gates. He's got the money for Nexus shortly. Just keeping our eyes on Hero there. He's actually supply blocked 46 over 46. Pretty bad timing as well. Oh, the tank is going to get caught moving out. Actually, horrible time to be supply blocked if you're meant to be kind of dealing with this push of Bunny right now. Uh-oh. One Stalker goes down as well. This tank has put in some work so far, getting some good shots off. Okay. Stalkers will fight. A couple Marines will start to take damage. Going to continue to pull back into the center of the map. Blink will finish soon. Tank turns back around. I'm getting so much damage on these Stalkers, but Hero is buying time at the very least, if nothing else. Like I say, time is being bought. You are going to delay this push from getting across the map. Marines, tanks, medevacs coming back around into the center here. We do have the Robo Bay Forge and the Charge all continue to come up. Medevac of Bunny goes back over that right-hand side. Stim coming through, tank on the way. Fine rebuilding on that natural as the Stalkers continue to move across. Hero is still only on 2 bases. Robo Bay now here, and obviously, the longer you take to take a third, the more concerning this becomes. It's not like he has some powerful push. Yes, he's had a bit of tech going on. Bit of a weird situation all around as Medevac gets through the main. We'll get through the natural in a second to see exactly everything. I mean, if you turn right, you would see the Robo Bay. That's exactly what Bunny does. He wants to know what's up, and he sees the Robo Bay now, so he's like, okay. Colossus likely on the way. The observer there as the Stalkers do get a Marine or so, but Bunny's army is quite scary. 4 tanks already. Gonna have a stim combat shield being done. This one medevac can join up with that force as well to be a little bit of the healing needed. I don't think Bunny's gonna try to get too caught up on these Stalkers. He's gonna send the majority of the force across the map no matter what this time. So he's just gonna keep on advancing, heading straight to the upper left-hand side. Colossus Immortal Sentry is going to be seen. A couple of tanks will begin to get sieged up here. Thermalan still coming through as tanks will siege. A couple shots coming off. Damage being done across the board. We will just see the Marines trying to come back through. Stalker still taking some damage. We'll continue to push up as that battery will go down. Scan once again. Colossus, Sentries, Immortal, Stalker all gathering up on that side. Tanks will be sieging. I mean, this third base is just in trouble. I mean, the problem is you invested into the Colossus as your reason to be on 2 bases for so long, but Colossus do not deal well with this tank arm. Like, the tanks are absolutely going to keep this Colossus force away. There is charge, and we're probably just going to need a ton of Zealots to deal with this right now as Hero. His Zealots across the map currently are going to buy a bit of time and just be annoying. Force reinforcements to stop there a little bit. Even more Zealots go across the map to do, you know, more of that, essentially. It's just dropping as well as they start to trail into the tank shots. Not exactly ideal. The is pulled back to the upper left-hand side. Marines, tank, medevac's all coming up. The army will actually be a little bit under siege right now. Not a bad time to move forward. Good force fields. I mean, it did choke this up. The libs from behind! No, not the best place for the lib to be, as there are going to be Stalkers. There's the Colossus. I'm just going to sit there and lib fire, and we are going to see the tanks going to come through once again. Super Battery fades away. Marines are going to stim in a second time now, too. Looks as though the Colossus will not last. Well, okay. 2 of them die, but the Marines also disappear. They vanish to those Colossus lasers. That was like a magic eraser off the Marines. Well, we do have more of this army coming up across the map as the Colossus. The Stalkers will try and do what they can. The Marines will continue to just pick their way through the Stalkers, though. And I've had kind of a dismal tone for this one for Hero's defense. I just have not seen the way for him to really defend. Even now, if he holds, that means 2 base to 2 base. That isn't really good for you as a Protoss player. And you've had a lot of your tech reset as well, right? A lot of your Colossus taken down already at this stage. Dropping the main's going to start killing probes, and Hero's best answer to this is a recall. When you're having to recall to deal with an attack on 2 bases, yeah, kind of tells you that the trouble you're in, right? Medevac's boosting over. Stalkers do get a cleanup on that Medevac. Tanks will continue to press their way forwards, trying to take position on this left-hand side. The Colossus still taking some more shots. Zealots are going to be taking a bit of a beating as well. They do go down. They lose out on a siege tank. Well, actually on siege tank, so there's no more friendly fire. The tanks will take that as a chance to position a little further forwards towards that natural. One Colossus trying to save the day right now. Let's just have Colossus going down. And now a Stalker still taking hits as well. Zealots still trying to charge on through this. Tanks are firing it up. Our Zealots will be. I wiped. I mean, again, nothing really much else to say. Can't really extend a fight when one guy's on 2 army supply. This game is over. Hero accepts it. GG's and Bunny ties us up 1-1. Tell you what, we're getting a lot of game 3s in the Korean Royale. From yesterday to today, we're getting a game 3 a lot of the time. I'm really into that. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I'm gonna throw the host up, guys. Should have flanked with the Zards not run by? Maybe. I think he had to try and buy some time, though. So I can kind of agree with the idea. Like, you need to buy a bit of time initially at the very least. It's kind of a rough decision. There's not really, like, a great answer. Because I feel like the setup was just very bad for Hero from the start anyways. I feel like he was just immediately in trouble from the get-go, so... maybe Hero just shouldn't open the same way. How about that, guys? What do you think about that, huh? Well, he's spitting some facts. What I think is a fact. Top right-hand corner of the map as we go to game 3. This is going to be Crimson Court. In the top right, our blue Protoss player is Hero. In the bottom left, it is going to be our red Terran player, Bunny. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. Hope we're all doing well. Hope we're all feeling good. Crimson Court, kind of a fun map. Obviously, very good for pushing on and everything. So probe heads down the bottom left side. Probe nibbles up at the SCV. Some damage done. See, he pulls across from the main base to deal with this. Again, this probe keeps coming early. This isn't as early as the last games, but still fairly early. Coming in fairly early on is the scene, as we do have ourselves the probe still moving about. Reaper is on the way up. Nexus and the Cyber Core coming through as well. Drop Nexus down on the natural. Get that ready to go. Everything getting settled for just a couple moments. Have ourselves factory coming up. I mean, yeah, this is going to be that factory early, so that's going to be one thing to watch for here from Bunny. He has got the Reaper out. Let's follow this for a moment across the map. See what we try and do with it. Not a lot. Literally turns around because the probe is here hitting this SCV. Whoa, SCV is low. Run, SCV, run. No, oh my god, he ran through the probe. He could have died there. And he pulls the SCV to the high ground anyway to go high ground CC. Oh my goodness. I thought that probe was going to get him, man. I thought that probe was going to get him. Alright, not quite the case, but it did pull the Reaper back, which means that now the Reaper is going to meet the Adept middle of the map. So Adept is coming. I mean, that's good that we built the high ground CC. They're not having to deal with this Adept. It means the Reaper can stay on the map and try and scout. So the high ground CC actually makes a lot of sense. It does a lot for you here. As Bunny hops up to the high ground, sees another Adept. And obviously we'll continue to try and poke around because right now he would love to pick up a little bit of extra information, if at all possible. Around the natural. Pops the probes about. Another Adept coming through will hit high ground. No! We get denied, although there was an Adept up there anyways, so it's probably dead no matter what. Adept just shading out into the center, heading down to that bottom left-hand side. Marines will be here ready to fight a little bit. Adept's going to turn back around. Seeing the Cyclone locking on. Adept's actually taking a lot of damage with the Cyclone here. We're going to kill one. The Adept shade on top of the army, so that's going to be probably all three Adepts dead. I love that. It's like, I'm going to not really do anything else with this Adept, so I may as well just throw it under the command center to block it landing for like half a second. Medevac, Cyclone, Marines coming back over the sides. Cyclone locks again. Phoenix still taking shots. Model building up off that robo facility as we bring that through. The couple Phoenix continue around. Battery doing some healing. Phoenix getting healed up. Going to be seeing our Cyclones and the Medevac coming across, and we are going to have our Marines showing up as well. Gets it through. Model is already going to be very active. Phoenix doing a little bit of the lifting as well. And with the super battery, just very difficult to see success in a fight like this for Bunny. So he's probably just going to have to back it up. His attack shouldn't be the most committed. The problem is getting away from this. Right? I mean, getting away without being chased down because the Phoenix have a lot of chase potential. And that's kind of what we're doing. Bunny kind of wants to just leave. But because he's going to get chased when he leaves, he has to turn and fight. So it's kind of Hero that is forcing these fights more than Bunny. Bunny sees this as an okay opportunity, though, and I don't disagree. Got himself another couple kills. Although, honestly, I think Hero's doing a very good job preserving units. Only one Phoenix actually lost here. I kind of really felt like Bunny was going to get more with how much Hero was chasing, but great control from Hero going to make us that's not the case. A little bit of healing coming out. Marines getting brought back up to health. Firing a few more shots. We are going to come through again. Cyclones, Marines on a little bit of a push. Going to have the Colossus there firing back as well. Going to trade once more. Marines going to get rid of all the Phoenix, right? I mean, that's great, but we do lose the majority of this army for doing it. So Yeah, I mean, Phoenix are great to get rid of, though, right? You get rid of Phoenix, that's such a big win for you in the long run. Because Phoenix are so good to have throughout the game. They're meant to be here throughout the game, right? So to have that Phoenix count completely reset, all 4 of them went down, I think that's a huge deal. Well, Phoenix is back in the center. Forge, Twilight. Didn't even be brought up. Extended Thermal Lance coming through on the Robo Bait as well. Hero's just going to start pushing, man. He kind of feels like he's got an opportunity. With the Phoenix, he can lift up the tank. There's a new tank out, but it's running down the low ground. First tank already dead. Now this tank sieges, but we don't have anything to stop the Immortals getting on it and just destroying it. Bunny's just dead. Ugh. All just fell apart very quickly there for Bunny, didn't it? This all fell apart very quickly. GG's, and that is going to be Hero going to get himself a 2-0 at the start of the day. I ended up kind of going to Game 3 both matches, but got the wins there in the end. So well played to him. GG's. Alright guys, we're going to head into our next series. We're going to keep the games coming, because it is going to be Bunny against Jim up next. We've got 9 best of 3s to get through. That's 7 of them done. Now it's going to be time for number 8. Bunny Jim coming up here in just a moment. We're going to go straight into not even a long break. Literally just waiting for invites to come through. Just waiting for them invites. So Bunny versus Jim, and then Creator versus Solar to finish off our day here, guys. We are going to go into the TVP here. 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Keep the games rolling. No need for downtime. Beautiful. Crimson Court going to be our map. Start off this best of 3. So in the upper right hand side, took a map off Solar earlier. Can he get himself a win here? This is Jim taking on Bunny, the red Terran in the bottom left-hand corner. So yeah, Hero 2-0 in the group. Creator and Solar both 1-0. They will play to go 2-0 in the series after this one. And then Bunny 1-1, Jim 0-2. For Bunny, this is a chance to go 2-1. For Jim, this is a chance to get off and not be the only player alongside Bjun without a win in the tournament. So let's see what this match holds in store for us. Bunny coming off of that TVP against Hero. And we'll see if he kind of sticks to some of the more aggressive things that he's been trying to bring to the table as well. That's definitely a factor to ask ourselves, right? Like, is he going to be very aggressive again? Is he going to try and be very aggro? Hard to say, so we'll be finding out soon. Very interested as to how this is going to play out. Because Jim can be a pretty aggressive player too. And Jim qualified into this event off the back of his PVT, so if there's a... you know, if there is a matchup he should look better in, maybe PVT would be it. I know Jim also has very good PvP off the back of those ESL Asia regionals where he played a bunch of PvP to pretty decent results. Cyberclaw and the Zealot coming about. Reaper is building up here from Bunny. Nexus comes down from Jim onto the low grounds. He gets that placed. Factory will start as well. Bunny gets that on the way. Cyberclaw building. Pylon coming through. Off and away we go. Pops into a reactor from Bunny. He is playing double gas. That gives him the factory earlier, so we've talked about this a lot today, but obviously the ability to be a little bit more aggressive. It's also going to make you a little bit safer, which again, someone like Jim I'm not against. You know, these Chinese pro displays can be pretty darn sneaky. Do not kind of be surprised if they show up with some aggressive build order timings and all of that sort of stuff. The factory early is just going to keep you a little bit safer in that regard, so it's just going to keep you in a little bit better stead when it comes to that as well. Definitely something that's quite nice to note, honestly, in the grand scheme of things. Reaper firing up a shot, getting some hits done here. Some decent damage for the moment. So far, so good. Let's see how Zealot actually coming across. He's actually going to be met by the Hellions. So that goes down pretty easily. Good defense from Bunny. Not going to let Jim get too much done right from the very get-go. Just going to shut that down and handle this without much problem. As now the Reaper and 2 Hellions begin to make their way across to the upper right-hand side. So away they go. Looking to make something happen here. As that blink continues up, the warp gate continues through. Proper facility is building. Gateways coming on in. Hellion has to just pull back a little bit. We're actually going to try and fight the Stalkers. Now the probes are going to pull though. Uh-oh, danger. It's always dangerous when the probes are pulled into Reaper Hellion. They are made for killing probes. That's exactly what they're going to get to right away here. 4 workers down. Reapers hop to the main base. I like that because there's no vision here to get rid of these Reapers, and they can hit the main mineral line as well. And the follow-ups, Stalkers have to run across to deal with this. It's going to be a good grenade to pop one of those Stalkers back and keep the Reapers alive as long as possible. This is crazy damage. It's going to be 10 workers killed out of Bunny early in the game. Absolutely beautiful play from him. 10 workers killed just like that, and that might just seal the deal already on this game number 1. That's rough. No battery for Jim obviously just leaves him very exposed to these things, and if you don't hold on the low ground, then holding on the high ground becomes a bit more of a problem. As you see the medevac boosting up to the top. We're heading into that main in just a couple of moments here. Well, Bunny just going to arrive with more aggression. Do we have anything to deal with this? 4 Stalkers on the map, they're all on the natural. There's going to be at least a few probes going down before anything gets here. The probes are stuck in that corner. Fortunately, the Stalkers are scary enough to force the lift and the leave. So Bunny does end up backing away before Jim gets anything out of this. Nexus is about halfway done. A couple of probes are still coming up. Couple extra barracks finishing as well. Bunny's transition looking honestly just very solid here. Marine tank continues through from Bunny with that Banshee overhead, and the medevac still in the upper left-hand corner. Going to be moving across. Marine's tanks is going to be fighting. Stalker's taking some shots, and the Marine goes down. Medevac will be unloading. Tank sieges. Nexus will be taking some shots. Tanks firing away. As you are going to be seeing our Marines. Our Cyclone continue to fight. This is going to be the Stalkers continue to take quite a lot of damage. That Banshee's still up in the skies. We're taking some shots back from the Stalkers. Stalkers very nearly getting the Banshee. Not quite good enough in the end, though. Move on through. Just going to be seeing the siege tank coming up. The extra Banshees are on the way. Hey, grabbing an observer there is a little bit of a bonus as well. Just going to see the Banshee still going after the Immortal. So the tank gets sieged up. And we are going to have ourselves the warp gate getting popped off as well. Stalker's still fighting here. Tank's still going to move through. Banshees will fire. Stalker's taking big hits. Bunny's push. It's kind of the push that shouldn't ever really be dealt with when you take damage like what Jim took early on. In this case, it's absolutely not really holdable. That's GG's, and that is going to take Bunny to a 1-0 lead in the best of 3. That was a very convincing first game. Damage done early. We continue through from there. Plain and simple. There's a lot of math to be added on the end of that one as we're going to go to Alcyone for game 2. Get this going in a second. Game 2 of Bunny versus Jim. Who is Jim? Chinese Protoss player. Has been around for a long time.
I say a long time, I mean like 10 plus years in StarCraft 2. At one point, it was probably considered maybe not the best the best Chinese player, but like one of the top 3 Chinese players at the very least. As we get into Alcyone on map number 2, let's get straight into it, guys. Like I say, we are cutting out the brakes. No slowing down as we get towards the end of the day. In the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Protoss player, this is Jim. In the upper right, our red Terran player is Bunny. Game 2 of this best of 3, and what does Bunny have in store for us? Well, that is the question, isn't it? That is the question. Again, after this, we do have one more best of 3 today in Creator versus Solos. That's coming up as well. Look forward to that. If you're enjoying the stream, do consider, again, following the channel, subscribing if you're on YouTube. Hit that like button on the stream if you're on YouTube as well. Always appreciated too. Do check that out. All those options I really appreciate it, like I say. They go a long way. We are at 84 likes on the YouTube video, guys. So if you're on the YouTube, hit that like button right now. Push it up to 100. I don't know if that's really special or not, but we can pretend it is. Only need 15 of you. And you all sat there watching. I've seen the numbers. I see you guys. Jim used to use a different nickname. No, he's always been Jim. He's always been Jim. Maybe at some point he had like an alternate ID, but I'm pretty sure he's always just been Jim, to be honest. Pawn Solo, thank you so much for the Prime sub over on Twitch. Appreciate it. You just hit it. 85 on your screen. We just popped up to 87 on mine, so we're getting there. We convinced a couple people to hit that like button. Beautiful. Yeah, we're probably going to do another YouTube stream on Friday, guys. Tomorrow's GSL. I don't really want to overlap the YouTube stream and GSL streams on YouTube as well, right? So, but on Friday we will be probably doing another YouTube stream. So if you're into it, check us out again on Friday. And try and probably do 1 to 2 of these a week is where I'm at with it right now. I think it's a good amount. Doesn't like completely overwhelm the YouTube channel, and they are good for the channel as well. Especially if you guys subscribe on the YouTube. That should be bringing some subscribers back to the YouTube, which is amazing because the growth on the YouTube has been kind of dead in the water for a little while. So yeah. This is the last match of today. No, it's not. We got Creator Solo still after this. We just did this one first because we made it a little bit simpler for how I host the games. I just have the Creator Solo replays in a different folder, so it just made sense to do Bunny Jim first, and then Creator Solo will just be done as the last series instead. You can see our Reaper and our Hellion continuing to nibble at the Zealot, so a little bit of damage being done there. The Zealot is going to be taking a few shots, is going to be going down, so a little bit of action on all of that. As we get ourselves the cleanup for the moment, Reaper and Hellion still just going to sit tight at the front door. So far, so good, as Reaper Hellion will actually continue back out onto the map, so away we go. Reaper's Hellions continue to get pushed forwards. Who's better in their prime, Wardy or Day 9? It's an obvious answer. Day 9. Prime Day 9 is was something special, man. It was also just in a different era, though, as well, where the kind of charisma and ability to kind of create something was just very different and unique as well. As that Oracle continues just up to the upper right side, continuing to go scouting about and just seeing a little bit more of what we can get up to for the moment. Just trying to get in here and nibble out some of those SCVs. That's a lag spike. Love it when we start lagging out of the Korean server, even in a replay. That's lovely. But the Oracle got away. As we do have Bunny just setting up with Marine Tank, the Viking, and a Liberator. It does feel as though Bunny is set up to potentially get across the map and try and do something here. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Blink coming up as well.
Viking Fire and Oracle nearly goes down. Jim has a few Stalkers up with no blink, by the way. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. He has nothing. He has 4 Stalkers and a Dream. And his Dream is that these Stalkers actually have blink already. This is, not looking good. This is actually looking pretty darn terrible. As our Marines, our tank, etc. are going to come moving on through. It's going to step on up this high ground and... I mean, the Stalker count's getting there, but again, without blink, this is so difficult. You can't just blink on the tank to engage and get the shot off immediately. We'll see a second tank here as well. And tanks continue to target fire the center of those Stalkers, which is just very well done from Bunny, looking to maximize damage. Stalkers are melting at the moment. Tanks absolutely just obliterating. We're going to see one tank go down here, but only the single tank goes down. GG, says Jim. That's going to be Bunny just with a plain, simple 2-0. He really didn't make that one last too long. He didn't really drag this one out, did he? For dramatic emphasis or anything. So Bunny, a convincing series there. That is going to be our victory screen for him. So congrats, Bunny. Gets himself a win. And with that, guys, we are going to have Creator versus Solar coming up as our last matchup. So we will get into Creator versus Solar here in just a couple of moments. Just get this hosted and we'll get that underway. So get this ready to rumble. And we'll get the invites out. Get this all rolling. Get this set to go. My cast history, I'm missing one. I know who it is. Perfect. Alright. We'll just give it a minute here for some ads to play. Get that ready to go. Into our next matchup. We got all the way to 92 likes on the YouTube, guys. Good job. That was a good effort. Proud of us. Yeah, I was actually looking at the subscribers as well. Like, our biggest subscriber increase in the last, basically 2 months was basically when we streamed last week, so it's definitely been helping to boom the YouTube subs. I say boom, but it's like, it's still not a lot, but it is nice to see some YouTube subscribers because, yeah, the growth in YouTube was definitely struggling for a couple years now, I think. Do I have a flying Pikachu jumper? No, they only have the Surfing Pikachu t-shirt. Sadly. It's pretty cool though, right? I was talking about this earlier today. I also have like a Ditto with a boombox t-shirt that I just got. It's also very cool. Very, very cool. Very neat. Yo, thank you so much, Gitich, for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks so much for some bits. Appreciate it. We're actually ready to start the game, so I'll click the start button as well. Something nostalgic about surfing from flying Pikachus and birthday Pikachu. It's just really cool, honestly. Yeah. The old time nostalgia, huh? The old time nostalgia. Alright, let's hop into it. As we have more action coming through, we have ourselves in the top left-hand side. The red Zerg player from Vitality. This is Solar. And he is taking on the blue Protoss. In the bottom right corner of the map, we have ourselves Creator. So this is going to be our last best of 3 of the day, guys. Creator and Solar both 1-0 in the group, looking to be joining Hero at 2-0 for day 1 of the Korean Royale Group B. This is day 2 of our tournament in total. As we get set up and rumbling. Hatchery coming up, drone on the way. Getting the assimilator coming through. And we just have our Overlord of Solar continue to move about a little bit. Oh, in the center right now as well. An Adept coming about, Gateway coming about with a probe, and kind of interested to see what sort of style Creator brings to the table. Solar can play a very aggressive style of Zerg. He's also been loving the Lurkers in this matchup lately. I mean, who hasn't been, realistically? Lurkers have been a mainstay in this matchup as of late, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise as our Cybernetics core drops on in. The hatchery, the gas in the pool coming up from Solar, the drone on the way. And we just get ourselves up and rolling for a couple of moments and see what is going on. The Overlord of Solar heading down to the bottom right hand side, going to be moving through into this natural. Still got link speed coming up, by the way. There's a couple of queens coming through. Stargate dropping in the main. Everything fairly standard. Creator is also one of the fans that are going for the Void Ray every now and again, so I wonder if that's going to be something that, yeah, could be kind of something we see to mix it up instead of just triple Oracle, which we saw in a lot of the PvZ today when it wasn't about that resonating glaives. Of course, Creator took out Rainor earlier, if you've been watching the whole time. What was that, about 3 hours ago or so now? Creator Rainor, actually a pretty fun series. This Adept shows up and is going to take a couple nibbles off the Queen. And it's a Stargate. Done soon. We'll see exactly what that first unit is going to be here for Side Delta. It's an Oracle. So Oracle to start us off. Creator gets that underway. And 6 Zerglings coming out with the Queens on the way. Link speed coming up as well. All of that being brought through for the moment. Drones going down. Link is going to be able to grab those Adepts. Now we're going to get rid of 4 dronies. Actually not a bad start now. The Oracle coming over. 4 drones always feels good this early in the game. We'll see how the Oracle can do. Link's going to go the other side. And there it is. Oracle into the Void Ray. So kind of saw this earlier from him. He's going to pull it out again. How many drones do we get here? 2 more. Seems about standard, right? So he actually got 3, but then the Oracle took a lot more damage. So the Oracle is super low on the back of this. And now these Zerglings hanging out down on the bottom side. Oh, a couple of Adepts here going to get surrounded, wrap around, and, well, not killed because they can shade up to the high ground, but nice bit of damage on them. The Void Ray there will be a little bit too much to continuing to go through. Just have ourselves 8 more drones, 9 more drones in production, so the drone count just keeps a-building. Queen coming up, Oracle probes on the way, Spores are on the way out as well. We still have Zerglings down on the bottom side, hanging about for the moment, so they're just going to be chilling here, waiting for their chance to go jump onto a Nexus or so, it would seem. The Void Ray is still nearby, and we'll still play defense. I'm actually going to go 3rd Oracle, so that means 4 Stargate units. If you play 4 Stargate units, that's a lot of investment off the Stargate. The more Stargate units you build, the later your other tech is going to be, so that's always a little bit of a factor, and you kind of then are a little bit more reliant on those Stargate units for a little bit. As 13 drones continue through, Robo Facility building on that natural. The Oracles are going to show up here in a moment. Oracles activate, going to get 3, 4, 5, 6 workers. Okay. We actually have Adepts at the same time getting a huge amount of damage done as well. Huge opening from Creator. Once again, just Zerg struggling early game against Adepts and Oracles. I don't know what it is recently, but I really feel like, I don't know if it's like actually the way the maps are laid out or what, but Zergs are struggling against this early game play. Like, it's always been good. It's always had potential from the Pros players to deal damage, but I feel like recently I'm constantly seeing so much damage done on the back of just a little bit of what is kind of very typical Oracle Adept pressure. kind of wild. Just how much of that there's been. Couple gates, Twilight and the Forge still building. The Immortal is producing a out of the Robo as well. We actually went Robo, then Twilight Forge, so maybe just part of the I can't talk. Part and parcel of going for the 4 Stargate units. By getting the Robo, then you will get an Immortal out to keep you very safe quickly instead of kind of playing a delayed blink or so. And now we're actually going to play into charge and +1 on the back of that. Probably makes sense then. I kind of like it. Couple more lava popping out. Robo Bay and Robo Facility continue to come through. There's going to be the tech from Creator continuing in, as it doesn't seem as though he's going to get punished for teching here. Well, maybe he is. Overlord speed comes up. Maybe we actually are going to send this then. Roach speed, Overlord speed, units in production from Solar. He might actually be pulling the trigger on a big attack in the very near future. If he's not, he's going to have to build drones with the next round of lava. Otherwise, he's going to be super behind economically. Man, we're going to be... This is such a late timing from Solo, though. You're going to pull a trigger and shoot the guy when he's got, like, 3 layers of bulletproof armor on? Like, this does not look good to me. I'm trying to figure out a way that this maybe starts to look a little bit better, or it maybe becomes like, oh, yeah, you know, I see this, or I see that. I think the Roach Ravager Queen just going to open up the rocks. We're going to have 2 Colossus for this first wave of the Zerg push. There is no way a Zerg all-in arrives when there's 2 Colossus out and it works. Not of this caliber. Not of, like, Roach, Ling, Queen, Rabbit. Like, you know, not of this quality of army. Certain other things, sure, maybe, but I straight up refuse to believe that this is something that Solo can make work. Let's see. There's mistakes Creator can make. He could let Lings into the natural. He could cause chaos. That could pull him apart. He could, misrally the Colossus, for example. These are all potential problems. He is going to have a Colossus on the 3rd and a Colossus on the natural, by the way, so they're going to be split up a little bit too. Forcefield gets popped, as we are going to see some Lings breaking into the natural. That's where that high ground Colossus that just spawns will be very useful. +1 attack finishing now from Creator as well, so you will have an upgrade lead in this fight. As we just play fairly patiently, force your opponent to run up the ramp and take the, make the choice of where you're fighting, instead of fighting down into him and into his concave on that low ground, flat ground area. 12 more Roaches in production here, as we do see the commitment to the left-hand side. So Solo's going to run up the left. Files here will get rid of the cannon. Battery will take a bit of a beating too. We've got 1 cannon in the back. We've got ourselves another battery on the way. The Colossus and the Stalkers from the natural decide they've got enough numbers to come forwards here, and they will do just that. They will come forwards and they will help with this fight and help with this defense. And Solo's army continues to be chased away. There's just so much tech here. The reality is that this was just not the time to pull off an attack like this one. The timing, I don't know what it was from Solo that the plan was or what went wrong, but like this hit so late, having 2 Colossus out. I mean, obviously he took a lot of drone damage early, but the timing was just still so late. Oh, that's kind of wild. All right, Creator can take the first game here as we head ourselves into game 2 of this in just a moment. Sorry, guys. Oh, apologies for again the sniffling and everything. Let's get everyone invited in here then for game number 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Couple moments, get this underway. We are good to go, go, go. Oceanborn it will be. Click that watch button. Let's get this started. Let's hop on into it as we get things up and running. In the top left-hand side, our red Zerg player from Vitality. This is Solar. Taking on the bottom right blue Protoss, we have ourselves Creator. This could be our final map of the day, guys. So send some love in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you've been enjoying the games from the Korean Royale. Give the video a like on YouTube. We're 5 away from 100. 4 away from 100. I just saw it go up one more. I'm really obsessed with getting it to 100 likes, guys. So do me a solid, if nothing else. Yeah, subscribe, follow, all the usual. These tournaments do not happen without your support, so thank you so much for watching today and helping to make this a reality. Again, do consider to support where you can. It really does mean a lot. It really does help us out. It allows us to keep on running these events, putting the money into giving it to the players and all the rest of it, so check all that out as we have ourselves game number 2 coming up right now. Oceanborn. It is a still going early game EVP. I say this all the time nowadays. But these are maps that are fairly standard. These are maps that are not really too surprising. And so, there's not really too much to talk about. This is not the interesting or intriguing kind of like Amphion or something. Even Goldenor, I feel like. I mean, Oceanborn especially is particularly kind of standard, I feel like. Coming back around. Drone nibbling, probe taking some damage. Probe gets pushed back away from the main. A couple queens and lings coming through. Probe just chilling on the low ground. A couple things obviously now start chase. Scylla will push this probe back. That's our early starting setup. All that's being made for the moment. Things come about. We're just going to have ourselves the Creeper Tumor spreading out to the front as well. Twilight Council is still building. It's going to be Credit going straight to the Twilight Council to open the game with, right? So already mixing up a little bit from what we saw in the previous one. Not going to go Stargate for round 2. Has that 1-0 lead to work with as well. So looking to work that 1-0 lead. Looking to see what he can do with it. As our Adept just chilling. Robo Facility coming up. Link Speed, drones, and a couple of queens are all coming out. Probes are on the way. And our Overlord is just going to get shoved away over to the side by this Stalker. A little bit more damage being done there. Dark Shrine is going to build in the main, so actually Credit going to go for the DT opening. Queen's coming up. Rotron is building. Going to have ourselves the Prism coming up as well. Wolfgate coming through. Obviously, again, the idea here is you're typically going to open a bunch of DTs first, morph them into Archons, then you have that Archon drop to keep on harassing with for a little bit. Rotron's going to be finishing, and the Overlord's still just chilling for the moment. Again, Larry's on the way up as well. And Prism heads back to the upper left-hand side. It's just going to be journeying, and it's going to be going to open those DTs now. Solar had a little bit of trouble against the DT play against Jim earlier. As the 4 DTs warp in, they're going to go advancing towards this mineral line. Spore not ready yet. That is a problem, but the lair is ready. So the Overseer's on the way. We get the hatch now starting to take some damage. Queens use their transfusion on each other. Where's the Overseer morphing from? It's from the south there, so it's coming. It's on the way. We actually turned off the hatchery anyways to go after the roaches. And now the DTs need to make a dive into the Prism, which they managed to do. And the DTs get out alive. It's all this damage for free. A Spore, 2 roaches, a Ling, and a drone. It forced some transfusions too. Honestly, it wasn't that much, all things considered. Both Archons load up into the Prism here. Gonna come moving through the top side. Sporecrawler gonna relocate up to the top as well. Overseer gonna move across a little bit. Archons are gonna make their way over. Just going to be having our Archon continue to hit away at some of these drones. A couple of those workers going down already. Going to go for some more. That's going to be 3. We're going to get ourselves to 4, 5. Oh my goodness. 8, 9. The damage don't stop as the roaches will sit here. Infestation pit, more drones all on the way out. Plus 1 missiles and roach speed producing through as well. That was a great set of Archons. The Archons delivering a little bit there from Creator. So able to get something done with that as we just have ourselves the few probes transfer across to the 3rd. The Prism loads back up again, and this Overseer is being chased around by the Prism and the Archons, so continue to play a chasing game just for the moment. Rid of that Overseer, and now the Archons will be back here and ready to rumble. Infestation Pit coming up with a Hydra Den on the way. This screams Lurkers, no? Rush to Hive, Lurker Den starts ASAP. Can't see what else we get the Infestation Pit for so soon otherwise. Couple of changes moving forwards. The Archon still in the center there with that Prism. Gonna knock down those couple change lanes. Roaches are gonna come through. Both Archons get back into the Prism though. Link speed plus 1 missiles continuing up. And using his Archon really nicely because he's able to get rid of the creep spread with it, so that really does go a long way. Love seeing that so far as our Roach Ravager sticks about with his Overseer. And we have got the Hive coming up, the Lurker Den is still being brought through as well. Immortal Archon being brought into play, Link Speed is about to finish up. But the Creator is ready with all these Archons, he's done good damage so far. I think this first timing might be somewhat difficult for Solo to hold off. Let's find out in the next couple of moments as we begin to press on forward. Your team is getting knocked down. This Queen going to get grabbed as well. It's just going to pick on away at that. I mean, good force fields in this 4th base, if nothing else, might be in a whole lot of trouble. As we are going to be seeing the Roaches, the Ravagers in so much trouble. I mean, the only thing is we will break down this Rabbit, and Roaches come from the other side, so now we actually do have the larger fight happening. Raider looking good at the moment, though. Another Immortal showing up. The Archon's going to be joined in with this as well. And everything together going to come pushing forward as we are going to see a few more Biles. We just dodge away from that. We nearly lose the Observer. Raider has not gotten rid of the 4th base yet. Beyond this, if Solo survives, he will be able to move into the Lurkers as well, and that may force an additional response from Creator where he may just have to tech up further. Roach Ravager still coming through. Sentry just got knocked down. Another force field in place. A bunch more Stalkers warp in. We are going to turn up towards this topside hatchery, pick our way through it. So we finally get rid of the 4th base. Solar look for supply lead, and Creator will back off. I think Solar here just goes Hydras. Hydras Lurkers and retakes the 4th and just hopes he can get some Lurkers out and start playing defensive before Creator comes at him with another big wave of this push. I think that pretty much has to be the plan at the moment. Things still coming over. Stalkers and the Immortals and the Sentries there to push those Lings back. Roach Ravager coming about as well. 4th base goes down on the front. Seismic Spines coming on through. Plus 2 missiles is also producing. 4 more Dark Templar coming about. Zealots coming in. The Archon coming up. It's actually going to be a couple Archons coming in as the Zerglings. And we get turned around. Creator just build up and he's going to get Storm. So he's doing the right thing, I think. He knows that Lurkers are a possibility. He knows he's ahead. The thing is, if you're ahead, it's very difficult to be killed. And especially if you just tech up. The one way you really lose these games is attacking in, hitting Lurkers, can't break it, you lose your advantage, right? By teching up, you kind of undo a lot of that. So that works in a very different way. And yeah, if you just tech up, force the Zerg to attack into you, you basically just get to tech up for free. And again, teching up is like the most dangerous thing you can do as a Protoss player, but it's the best thing you can do, and that's why it's so dangerous to do. So yeah, it puts you in a great spot here, just kind of playing it like this. Things going to come across. Roaches, Ravagers coming about, hallucination just up in the skies. And we're going to see a few of those Lings getting nibbled at. And game will slow here, and I was going to say, I'm not surprised if Creator takes an even bigger chance to tech up and starts up the Stargates, right? Stargate, Fleetbeak can start building that carrier force. This seems like the natural next step for Creator. Because again, attacking aggressively into lurkers always feels pretty bad. We're just knocking through some rocks. We are going to see our +2 missiles, our Overlord speed coming in. Extra Hydra, Spinecrawler coming up. Stargate builds on the side of Creator, so we get that on the way too as the army wants to recollect together. Coming from the right side, coming from the left side. Some Ravagers going to get caught. That's a horrible little bit of movement there. Frees up space for Hydras though, so we can start going to even more lurkers and everything else. Look at them done, all the upgrades are done. Army of Creator is going to be moving down this ramp again, just taking bases, tacking up, Stargates, Fleet Beacon, all on the way. We just continue to go into all of this for the moment here as our army settles in on that right-hand side. Still got a force from Creator moving through into the center, Crypt Team are going down. Those additional lurkers coming about. Overlord still producing carapace upgrades, still building on the Evo Chamber 2. Continue to bring this in, continue to bring this about for the moment. As we do see a couple of those zealots are also just going to go by and pick off some drones. Is Creator being too passive? Honestly, I don't think so. A lot of the time you see pros obviously running zealots by a lot of the time, but the game has been so compact for Solo. Like, he's not had that many bases that I don't even hate it for him right now that he decides to just you know, just not run the zealots in, because I think Solo will have had units fairly close enough to kind of deal with that for the most part, as the army from Solo will struggle to honestly get anywhere. Protoss army in two different portions, ready to collapse in if needed. Those Stargates are ready as well to get active. We are just maxed out as Creator. You do have to take something of a trade. This I like, okay? A couple of Maulers and Zealots warping in. This is a way to kind of dive past the preset defenses that I think were kind of my problem with, you know, maybe just running Zealots around the map. That's going to be a dead spawning pool. Adrenal Gland's going to get cancelled in this. The Immortals, well, will start to go down, but again, we're freeing up supply to, I think, build better things. Carriers, most likely. Immortal goes down, those Zealots full. Creator's yet to rebuild his supply. There we go, Carriers on the way. This is fine. I mean, the Immortals are good against the Lurkers, but even better against the Lurkers are Carriers, and you can't get to Carriers if the Immortals, you know, if there's no supply from them, so finding a way to trade a bit of supply is not a bad thing. Solo will move forwards, I think, recognizing that this is still a moment where Creator does not currently have a great answer to the Lurkers in terms of, like, the air units. So this might be one of Solo's better opportunities to fight, but there's Scare, and Creator is up this ramp. He's over here. He's well split. He just needs to keep track of this army, because now Solo comes from a different direction. There's a little group of units here from Creator were definitely caught off guard there. He will get a storm off now. It's still so hard to turn this into a proper push onto a base, but maybe the 6 o'clock will be in some trouble as Creator continues to run across here. The units from the far right side will have to start moving across to handle that as well. So we start going for this as another storm comes down. Storm, storm, storm. Look, still setting up. Storms all across the board. Immortals are firing through when they can get there. The army on the high ground will shut off some reinforcements and might be able to get a flank off. Revelation's important as well, just to maintain a vision on the Lurkers at all times, right? You want to be able to see those burrowed units no matter what. Storm, storm, storm. Hydra's Lurkers all getting hit. Seeing a massive Immortals here trying to find a way into the fight. The Hydras will continue to push onto this base as Creator. We'll have this base eaten up for the moment. Hydrolings still all coming through. A bunch of probes have gone down. I mean, this army here might start moving across the map. This is just a string of reinforcements that's been kind of moving onwards. Would not be the worst position to actually kind of jump on some stuff and stop it from moving, as we are going to see Lurkers burrowing up. Immortals, Archons coming in from two different sides, trying to wrap around this army. Carriers are coming forwards. Lings are going to run in for a bit of a wrap around as well. We are going to see the Mothership popping that cloaking up, so trying to keep these units alive, and that does help a lot as Solo is going to get chased down on the ground. 16 Corruptors on the way as Solo tries to make a dive to air units to deal with the carrier force that has revealed itself now. So we get ourselves into that position, we get ourselves into that setup. Stalkers chase down one additional roach up this left-hand side. We push that back. All these corruptors coming through. Carriers are building. Viper on the way out, plus one air weapons. Flyer attacks on the Spire as well. The Nida's attempt will not go anywhere. This will get shut down quick and easy. Just going to see ourselves the rest of this army from Creator. Still moving about here. He's just going to come in and pull those interceptors firing through. Stalkers blinking. A few of those interceptors continue to go off. A lot of those lings going down. The army will recollect into the bottom left-hand side. And back onto the center, picking off a Stalker in the process. Cordray and Carriers still producing extra lurkers, corruptors, and hydras are on the way as well. Still seeing these corruptors gathered up. The lings are going to come across. The lurkers are still in the center here also. Take an opportunity to move around. Zealot is going to get caught. This army coming to the bottom left-hand side. A couple shots coming off. Corruptors going to be obviously hunting for those carriers. Viper is there to get the abducts. Blink with a handful of Stalkers. Honestly, if you could get rid of the Viper, that would be amazing. That is the real prime target here. If there was one, those carriers look a little bit more exposed. We start to recall them. It's not a bad idea because they're definitely not quite where they want to be. Let's drop one more storm. The back and forth continues. Now, this game obviously started very creative favored, so where did that advantage go? I think it's still there. He's on the better army. Given time, his army should keep improving. He's got more bank setup as well. He's got a great amount of bases. Solo does not have good creep, good base count, or anything. He's on 5 bases and creep just about poking in front of them. And he's very much so stuck on Lurker, Ling, Hydra. Now Corruptors as well. So Creator still has the advantage. But this is what you play for as the Zerg. The opportunity to potentially pull the game back into your favor by just forcing it into a later stage situation with those Lurkers. And that's why it's so important for the Protoss to actually just play for the greed and to just say, okay, I'm not going to try and break through the Lurkers. I'm going to actually set up to give myself the best possible chance when we get here. Right now, Creator is still struggling to find fights, though, even though he really did take the opportunity to tech up. The 6 o'clock base is down again. This left side base is going to be dropping as well. Now our Hydra's just going to get knocked down as the Corruptors continue to move away. You're going to have everything making their way over there as... Okay, now Soul absolutely backs it up. This is where Zealots, I think, become a bigger factor. This is where I would like to see Creator start to get some of those Zealot warp-ins and run them up into these bases, because this is where the game becomes a lot more drawn out. This is where the Zealots are more likely to find success. It's going to force major movement from the Zerg army as well, which could give you opportunity. Obviously, Creator is now starting to play the right side of the map in general, so just playing up this right side direction as well, as everything gathers up in the center. That main Protoss army is still looking pretty darn terrifying. Army gathering up. Just see our Adrenal Glands plus 2 Carapace on the way through. Those few Stalkers still chilling out in the middle as well, as we have a couple of Voids coming about. Looks Veins on the way. Army just continues to go up to the top. Obviously with this a base here and then this base here, these two players are going to be very close to one another. So yeah, that's going to become more and more interesting as time passes by. Just because now you're going to have potentially more fights, but these are all still two armies that are very stalematey. Like, you don't really want to be the one attacking into the other. So that becomes a little bit of a funky one. As yo, JT Paro, how you doing? Thank you so much for your resub coming in. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Hope you're doing great today. Thank you for 4 years of subscribing. And as our army of, well, Zerg just moves down bottom, catches a couple of Immortals. Lings and Hydras get rid of both of those immediately. This is a little scary though, because Solar sends so much into the center. Does he have enough to deal with the carriers over here? They're going to go hunting for those Lurkers. They feel like free pickings, honestly. A couple of Spores will do some damage. We might actually lose one carrier. Very narrowly. Storm feedback. Going to do a good job of zoning back the Corruptors and the Viper there. Still nothing on this bottom side from Creator. He's happy just to mine the upper right base at the moment. Knight Templar looking to move through. The Oracle just going to be chilling. Knight Templar looking for more MVP-like feedbacks like that last one on the Viper. Building those Voids as well as an answer to the Corruptors, so getting that kind of anti-Corruptor army up. Lurker shots. Just going to see the Archon Immortal moving away. We do see a dive down the bottom. Lurker, Hydra, and Lings are going to start coming through. The Stalker's pulling back. The Lings are going to take some damage there. We do have ourselves... I mean, Creator's not able to still take the bottom side, which I think is fine because he's mining this base, and he's also protecting this base in doing so. Later in the game, if this was to continue, these bases would mine out, and then you could focus on these bases while pressuring this base. I think that's the logical conclusion if the game stalemates long enough to get to that point. How many spores does Solar have? 13. It's not the biggest of spore crawler walls, but it is still some bits and pieces. For the ship on to the left-hand side, well, that's a play. That's actually a fantastic way to just switch directions completely. And problem is now you can't move everything over, like even the spores can't come over. Oh, I like this as well. DT's going at the same time. That's cute. Getting a few drones out of it on the right side as well. Feel those Lings going down. These Overseers are actually kind of expensive units that will also drop. And both players have a bank, but they're not, you know, mega banks that are never going to be, you know, worked through. Pulls back down the bottom. Lings will just go and pick away at the cannon. It's off that hatchery here, so any left side progress is being denied. This is why you might worry a bit as Creator for your right side, but that's why he recalls with the mothership bottom left, because now he has the recall back up here with the main army on the Nexus if he needs it. A couple of probes already going down. Actually have a little bit of a fight kind of breaking out here. We just need detection here to deal with this Lurker. 13 probes have gone down. This Lurker's been great. All 13 of those probes are from this Lurker. Up to Viper. Overseer continues to move around, heading to the bottom left as we are going to dive into a carrier already. I'm going to try and find this base. Obviously, Solar losing that left side, trying to deny the upper right. This is going to be the recall because... Oh, it's an Oracle. Oh my goodness. All of that for an Oracle. Okay. But that's wild. You use the recall. Surely now as Solar, you focus on that upper right base, but... Yeah, I would imagine that that would be the case. I don't know if he actually noticed the recall or not. Obviously, if you didn't know it happened, then you have no reason to make the move as though you did, right? So... What we are seeing, obviously, is because we noticed what happened. Solar might not have that information to play with. Approaching the 25-minute marker here. I think this is our longest game of the WardiTV Korean Royale thus far. Things will continue to move about. The Stalker is going to get grabbed. Are the replays in my Patreon? The replays will go on Patreon, but in about a week or so. This is... Oh, maybe at the end of this week, because this is the first week we're really casting stuff we can put in a replay pack again, so we'll probably put these in a replay pack end of this week or so. Patreon. You see Immortals and Carriers going to be there to push those Lings away. More Lurkers come out over to the right-hand side, going to go diving onto this position as well. Let's have ourselves the... Lurkers get burrowed, and a couple of those cannons starting to get nipped away. Our battery coming up as well. Lings are still going to come diving through. A couple of cannons go down. So Solar tries to work his way through this upper right side of the map. Now going to get the Lings onto this position, picking onto this base. The Void Rays are going to show up. Hydras will start to go down. 4 or 5 probes already dropping here. But we're protecting the base, and if you have the base, I feel like that's a big deal. Now the main army coming across, and you've done so much in the bottom left, I don't think you need anything more right now. This is 100% when you should just be sending a few Zealots over here on repeat just to force a defense or to kill this base again, right? I think this is absolutely the moment where there's just no preparation there from Solar. That's your moment to make cheap investments to break through that. The Broodlords are coming. Solar is building himself up into what is likely going to be his final tech switch of the game. Even if this map mine's out, there's not much else you can do as a Zerg from here. I mean, maybe like a super late Ultra switch would be kind of a... That'd be a real shocker. I don't think we're really on track for that at the moment. More Lurkers get burrowed up. Like Hydra going to be there. The Broodlords are still going to try and find their way across as well. Lurkers are burrowing and starting to fight. The Zealots will be taking damage. We start to press forwards. And Archon taking some shots as well. Well, Brutes will continue to zone back. The space from Creator will go down. Of course, during all this, the 6 o'clock got better and stronger than ever before. So maybe there's a little bit of a time investment on the upper right base is just enough for Creator. He's taking some of the money off of it, and now it's going to be Solar that wants to try and hold this base. Can we take a fight as Creator before this base gets set up, before all the creepers here and the stack defense is fully in position? Maybe. Don't think it's fully possible. Moving forwards, a couple creep teamers still going down, and I'm just going to finish off some rocks in the center as well. Carriers coming up, the DTs are coming through, +3 flyer attack on the Greater Spire. Now there's extra creep teamers all popping out as well, spreading across the left-hand side here, just going to come pressing forwards. The Lurker shots will come by. And the +3 flyer attack still coming about. We are going to see Void Rays diving into bottom left. Going to go onto this hatch. Well, that's the base from Solar going down there. That means that eventually you can just keep expanding here. I mean, there's no control of Solar on this side of the map. He's going to come in with the Corruptors, though, get a catch. Abduct to Yoink on the Mothership, but that is not going to result in a kill. Now it will. Second Yoink does the job. You know what they say, if you don't... First Yoink don't get the kill. Do the Yoink a second time? I don't know why I was going with this. I thought I'd make some cool saying that was going to be used for the future. It will not. As recovering from that shame, you actually do see some storms. Corruptors just going around and getting stormed, and the Viper went down as well during that. Another storm! These Corruptors are low HP, man. This might actually instigate a fight, honestly. Might genuinely instigate a fight. There's Archons, Void Rays, Immortals coming over, just going to hit those Hydras, and just going to have our force in the bottom left of Creator continue to come through. And this becomes such a slow-moving game the last 10 minutes or so, because it's just very difficult to justify attacking into your opponent. So we've just had these slower moves, just kind of, you know, big jump into the bottom left was kind of maybe the most exciting thing, but no one wants to kind of take that straight-up engage or kind of push to take that straight-up engagement. Boys are still moving forward. Archons are going to come joining up. Couple of probes go down over on that right-hand side. Lurkers get burrowed to go for more. Battery going down. The cannon will follow. The zombie's still pushing upwards. There's going to be a couple of Lurkers that'll get taken down. Overlords! Maybe in some trouble too. Infestors are looking for the fungal growth. Parasitic bombs on the carriers. This is too important of a position not to fight in as Solar, so that's why he's going to come across and try and take this fight. The spell casting has forced the carriers to step away, but we still have a bunch of this army on the high ground, so I think we're going to come in again here as Creator. I don't think we're done just yet. He's just waiting for the Broodlords to move into as bad a position as possible so he can jump on them. When I say bad, I mean like they're not like protected by the SimCity of the map or anything. As you are going to come through, the carriers are kind of in the back, wasting time hitting the Rotor, and that's not going to have much impact. What is going to have much impact is time back onto these carriers, onto these Corruptors. Carriers are going to turn around. Corruptors are dropping. The Broodlords, there's only a few of them left. As those Corruptors go down, it does look like the Broods will follow. There's an air army that cannot be contended with. 11 Infestors were on the way from Solar, who taps out GG. Ooh, yeah, I guess, because he's out of gas. I'm looking at the supply and everything, and I'm like, actually, yeah, because he has no way to make 7 Corruptors kill 5 carriers that are full of Interceptors and the Void Rays. I think that feels like a bit of a random moment, but like all of his supplies in production across all of the bases all around the map, he's going to lose so much and he has no more gas. Yeah, it's a correct GG. I think it is. It comes at maybe an odd moment, but the moment Creator rebuilds instantly off of, 10 gates of Stalkers even, he's also just going to win the game, I think. So, yeah, I think the 11 Infestors are a mistake. Like, stopping and looking at it, maybe we just build Corruptors? What actually happens if we just build a few more Corruptors instead of 11 Infestors? Might actually be the 200 IQ question here. Well, we will never know, as that is GG's, and that is going to be our series for the day, guys. As Creator gets 2-0 over Solar. Congrats to him. GG's, and well played. And thank you, everybody, for joining us today. I really appreciate you coming in and joining us for some StarCraft 2. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to round it out here. WardiTV Korean Royale will be back tomorrow. We will be back on Friday. Stars War event on Saturday. Again, we'll be on YouTube once again on Friday. No YouTube stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's also GSL, so we'll have a bit of crossover there. But then on Friday, we'll be back on Twitch and YouTube. Tomorrow, we'll be back just on Twitch. So, yeah. So, if you guys really did enjoy, again, hit that follow button. Use your Prime subs. Drop the subscriptions on the YouTube if you want to. Like that YouTube vid as well. Anything you can do to help support the channels and the tournament and everything really does go a long, long way. Thank you guys so much for being awesome. If you want to check out our sponsor as well, we actually are still sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Exclamation mark Raid in the Twitch chat will give you the link to that. So you can check that out real quickly if you want to. And thank you so much for watching. I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro, and then we'll host someone up and spread the StarCraft love. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow for more Korean Royale action. Thanks for putting up with me going through my sniffling and everything as well. I know I've not sounded super pretty today, so appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some more great StarCraft.